the full-time mage. The extreme lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876, Dark Plain. In the icy and snowy southernmost land, with the help of Tangmaro, the resources accumulated by the monsters for thousands of years easily fell into Muningsu's hands. Although the Antarctic Emperor also noticed Tangmaro's location, but for some reason, the other party did not come to trouble him. Tangmaro still remembered clearly from beginning to end how disdainful the arrogant Antarctic Emperor was in the forbidden spell formation. But he didn't expect that, now that he came, it would hide and not show up. There was no choice. Tangmaro had to tear the space and take Muningsu away from Antarctica. Once the direction was determined, it would be much easier to come again. It took only 1 month for them to return to Antarctica. After a month of recuperation, the domestic sea monsters also suffered a counterattack from the human army. In addition, there were totem beasts stationed on the island, and the coastline returned to the hands of humans again. The global temperature also fully recovered. At this time, the selection of the goddess on the Parthenon was also over. Yixingsha undoubtedly became the new goddess, mastering the art of the Parthenon spirit and possessing an orthodox status. It was only natural for her to become a goddess. Yixingsha failed and was sent away by the resurrection art. Astrea gave up and now she has come to Yuxu City. In her words, the Parthenon dynasty has changed. If you don't want to die, you can only come to Tangmaro, your lover. Moreover, after Yixingsha came online, she cleaned up all the black church. Almost none of the cardinals, deacons, and a large number of blue clothes were left. The disaster of the black church was over forever. Tangmaro was not very interested in these. The black church was originally a grasshopper after autumn. There was nothing to jump about. Now without the help of the cardinals and those deacons, and without the sole figure like Seren, the black church, even if there are many believers, can't make any waves. During this period, the country was also recovering at an accelerated pace. In Yuxu City you are biased, you dead man. Muningsu is about to cast a forbidden spell, and I haven't reached the super level perfection yet. That's right, I have a certificate. Jiang Shaoxu and Asha sat on the left and right of him. TSK. The two women were originally charming and enchanting like fairies. After being tortured by them for a day, Tangmaro's bones were almost soft. That's her chance. There is no chance for you two in the extreme south. One is fierce, the other is beautiful. Tangmaro is on each side. Neither Asha nor Jiang Shaoxu bought his comfort. They are all women, why should they be treated specially? Tangmaro was also helpless. He really didn't treat them specially. This is Muningsu's chance. At this time, Apis ran out of the contract space. This snake bitch has learned bad things, and she entangled Asha as soon as she came out. Asha was caught off guard and was suddenly attacked. Don't move, it's just a forbidden spell, I can help you. Asha listened to the familiar tune and turned to look at Tangmaro. Isn't this Medusa a woman? How come she looks exactly like Tangmaro? Tangmaro was also a little unhappy. This snake woman is getting more and more arrogant now. She dared to cheat on herself in front of her. After a slap, there must be a red palm print on her white and tender part. What? Apis looked back at Tangmaro, pouting her little mouth and said dissatisfiedly, don't you want me to give birth to a new Medusa with them? You are cheating on me, and I still have to look forward to it? I gave birth to them, and have no blood relationship with you, Apis said again. Hiss. This little snake woman is getting more and more finished now. Listen to what you are saying, am I that kind of person? Tangmaro asked righteously. I just don't know why I have such a little expectation in my heart? Question mark. Don't pretend. Do you dare to say you don't want to? Apis said again. Asha, this little fox, has almost no resistance in front of Apis, this big python. If you don't care about this stupid snake, I will do it myself. The contract space opened again. Ali also came out. Tangmaro was also in a black line. This stupid snake not only did not move his 3 daughters, but also Muningsu and Lingling were attacked by sneak attacks. Don't have such dirty thoughts in the future, okay? Apis glared at Tangmao with her enchanting eyes and said with a little dissatisfaction, "Who told you that you can't satisfy this king? It's just that you have been with your father for a long time. How dare you say this?" Tangmao's mouth twitched. He felt like he was despised. "I'm not Mochizuki Chiksen. That kind of process is just for you to enjoy. I don't like it," Apis retorted. It was well reasoned and really made him speechless. Apis was pulled away by Tangmao, and the relieved Ashiruya asked curiously, "You said you could help me cross the super level, is that true?" "Of course, but whether I can cross it depends on your man." Apis glanced at Tangmao and said, "Just tell me what you know, don't act like I know everything, and don't give them a chance." Tangmao slapped her again. "I don't know if Apis likes this feeling or what. She is just asking for a beating on purpose. How you can't help her break through in this world, but you can take her to other planes. Besides, there are also planets with rich resources in the interstellar space outside this planet. So, if you want them to break through, it depends on whether you are willing or not." After Apis reached the Emperor realm, she gained a lot of strange knowledge. Although Tangmao also knew that a plane does not have only one planet. But this is just a guess. Those dragons and the demons encountered in the extreme south, they did not originally belong to this planet. Eri also spoke. Where do they come from? It's possible that the space collapsed and they came from other planes. It's also possible that they came from the interstellar space of this plane. Eri responded. Aren't you two asking me to provoke a war? Tangmao was very upset. No matter where it is, resources must be the most important. If you rob others of their resources, how can the other party let it go? Then there's nothing we can do. Apis spread her delicate arms. I think you can take me to the Dark Plane. Ashiruya suddenly said. My father is the king of the Dark Plane. There may be a chance for me to go further. The Dark King is not just Wente, and he is not the most powerful. A forbidden spell, even in the Dark Plane, is an extremely powerful existence. Do you think the other party will allow you to plunder resources at will to break through? Tangmao curled his lips and said. I don't care. I also want to break through. You can't be partial. She was fierce to begin with, and as she swayed, she became even more fierce. Looking at the little hoof, Tangmao said helplessly, eat me, eat my flesh, and you can break the forbidden spell. Apis seemed to see Tangmao's weakness and directly entangled with him. However, Ashiruya took the opportunity to get into Tangmao's arms. Husband this refreshing body, coupled with the various stimulations from them, Tangmao simply didn't want to think about anything. Whatever you say, agree to it. Life is short, enjoy it while you can. Happiness is in the present, and a whole day will pass, and you will be happy and painful. The next day Tangmao finally agreed to Ashiruya to go to the Dark Plane. Anyway, there is nothing for him to do in the country at the moment. Moreover, he also wants to go to the Dark Plane to see it. Opening the space gate with dark magic, Tangmao took Ashiruya into it. With his current strength, tearing space and shuttling planes are just child's play. First, there was a large area of blood red, like a vast ocean of blood plasma, followed by a desert of ashes that seemed to have no end, and then there were mountains formed by countless corpses that would not rot, which were endless and stinking. In front of him was a vast ocean of blood plasma, and the thick blood had wiped out countless lives. The monstrous evil spirit rushed over, almost suffocating people to death. The vision here is very wide. Even if the sky and the earth are dark, stepping on the ground covered with ashes, looking in another direction, you will find that at the end of the vast ashes sand, there is a dark forest. This Dark Plane is really hell. Tangmao said with disgust. Yeah, I don't like it here. Ashiruya agreed. Then why did you let me bring you here? Tangmao was a little helpless. If she hadn't begged him yesterday and performed in various ways, Tangmao would never agree to her no matter what. But, I also want to break through the forbidden spell. Don't think I don't know that you are looking for the core of the earth of the fire system for Tangyu. Ashiruya said with a glare. Rough why, I'm not your wife. Ashiruya said fiercely with a weapon. Didn't I bring you here? Why did you agree to come here? Don't you know what's going on? Ashiruya felt wronged when she talked about this. This bastard. And that stinky snake. This master and servant are simply bullying too much. Then do you have a target? Tang Mao asked again. No. Ashiruaya shook her head. Nothing. Tang Mao cursed, and then shouted, Dark King, come out and see. Ashiruaya, who was about to refute, was completely dumbfounded. Although she had never been to the Dark Plane, she had some understanding of it. There is more than one Dark King. This shout continued? Question mark? Ashiruaya was a little bit afraid to imagine. Kaole's shout was filled with huge sound waves. But, just as his shouting faded, the dark space in front of him was broken. A man with a black mist body in black mist and black armor stepped out of it. Is it you? As soon as the black mist appeared, it was stunned when it saw Tang Mao. Because they had met at the Parthenon several years ago. Should I call you Wente or the Dark King? Tang Mao looked at the man in front of him and said in a calm voice. Ashiruaya looked at the Dark King in front of her eagerly. Speaking of which, this is her father. Even if he is not her biological father, without Wente, she would not have such a status today. Although Wente is dead, there are still countless people in Greece who love her. As the saying goes, love the house, and love the dog. This also led to the fact that, even though Ashiruaya was incompatible with the Parthenon, since she was a child, she was still able to become a saint. All this was because of Wente. Of course, when the spirit emerged, she no longer enjoyed this special treatment. Because Yixingsha is Wente's biological child, and he has a spirit, and she is just an adopted daughter after all. But Ashiruaya still respects this person. Her childhood was thanks to the person in front of her. When Tang Mao asked, she stared at the Dark King. It's alright. However, it's still too risky for you to go to the Dark Plane now. There is more than one Dark King, and the power of the Dark Plane is beyond your comprehension. Leave here. Wente plunged into the darkness for the plane where the entire human race exists. So this place is under his control. But he doesn't really have all the rights. There is more than one Dark King. And there is more than one Dark King in the human plane. It's because your daughter wants to come here to find a breakthrough opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be happy to come to such a place. Tang Mao shrugged. But I'm curious, what happened to the Dark King who appeared in D-Bay? What kind of Dark King was the one who fought with me in D-Bay? The Dark King who appeared in D-Bay belongs to the Dark King who summoned the interstellar place of the human plane. As for why he contacted Sulu and Asia, I don't know. Wente shook his head. Interstellar? Wente said something shocking. It's not just the interstellar. Even the Demon Kingdom has some transactions with the Dark Plane. As he saw more, he was not too surprised. Demons are not all brainless beasts. Many of them even have intelligence, and some big demons have lived for tens of thousands of years, or even thousands of years. They can understand human language, and every demon empire is constantly developing and becoming stronger. Forbidden spells cannot be forced. Forbidden spells are a responsibility. When the opportunity comes, there will naturally be a chance to cross the barrier. Wente looked at Ashiruaya again and said comfortingly. Ashiruaya was a little dissatisfied. Although she is indeed a not very responsible master. But the desire to become stronger is unchanged. Leave, once other Dark Kings notice your existence. Even I can't help you. Wente said again. After hearing what Wente said, Ashiruaya had to give up. Although it is good to be promoted and become stronger, Tang Mao's safety is the most important thing. Actually, I really want to meet the Dark King I saw last time. Without waiting for Ashiruaya to speak, Tang Mao spoke first. Chapter 877, Dark King Valoran. When Ashiruaya heard this, she regretted bringing Tang Mao here. Because, here, not only is there no way to advance, but he might also be hurt. With your cultivation speed, maybe it only takes a few years to fight with the real king of the Dark Plane. But definitely not now. Wente admitted that Tang Mao was very strong. And in terms of cultivation, it was unprecedented. Even he used to have many shortcomings compared to this young man. In fact, he could understand that Tang Mao was so old that he had reached the ridgeline. And he practiced with human magic to reach a realm that even the great demons of tens of thousands of years might not be able to reach. Maybe if Tang Mao was given a few more years, he might surprise himself again. By then, maybe he will really have the strength to fight against the Dark Kings of these major planes. Didn't you also say that the strongest Dark King is not here? Since you are here, of course I want to learn from the other Dark Kings. As for the battle outside D-Bay, so far, Tangmao still has some fresh memories. In D-Bay, in their plane, the Dark King did not burst out its own power, and the victory or defeat of that battle was not decided. It would be fine if he was not strong enough. Now that he is strong enough, he is still timid. What is the point of practicing? You will cause revenge from the Dark Plane if you do this. Wente was a little anxious. After so many years, he rarely got so emotional. Alas, no wonder you have fallen to become a slave of the Dark Plane. Do you think that the Dark King will not invade if the human plane has always been honest? No matter what plane, where there is only one eternal truth. That is, only when you are strong enough, you will not be invaded. The Dark King may be supreme, even beyond the ridgeline, but it does not mean that it can invade anywhere. Wente now is like him, who was just able to rival the Emperor. He always thought that he had the strength to surpass the Emperor, and he could beat all the demons, to surrender and call him daddy. But in the battle with the sea monster, he reached the limit of the ridge. Even the cold moon-eyed demon Emperor is nothing in front of him. But I didn't conquer the sea monster, didn't I? So even if the Dark Plane launched an attack on that plane, or even did something, it would only infiltrate slowly on a small scale. Wente just thought that he could defend the human world here, but in fact he was still doing what the Dark Plane did before. Wente shook his head. What you said is just your guess. You haven't seen the scene of the arrival of darkness. How can you understand? You think I don't want to resist, but humans and those so-called angels under God can't do it. Those angels think they are gods, but how can they understand the horror of the real gods? I think you have been misled all along. After hearing what he said, Tangmao understood why Wente chose to come here. In some ways, he is not contributing, but like a fool. Just like Zankan who took Kinjua as a stepping stone for Michael in the original book. They are all stupid. The ancient king is still awake now, but he did not attack humans, but put pressure on the Egyptian undead. Even Khufu, the stray dog, is now retreating step by step, right? So, their deaths are meaningless. Tangmao continued, our plane has never belonged to us alone. A plane or a parallel world, the universe is equally vast. This world, this plane is dark. But if darkness invades our world, do you think the big monsters on Kunlun Mountain, the big monsters in the Sahara Desert, Bermuda, the Antarctic glaciers, and even other places outside the planet can allow it? The Dark King not only gave humans black magic, but even some demon countries have creatures with dark attributes. After thousands of years of fighting each other, anyone who died under black magic will become a slave of this world. This is all the Dark King can do now. But once a full-scale attack is launched, the creatures in the Dark Plane are equivalent to going to war with all the creatures in our plane. How can they get what they want when they are not affiliated with darkness? Wente was silent. He has been sticking to his post for many years and thought he had made a great contribution, but a junior told him that he had given it in vain. After hearing what Tangmao said, Ashurua couldn't help but secretly smack her lips. But she didn't interrupt. Smart women know exactly what to do, and when to do it. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a sound of clapping came out. The sudden sound made Tangmao and the other two stunned. Turning around, another guy covered in black mist emerged. Tangmao was also a little shocked by the appearance of the other party, because he didn't even notice any movement before. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't expect that a young boy like you could know so many things. No wonder you have reached this level at such a young age. The black mist clearly didn't seem to have any entity, but it could make a pa 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 sound of applause. Tangmao looked at Wente, and then at the other party. Except for the lack of black armor, they seemed to be no different. I really don't know how they distinguished the other Dark Kings. Wente, why don't you use these two humans for entertainment? This is not like you. Veteran, this is my own business. Besides, this is not your territory, right? The Dark King also has a name. After all, in addition to the original Dark King, there are many Dark King clones. And these clones are naturally mostly strong men from various planes. However, generally only when Dark Kings meet each other will they call out each other's original names. The reason why some people know that the Dark King is Wente is because some people have encountered such a scene. Valorant sneered. Wente, you are still too naive. From the moment we become the Dark King, everything we do must be based on the Dark Plane. Expanding our world and strengthening our strength are the most important. This kid is already qualified to become a Dark King of this plane like you and me, and you don't even want to keep him? This is my business, and it has nothing to do with you, Wente said indifferently. Haha. Do I have to get involved? Valorant said. In an instant, the momentum here was tense. Whether it was Wente or Valorant, their momentum was constantly growing and exploding. This plane is much more resistant than the plane world they are in. The two Dark Kings are both emperors of the dominating realm, but the momentum they burst out together, this space really did not have any reaction. Wente, you have to think about it. Are you sure you want to fight with this king? Valorant said again. It really didn't expect that Wente was really ready to fight. They called it the clone of the Dark King. The reason why it is a clone is that their power does not only belong to themselves. There is also a gift from the Dark King, and those who can give them power can naturally take it back. Each Dark King is in charge of his own territory. That is to say, he is cannibalizing the planets in each plane. But among them, there is no one Dark King fighting against the Dark King. Once the two Dark Kings fight internally, the Dark King will destroy them at the fastest speed. As for the position here, there will always be new Dark Kings. To put it bluntly, they are powerful, but they are also a time bomb. Unless they can have an existence beyond their original body, they will have a chance to get rid of this bondage. This is my territory, Wente said again. Hey. Seeing the two Dark Kings in a stalemate, Tang Mao interrupted and said, I said, if you want me to be the Dark King here, it depends on your strength. Wente saw Tang Mao suddenly interrupted and just opened his mouth to stop him, but he found that in addition to the fluctuations of dark magic, Tang Mao's elemental magic and dimensional magic were also experiencing violent fluctuations here. In this dark plane, this kind of thing should not happen. Interesting boy. I also want to know how strong you are to repel the Dark King in your plane. After becoming the Dark King, they rarely fought with others. What is the purpose of becoming a Dark King? Isn't it just for powerful combat power? But if there is no place to display it, what's the point of being powerful? It's rare to meet a kid who is not afraid of death today. Of course I can't miss it in vain. The Dark King Valorant was originally full of black fog, but it seemed that he was about to take action, and the black fog on his body began to dissipate. Then, a huge body emerged. His body was covered with scales, and his head had a pair of horns, with a ferocious look on his face. What the hell is this monster? Tang Mao said in a daze when the opponent's arms and legs appeared completely. His arms were a pair of dragon claws, his legs were a pile of skeletons, and there was a pair of huge wings behind him. Ignorance. What's the use of appearance? After thousands or tens of thousands of years, it's just a pile of broken bones. Hearing Tang Mao's address to it, Walla Lang said disdainfully, that's right. Tang Mao nodded in agreement, and then said with disdain, but you are really ugly raw. Walla Lang didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. The dragon claws that were pieced together seemed to be able to expand, becoming huge and grabbing Tang Mao. Although Tang Mao could hide, with Walla Lang's strength, he couldn't do anything to him, so there was no need to hide. The fist was blazing with flames and thunder roared. A fist was blasted out from the air, and a series of star palaces emerged in an instant. The star palace formed a huge thunder and fire fist, and the fist hit the dragon claw with a loud bang and exploded, followed by a blood-colored airwave drifting around. Seeing this, Walla Lang understood that Tang Mao was indeed a powerful alien. Boom. The fire wave around Tang Mao broke through the mist, and rushed out to Walla Lang, with the breath of elemental destruction all over his body. Fists flew out, and thunder fell from the sky. Feet flew out, and the wind roared. The flames of the wings behind him boiled. The elemental energy gathered into a giant sword in his hand, and then the sword was slashed towards its body. Puff. Even though this is the dark plane, at the moment, when the elemental light slashed down, the elemental power that was driven out of existence around it became active. No matter which world it is, no power will not exist. It's just that the backlog of dark power in the dark plane is too deep, and there is no one here who can suppress the dark power, so it feels that there is no element in the dark plane. Bang! The sword fell, and Valorant's body exploded instantly. Boy, you dare to destroy my body, I want you to die. Valorant roared, and the black fog dissipated again. This time its body became even larger, and its body was full of black worms. After continuous piecing together, it formed a huge armor, just like the Dark Sword Master. In its hand, it also held a black giant sword. Perhaps, after the Dark Sword Master reached the level of the Emperor, it should be like this? Sure, the black giant sword slashed over, and the dark erosion force slashed towards Tang Mao. Tang Mao held the sword horizontally in front of him. Bang! The collision of darkness and element. Tang Mao did not move at all. Valorant seemed to be insulted and raised the giant sword again. Tang Mao was not here to be his sparring partner. He just didn't have time to make a move just now. But it is impossible to defend now. Buzz, the sword was colorful, thunder, fire, ice, and all kinds of elemental destruction. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. It was obviously a giant sword with a solid body of dozens of meters. It was easy for Valorant's huge body to swing it, but who would have thought that Tang Mao's tiny body could swing it at will? The two of them kept colliding in this dark space. However, even the rioting energy only caused a tiny trace in the space, and it soon recovered. Space compression. After a hard fight, Tang Mao's body suddenly radiated silver light. The silver light shone, and a brief sense of daylight appeared in the dark world, but it was soon covered by darkness. Although the light was covered, it did not have much impact on Tang Mao. He still suppressed Valorant on the ground. The suppression of gravity caused its huge body to step on the ground and began to fall continuously. Elemental slash. After controlling the opponent's body and even its soul so that he could not move, the giant sword in his hand floated in the dark air. The elemental light flashed, and the purple thunder continued to drive away the dark power near Valorant, and then the sword fell with a swoosh. Bang. Rumble. The moment the sword fell, the dead bones, dark worms and even various dark creatures on the ground were lifted up in an instant. The huge elemental airwave spread to a radius of hundreds of miles. It can be said that none of the creatures here survived under this sword. Of course, Ashiruaya was taken away from the ground by Wente. It was precisely because Tang Mao knew that Wente would not sit idly by and take Ashiruaya away that he would output so recklessly. If Ashiruaya was not protected, he would naturally not release the magic of destruction like this. With his current destructive power, and in the dark plane, if Ashiruaya was destroyed, even Parthenon Yixingsha's resurrection magic could not save her. Tang Mao naturally couldn't let this happen. I don't know how many dark creatures were killed by the elemental airwave in this instant, and I don't know if there are any innocent creatures among them. In short, within hundreds of miles of this wave, except for the Emperor creatures, absolutely no one was spared. Chapter 878, Killing the Dark King. A huge wave of air rushed up into the sky, and Tang Mao looked at the place where the Dark King Valorant was. He was quite curious. Did he kill the other party with a sword just now? Obviously, he didn't. Valorant roared in pain and rushed out of the airwave. At this moment, it once again turned into a mist body, but its breath was not as good as before. You are quite durable, Tang Mao said with a sneer. Damn it. Valorant really couldn't figure out how such a tiny human could burst out with such a powerful force. The black fog dissipated again. This time, it turned into a human form, and it was still wearing a set of black armor. This armor seemed to be made of dragon scales. His legs were tiger legs, his arms were a dragon and a python, and his head was made of a strange feathered demon creature. You destroyed my two bodies, and you must stay here today, the Dark King Valorant said angrily. Didn't it become the Dark King for this supreme power? Combined with the collection in recent years, its strength is definitely in the upper middle level among the Dark King's clones. Wente would not be its opponent. But, unexpectedly, he was not as good as Tang Mao, a human. How could he not be angry? Wente, who was watching the battle on the side, was secretly surprised. He originally thought that Tang Mao would be suppressed in this dark plane. Unexpectedly, even in the dark plane, he could burst out such a terrifying power. Thinking back to what Tang Mao said before, Wente was silent for a while. He couldn't help but doubt, is it really my own fault? He threw himself into the dark plane and became a slave of the Dark King. How many people did he save? Saren once said that, if he dared to die, she would kill as many people as he saved. Saren did it. Although he was the Dark King, he was also clear about the things in the human plane. Even when Tay couldn't help but think that, if he hadn't chosen this step. However, no matter how much Wente regretted it, he had no regrets after all. The battle between Tang Mao and the Dark King Valorant began again. Valorant's strongest body is not just talk. At least its ability to withstand blows has been greatly enhanced. The elemental magic bombarded its body with the protection of dragon scales. Even if Tang Mao's magic was powerful, it was impossible to break its defense in a short time under the protection of dark energy. Tang Mao could not inflict heavy damage on it in a short time, but Valorant could not do anything to Tang Mao. Boom. Boom. The destructive airwaves came one after another, and all the dark creatures that could escape escaped. Those that could not escape, even the dark worms under the dry bones, did not escape, and were bombarded to death under the ground. Ghosts and monsters, all things in the world. Valorant moved his hand, and the black dry bone spun out in front of him. The bone tide rushed up to the sky. Like a huge wave, it rushed towards Tang Mao. The sea of bones submerged everything, and Wente hid far away. Boom boom boom. In front of Tang Mao, the power of element continued to condense and appear. Various element condensed in the flames. Because of the fire-based relationship, the bone tide was constantly melted when it came. The collision of the white bone wave and the elemental light collided to produce a glittering magic wave. At this moment, cracks began to appear in the space. One after another, cracks continued to emerge in the sky. Space compression. While using elemental destruction to resist the impact of the bone wave, Tang Mao's eyes burst into a huge dimensional light, and the powerful suppression force suppressed the Dark King Valorant. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. When Tang Mao and the Dark King Valorant collided hard, this piece of space began to collapse. However, the faster it shattered, the faster it recovered. Tang Mao saw that his suppression had some effect, and the waves impacted by the bone wave were also weaker. Dimensional rift. The space in front of him was torn, and the bone wave instantly turned into a dimension and disappeared. Before the bone tide behind him engulfed him, the flames began to dissipate. Purple sky divine thunder. Boom. Boom. Although the flames could melt the bone waves, they were wrapped in the power of darkness. Because of the power of darkness, the fire waves could not burn them completely. Fire wouldn't work. Of course, thunder would be used. Only with the strongest thunder could there be a chance to shatter this darkness. Thunder. The stars appeared in the sky. The stars burst into purple light in the sky. Zilla. Zilla. Densely packed long lines of electric current fell from the sky to the ground, with thousands of electric current lines falling towards the ground. Boom boom. Boom boom. The power of destruction fell wave after wave, until the moment when the thunder locked and entangled the body of the Dark King Valorant, or thunder like a storm fell. Boom. The deafening sound of thunder shook the entire sky. Although the dragon scales on Valorant's body are blessed with the power of darkness and can resist elemental destruction, how can he block this kind of thunder that can even shatter darkness? Once again, its body was smashed to pieces, and even the dragon scales were not preserved, all turned into ashes. Valorant already knew that he was no match for it, and turned around to escape. Now that it has been severely injured, if it continues to stay, it will only die. Tang Mao's way of cultivation has always been to never let go of those who can be killed. Shadow evil. He shouted indifferently. The black shadow behind him flew out instantly. The moment Tang Mao came to this dark plane, the Lord of Shadow Evil had been ready to move. As one of the former masters here, no one hates the Dark King more than it. And now although it is only an incarnation of the Dark King, it may be good to kill one to relieve his anger. This Wente, one of the incarnations of the Dark King, had an instinctive attack reaction when he saw the Lord of Shadow Evil rushing out. It seemed that what had just passed was a huge threat to him. Valorant had been severely injured at this time, and was soon caught up by the Shadow Lord, and wrapped in it. Ah! The tragic voice instantly spread across the sky. What are you doing? Wente looked at Tang Mao and asked. I didn't do anything. Tang Mao turned around, and appeared in front of him in an instant, and pulled Asheruaya into his arms. It's just that my dark shadow servant needs the energy of the darkness. After Asheruaya was pulled back to his side, he continued. No matter why Wente became the Dark King, he is no longer a human being now. He naturally needs to be on guard. Ashurua looked up at Tangmao and then at Wente in the distance and regretted it for a while. Why did she want to break through the forbidden spell? What does it matter if she doesn't break through? If she didn't want to, Tangmao would not come to the Dark Plane, let alone the current situation. She regretted it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Once Valorant is in trouble, the Dark King will definitely not give up. Wente said hurriedly. If he doesn't give up, what can he do to me? Tangmao said indifferently. Wente was speechless for a while. The kid in front of him was too arrogant. But he also had arrogant strength. Puff 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 at the same time, the darkness of the sky had just wrapped up again, and the bloody rain fell from the sky. The Dark King Valorant is gone in a sense. Tangmao is a man who has killed the Dark King. Originally, he thought that, when he came to the Dark Plane, there might be something that surprised him. For example, there are many roof ridges, and there are more than roof ridges everywhere. But now it seems that he thought too much. The strength of several planes should not be much different. It's just that the overall strength of the Dark Plane is stronger. Of course, it is undeniable that the Dark King is definitely the strongest existence in the human plane in the Dark Plane, and even in the other planes. Unfortunately, Tangmao has not figured out how to go to other planes. The only planes he can go to are the Dark Plane and the Summoning Plane. One of these two planes is space plus summoning, and the other is space plus darkness. As for the way to open other planes, he has not figured it out yet. It's not that he hasn't tested the operation of opening the space door, but after the fusion of elemental magic and space system, there is no door to open. You are provoking a fight. Wente sighed after looking at the dead Valorant. I want to experience the strength of the Dark King. Tangmao said indifferently. If you can't beat him, just run away. For now, no one can stop him. Wente persuaded Tangmao several times, but Tangmao didn't seem to buy it at all. No matter what he said, he looked like he didn't know what was good for him. Tangmao, let's leave, okay? Ashurua suddenly looked up at him and said. Don't you want to ban the spell? No, let's go back. Ashurua said again. She really didn't want to stay any longer. This was just one of the many clones of the Dark King. Even if it had fought like this with Tangmao, what would happen if there were more clones of the Dark King? Ashurua was quite sensible. She knew she couldn't provoke him, so why would she provoke him? Wente, see you again if we are lucky. After Tangmao finished speaking, he tore open a space and left. Watching Tangmao leave like this, Wente was a little suspicious. He didn't think that Tangmao was the kind of man who would really do what a woman said. However, he couldn't guess what Tangmao was doing. What Wente didn't know was that when Shadow Evil devoured the Dark King Valorant, he learned that there was a source of darkness in its territory. Being baptized by the source of darkness not only gave him the opportunity to cross the barrier, but also made the black magic several times stronger. So, when Tangmao learned about this, he naturally left with Ashurua without saying a word. According to what the King of Shadow Evil knew, they used the power of space to cross Wente's territory and came to Valorant's territory. The territory where the Dark King's clones were located was also quite interesting. They seemed to be layered up and down, layer by layer. Of course, he was also estimating. The reason for this estimation was that he had gone east before, went down a deep pit, and then returned west, and the environment here was almost the same. But the only difference was that this place was no longer under Wente's jurisdiction. Where are we? Ashurua felt that, after crossing the space, she seemed to have returned to the original place. This is still the Dark Plane, but the place leading to is not the urban area of our human beings. It should be the connection area of the Demon Empire. Tangmao responded. Huh. Ashurua said anxiously, you just killed a Dark King. Let's leave here quickly now. This is the territory of the Dark King. Here is the source of darkness that can help people improve black magic, and there is even a chance to help you cross the barrier and break through to the level of forbidden spells. Tangmao pointed around and said to Ashurua, how did you know? Ashurua was a little stunned. When Valorant died, he told me. Now the Shadow Lord is still digesting it. As for whether we can get some news, it depends on luck. Tangmao shrugged and said, okay. Ashurua was silent for a while, and then asked, what if the Dark King's real body appears? It's not good for us to stay here all the time. In this world, she has no sense of security at all. The Dark King just now was only the middle among the Dark King's clones. If we encounter a stronger existence, wouldn't it be over? How much do you not believe me? Tang Mao asked back with a black line. No. Ashurua shook her head and denied Tang Mao. Women are troublesome. You are the one who wants to break through the opportunity, and you are also the one who is afraid of danger. Really? Tang Mao complained. Husband Ashurua called softly. Huh. Tang Mao was a little puzzled. Women are troublesome. You are still flirting with flowers all day long? Ashurua continued. Tang Mao was speechless. The place that Jingsha said seems to be just ahead. Let's go quickly. This is a chance for you to break through the forbidden spell. If you miss it, you don't know when you will have the next chance. Although she knew that Tang Mao was trying to change the subject, Ashurua still believed it and shut up. It doesn't matter whether she breaks through or not, but in fact, Ashurua is eager for it. As long as Tang Mao is not in danger, she certainly wants to break through the forbidden spell. Only in this way, she, who loves comparison, will feel that she is valued. The two of them rushed quickly again, and Ashurua was a little angry. It's been so long, and we haven't found it yet. Didn't you just say just ahead? Question mark? Believe me, it's getting closer and closer. In a little while, we will reach the source of darkness. Tang Mao said soothingly. Liar. Ashurua didn't believe it. But whether she believed it or not, she was pulled away by Tang Mao. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 879 Current Situation. This time, Tang Mao really didn't lie to her. He was indeed close to the source of darkness. Moreover, there were several invincible monarch-level dark creatures guarding nearby. When they arrived, as soon as the Shadow Evil Lord appeared, these invincible monarchs fled without a fight. There was no way. They felt the breath of the Dark King Valoran on the Shadow Evil Lord. The Dark King was not an opponent, and they were expected to resist the Shadow Evil Lord. It didn't exist. After seeing them all run away, Ashurua came to the vicinity of the source and said, the energy here is indeed abundant. Why, you are not angry now? Tang Mao asked. Ashurua snorted. Who told you to lie to me all the way? I can't say that I lied to you. I can only say that the energy of this dark source is too full, so I always thought it was in front of me. Tang Mao explained seriously. Ashurua thought about it. This reason seemed to be really reasonable. In the end, she had to give up and began to sit near the source of darkness to practice. After practicing for a while, Ashurua opened her dimensional summon, which is her pet of the dark contract. What are you doing? Tang Mao asked curiously. The energy here is very full. I'm practicing myself, so it won't affect it to practice together. Ashurua responded. Then I let Ziohei come here to absorb it. Will it affect you? Ziohei is now also one of the dark creatures, and the energy here is full. Speaking of it, it seems that it can also practice in it. No. Ashurua responded. After hearing what Ashurua said, Tang Mao opened the dimensional door and summoned Ziohei from the summoning plane. That is to say, with his current strength, if it was before, it would be impossible to summon Ziohei from the dimensional plane to the dark plane. Roar. As soon as Ziohei appeared, he looked full of fighting spirit. Don't shout, I'll let you come out, because there is energy suitable for you here. Go there to practice. Tang Mao said to his little brain tiger. Among his current contracted beasts, only Ziohei is still a monarch level. Weak as hell. Even among the summoned beasts, there are many that Ziohei cannot provoke. As a companion in his own dimension, how can he be so weak? Ziohei felt a little disappointed when he heard that it was not a battle. But feeling the dark energy nearby, he was a little excited. The dark energy here is quite abundant. Ziohei squatted beside Ashurua and the others, and began to absorb it. Watching them absorbing the dark energy, Tang Mao was a little bored. He also wanted to absorb the power of the dark source, but unfortunately, the energy here was useless to him. There was no way. He could only sit quietly in the air and wait patiently. About 5 days passed. Ashurua finally broke through the barrier of the Sea of Stars and crossed to the level of forbidden spells. Shadow forbidden spells. Ziohei also obtained a lot of energy replenishment here and crossed to the level of the Great Monarch in one fell swoop. Speaking of it, with its bloodline, it is already a heaven-defying act to be able to get to this point. Ziohei himself knew that he could reach this level because he followed a good master. If he was still wandering around, it would be a great achievement for him to reach the level of Monarch, even if he had to work for decades or hundreds of years, not to mention a few years. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a trembling sound suddenly came from the space not far away. Tangmao, I feel a strong dark breath has arrived here. Ashurua has now also transcended the existence of the forbidden spell. The perception of the dark power is naturally many times stronger than before. This repressive breath emerged, making her feel the trembling in the depths of her soul. I know, we should leave. Tangmao also discovered it. However, to him, he is just a dark king. It's nothing great. As I said, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. After Ziohei and Ashurua's dark contract creatures were sent back, the two also stepped into the space gate opened by Tangmao and left here. Femio City. Buzz buzz buzz. The space fluctuated, and Tangmao and Ashurua walked out of it. It took him a whole day to get from the dark plane to the current plane. However, after returning to their plane, the feeling was different. The atmosphere here made them feel unusually comfortable. In the dark plane, that feeling was really bad. After Ashurua came back, the first thing she did was to take a big breath. Our world is still better. Tangmao nodded in agreement. Tangmao, how strong are you now? You can even kill the Dark King. Ashurua had this question when she was in the Dark Plane. Although she knew that it was a clone of the Dark King, even if it was a clone of the Dark King, it was an existence above the Emperor. But when Tangmao fought with it before, it seemed to be a suppression, right? In fact, in the end, he killed the other party. It's not dead. It's not so easy to want an emperor to die. However, it is no different from being dead now. Now it is slowly melting in Ziohei's dark space, just like Sulu at the beginning. Tangmao responded. As for his strength, it can be said that he is already the top existence in this world, or even in the planes he knows. Originally, Tangmao also thought that perhaps there are stronger existences than himself in different worlds. But now it seems that he thought too much. His current strength has been confirmed in the dark plane. He is already at the top of the pyramid. This makes him feel more at ease. At least he didn't open a new version and suddenly a lot of people stronger than him appeared, and he still needs to level up slowly. Although it is not an experience, it is happy the body of the Dark King. Ashurua said with some concern. Just like what Wente and I said, if the Dark King dared to invade, he would not wait until now. Even if the dark plane is strong, it doesn't mean that it can conquer another plane in one go. Tangmao shook his head and said, just like what the Black Dragon Emperor once said, this world is far from as simple as it seems on the surface. It's like the Sahara Demon Emperor and the Extreme South Emperor are the strongest overlords in the Sahara Desert and the Extreme South Glacier. But they are not the absolute rulers there, and there are also races that they don't want to provoke. In general, it seems that it is not that a person or creature can conquer the world if it is invincible alone. Ashurua's understanding of this aspect is much deeper than Tangmao. Tangmao's return, Muningsu naturally got the news as soon as possible. With such a large space wormhole in the sky, Muningsu certainly would not be unaware of his return. After seeing Muningsu, Tangmao asked, what happened in the past few days when I was away? How many days? Muningsu paused, then looked at Tangmao and said, you have been away for more than 2 months. More than 2 months. Thinking carefully, it seems that someone said that there will be some time changes in the dark plane. He ignored this. We went to the dark plane, and it seems that we only stayed there for a few days. Dark plane. Muningsu was very upset. She really didn't expect that Tangmao would go to the dark plane. After the temperature rose, the sea monsters have withdrawn from our country. The sharks of the Shark Empire have occupied our and have no intention of retreating. The demons on land are no longer ready to attack our country because of the rising temperature. As for the situation in various parts of the world, it has also improved a little. With the help of the totem beasts, our coastline defense has been extended a long way, and the fishermen have also gained new income. Muningsu talked about domestic affairs and some foreign affairs in general. In short, everything is moving in a good direction now. And the head of his country, to be honest, has no responsibility at all. Xiaozeng is still handling almost all the big and small things. However, because Tang Mao and the totem beasts have reappeared, they have brought great help to China, and casualties have been reduced to a minimum. Compared with other countries, China has the best results in this war in the dark period. Moreover, the loss of China's forbidden spells is also very small. Like in America and Africa, from forbidden spells to elementary and intermediate mages, countless people were killed and injured. As Tang Mao listened, his attention was drawn to the area below the collarbone. Sure enough, he was really not suitable to be the boss. Muningsu could only roll her eyes helplessly. Sister Tangayu, I can't do it, you come. Immediately, Muningsu suddenly said to the distance. After she said this, Tang Mao realized that Tangayu was there too. Because it was his territory, he naturally wouldn't be on guard. But unexpectedly, Tangayu also came back. Outrageous. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. After not seeing each other for a long time, the eldest wife was still so mature and charming. Walking over, Tang Mao was about to reach out to hug her. But Tangayu reached out to stop his hug. Miss me? Tangayu glanced at Tang Mao and asked. Of course, I miss you very much. Tang Mao nodded and said. Why don't you go to me? Tang Mao was embarrassed. Besides, I met a lot of sisters in the back hills of this city. When Tang Yu mentioned the word sisters at the end, she emphasized her tone. Well, actually, Tang Mao wanted to quibble, but Tang Yu just stared at him eagerly, waiting for his explanation. Well, I couldn't help it. After thinking about it, he thought it would be better to confess. Tang Mao. Tang Yu glared, and then said fiercely, you have so many girls, how can you handle it? Gulp. Looking at Tang Yu who was shaking because of anger, Tang Mao swallowed his saliva. Unknowingly, Tang Yu is now a serious and beautiful woman. Even when she is angry, she is particularly attractive to him. Seeing him like this, Tang Yu rolled her eyes helplessly. Let's talk about business. Let's do business first, and talk about other things later. Tang Mao pushed her hand away, and hugged her with his backhand. Get out of here. Tang Yu scolded, but Tang Mao was indifferent. Seeing this, Muningsu prepared to run away. Although she also had ideas, there were still many things to do in the city, so how could she stay here all the time? Unfortunately, she was caught by Tang Mao before she even took a step to leave. A day was wasted unknowingly. Even if Tang Yu came, she couldn't make Tang Mao change this bad habit of not wanting to make progress. In fact, it was mainly because Tang Mao realized it later, that the old man Xiaozeng deliberately described the things he said to him as more serious. What is the relationship between Shijia and him? Anyone with a brain knows it. And she controls the world. Who dares to disobey? As long as it is a forbidden spell, you have to be quiet. Especially now that the Black Church has been wiped out, there are not many forces in the world that can take the blame. Some forces like the Assassin's Hall are even more vulnerable. In this case, Tang Mao will not take over any stalls. Until the next day, Tang Mao, who was sleeping soundly, felt someone shaking him. In Yuxu City, he never had any guards, otherwise no one would enter his residence directly. It was not until he shook himself that he noticed. Tang Mao, who was dazed, opened one eye, and it was still half open. After seeing that it was Lingling, a little girl, Tang Mao habitually stretched out his hands to explore two places. Unfortunately, nothing was found. What are you doing? Lingling saw that Tang Mao was still preparing to sleep, and pushed him with some dissatisfaction. Wake up, you dead pig. Little baby, what are you doing? Take me to experience. Take me to experience. Lingling repeated. Lingling, is there no teacher in your school? Tang Mao asked helplessly. Yes. Lingling pouted, but I just want you to take me. The place she was going to was not where the teachers dared to take her. So, Tang Mao had to accompany her. Brother is so hard, you have the heart to let me go with you? Tang Mao asked with a very powerless look. You deserve it. Ling Ling cursed. She had never seen such a philandering person. Tang Mao was definitely a freak. Under Ling Ling's insistence, Tang Mao had to get up. He couldn't sleep in any longer. Where are you going to practice? Do you have to let me go with you? I want to practice in Xianshan Mountain. Ling Ling said. You are a mid-level magician. Why are you going to Xianshan Mountain? Tang Mao understood why no teachers followed her. It turned out that this little girl was going to the forbidden area. Xianshan Mountain is helpful for my practice. Sister Kinua told me this. Tang Mao didn't know how Ling Ling got along with Kinua, but since she said so, why not let her take her? Tang Mao said immediately, why don't you just let her take you there? She doesn't have anything to do anyway. Sister Kinua is now one of the managers of Yuxu City. How can she have time to go with me for training? You are the only one in the whole city who has nothing to do. If you don't go with me, who will? Ling Ling's face was full of contempt. Apis? Tang Mao thought about it and really thought of someone who was free. This little hoof. It seems that she has never returned to the contract space since the end of the war. Always wandering around. Ling Ling said with disgust, what you are like, what she is like, I won't go out with her. Chapter 880 Star God. After hearing Ling Ling's words, Tang Mao always felt that something was wrong. This little slut, I'll go and catch her back. He couldn't let Apis, this little slut, go on. Otherwise, he felt that it was time for a little Apis to be born. He didn't have that hobby, although he would get excited if he thought about it occasionally. But after raising her, there would still be strange ideas. What about my experience? Ling Ling looked at Tang Mao, and she looked like she would never stop until she agreed. Just catch her back, okay? Tang Mao said speechlessly. That's about right. Ling Ling nodded in satisfaction. Back mountain. Tang Mao came out with Apis. You bastard, you don't accompany me, and you don't let me have some fun by myself. Looking at Apis with her limbs moving around, Tang Mao felt a little funny. Then you can't always stare at my woman, can you? Me too. What kind of logic is this? Tang Mao was speechless. Is this little snakeskin's recent spring coming, or what? Seeing the relieved look of Yushishi and the others, I'm afraid she bullied him badly, right? What are you taking me to do? Apis, who was carried like a chicken, turned around and asked in confusion. Accompany Ling Ling to Xianshan for training. Little Ling Ling. Apis became interested as soon as she heard it. I'm going to. After listening to what Tang Mao said, Apis pouted and said, I'm tired and need a long sleep. Apis, tell me what you want recently and why. Tang Mao asked curiously. Africa needs Medusa, and I don't want to go back. Of course, I need to train some successors. Apis did not hide it and responded directly. What about you now? I have bred a new Medusa. Apis did not lie and admitted it bluntly. Fuck. Tang Mao naturally knew that Medusa needed females to give birth to the next generation. But I didn't expect that this stupid snake would really. With whom? He always felt a little awkward. Of course it's the woman with dual personality. This king is very picky. Not everyone can do it. Tang Mao was stunned again. It seems that Ding Yumian, who was silent, is her biggest target? Question mark? It's as if you didn't do anything to them. I comforted them for you. How are you going to thank me? Apis said happily, as if she had done something to relieve Tang Mao's worries. Get lost. Tang Mao was angry and helpless. He felt that helping Apis to kill her two sisters was a wrong choice. But, I'm quite curious about some things. Tang Mao said, looking at Apis. What? How did you do that? I'm going to hibernate. Apis looked like I refused to answer. Seeing this, Tang Mao had to give up. There was no way. If she didn't want to say it, no matter how much he asked, he couldn't get anything out. After the two found Ling Ling, they set off together. However, Apis was really not interested in adventure, so she went back to the contract space to hibernate. After reaching the Emperor level, she needed to rest for a longer time. It was because Tang Mao went to the Dark Plane that she indulged herself. Otherwise, she would have gone to rest long ago. Tang Mao originally wanted to take Ling Ling from the space gate and go directly to Xianshan. But Ling Ling refused, and she liked to appreciate the scenery along the way. Moreover, this time when going to Xianshan, Ling Ling is not the weak chicken she used to be. She wants to rely on her own strength and brains to break into the forbidden land of Xianshan. As long as you don't die, you are not allowed to make a move, understand? In the car, Ling Ling looked at Tang Mao and said to him very seriously, "Don't worry, as long as it's not a dead end, I won't make a move casually." He naturally knew that this was for her good. There will always be times when he is not by her side, and it is impossible for him to help Ling Ling with everything. Moreover, the little girl has grown up, and with the relationship that he helped her guide, she is practicing both ice and fire. The ice element got its own bonus, just like the natural spirit ice, which is 3 times the magic power of others. And the fire element also got the help of a group of totem beasts, possessing 3 times or even stronger flame power. In addition to the magic tools and magic weapons on her body, even if one is only the 2nd level of the intermediate level and the other is just the intermediate level, but in the field of the intermediate level, it is already invincible. In fact, it would be more appropriate for the little girl to choose other places to practice, but for some reason, she just wants to come to Xianshan. Tang Mao asked, but she didn't say anything, looking mysterious. In this regard, he had to give up. Since his strength has been improved, Tang Mao has never spent so much time rushing. Wherever he goes, he almost arrives in the fastest way, but this time it took 3 days to arrive at the foot of Xianshan. With Tang Mao following, Ling Ling naturally doesn't need to find someone to form a team. It's getting late, let's camp here tonight. Finally, they arrived at a place where they could set up the tent. With the little cutie by his side, Tang Mao couldn't help but get a little excited. Ling Ling is now 1.7 meters tall. Although not very big, it just covers her. She has a pair of round and slender thighs, white and smooth. The delicate buttocks twist and turn, also showing the charm of youth that's worthy of being raised by me. Old man Bao, are you polite? Ling Ling turned back and rolled her eyes at Tang Mao. Go find your stupid snake. It's not convenient for me. Tang Mao paused and thought carefully. Rough. Sloppy. The little girl's relatives came over in the past few days. I don't think we should stay in this world at this time. Let's go back and cultivate ourselves. We will come back after the relatives leave. Tang Mao said seriously. Do you dare to be more shameless? Ling Ling asked with contempt. She saw through Tang Mao. After all, they knew each other when they were 12 years old. At night, the two of them finally camped in the desert. Although Tang Mao was a little bit stupid, he naturally took good care of Ling Ling. Looking at the Xianshan snow lotus that Tang Mao brought back, Ling Ling was a little amused. Your experience, just fight monsters. As for treasure hunting, forget it. Our family doesn't lack that little stuff. Tang Mao said, while feeding her the soup he had cooked. Ling Ling drank the soup and thought about it. It was like she had never lacked resources for cultivation. As long as she needed it, Tang Mao would always get it. Even if he was not around, Muningsu would complete her needs as quickly as possible. Humph. The originally smart genius little lolly, now she is no longer a lolly. In short, she feels quite useless now? Question mark? How about I take you to other worlds to brush dungeons? Although Ling Ling no longer has the childishness of the past, she is still so cute when she pouts. It makes him feel doted on. Other worlds. Although Ling Ling also knows about the plains, but she had never been there. Is it okay? Of course. Then let's go now. Ling Ling was delighted and continued. He always responded to the little cutie's requests. Just when he was about to open the space door, he suddenly felt a meteorite falling from the sky? Question mark? What's wrong? Seeing Tang Mao looking at the sky, Ling Ling asked in confusion. It seems that a meteorite is falling towards here at a high speed. Tang Mao responded. To us? Yes. As he said that, Tang Mao walked out of the tent and looked up at the sky. The outer surface of the meteorite that fell from the sky was burning with raging fire. The meteorite was huge, like a huge mountain. If such a huge monster fell, it would be unimaginable what kind of destruction it would bring. Damn. The most important thing was that the moment Tang Mao wanted to leave, he found that he was actually locked. The target of this meteorite was him. Now, he couldn't ignore it. Snow Girl, go protect Ling Ling. This huge meteorite, even if it is smashed by himself, will definitely cause a large wave of fire to erupt. With Ling Ling's little strength and trump card, it is really not enough. The ice Snow Girl floated out and flew towards Ling Ling's place obediently. Ling Ling looked at Tang Mao with a little confusion. She still didn't understand what happened. After all, the meteorite had not yet appeared. But at this time, Tang Mao had no chance to explain. Several wings spread out behind him, including fire wings and thunder wings. Swish. Like a rocket, it soared up to 90,000 miles in an instant. When Tang Mao arrived at the Xianfang Sky Realm, the extremely beautiful dome light and the scattered gorgeous luster were not bright but extremely charming. However, at this moment, he had no time to appreciate the scenery in front of him. He continued to fly, and when he arrived here, the cold air began to come continuously. Fortunately, his body was special, and the ice and fire had been cultivated to the known extreme, so he was not affected by the cold air. Continue to go up all the way. At this time, the huge meteorite that broke through the atmosphere also appeared. It just fell straight down. The elemental power behind Tang Mao condensed into a huge soul shadow, which was naturally his giant body. Above the soul shadow, a huge sword began to condense out, which was the gathering of elemental magic. Because the light attribute also has the relationship of gold, after the magic condensed, the giant sword began to materialize. Elemental slash. Tang Mao held the elemental sword in his hand, slid from left to right, and a light slash was instantly slashed. The thick elemental destructive power seemed to shatter the sky here. The coldness just now was also completely dissipated in a wave of destructive sword blade light sure. The light of the sword blade sank into the meteorite, and the next moment, the huge meteorite was no longer falling quickly, but twisted. That's right, the huge meteorite was above the sky, and began to twist with the space. This sword is enough to destroy a country in an instant, even if it breaks the space. The meteorite completely contained the power of this sword. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. Bang! After the extreme distortion, there was a blast that shook the sky and a wave of destruction. The next moment, scattered gravel continued to fall from the wave of air. At the same time, a black sickle flew out of the meteorite. Tang Mao hurriedly held his sword in front of him. Bang! The powerful impact made his arms numb. You know, although the demon system is no longer his reliance, it strengthens Tang Mao's body. His body can even be compared to the body of an emperor. In this case, his arms are numb. The terrifying power of this impact can be imagined. Shua shua shua, the black sickle flew back, and the wave of air above dissipated instantly. A figure covered in black armor, even with armor wrapped on his head, appeared in front of Tang Mao. The other party's armor was not the scales from the demons, but more like a special metal material. It was harder than the metal born from his light system. Ji Guala. The figure that appeared seemed to be able to speak, but it was a bird language that Tang Mao could not understand. And the other party seemed to have noticed that Tang Mao could not understand his words. Then he spoke in human language. I didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, humans are still so backward. In order to facilitate communication. Rough. Tang Mao was stunned. The other party could actually speak human language. But think about it carefully. Who in this world has survived for a long time and does not understand human language? Who are you? Why do you attack me? Tang Mao didn't care whether he could speak or not. What he cared about was why this dog thing attacked him. This is simply a case of people sitting in Xianshan Mountain and stones coming from the sky. This god is Pluto God. Pluto God, are you lost and looking for trouble? As for places outside the earth, the people in this magic world seem to have never explored them. There is no way. Without technology, they are not allowed to explore places outside the earth. In addition, there are many unknowns in this world that have not been figured out, so how can we explore other things? This god came because of you. Tang Mao was a little confused. He looked at the thing in front of him and hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not familiar with the god. It doesn't matter. After this god kills you, you and I will be familiar with each other. I have never seen anyone more arrogant than you since I grew up. Tang Mao curled his lips and said. Pluto God was not talking nonsense, waving the black sickle at Tang Mao. People are ruthless and don't talk much. Boom. The 16 wings behind him moved, and the elemental sword in his hand condensed the elemental power between heaven and earth and met it with 7-color light. Bang. The collision of black light and colorful light caused the space to distort, and the whole ground shook slightly. Seeing this, Tang Mao knocked the opponent away and continued to fly upwards. Although he didn't know what the other party was, if he continued to fight here, the ground would probably shake and explode. The opponent's strength was obviously on the roofline. He should be of the same level as himself. This space can't support the struggle of the two of them, so he can only choose to continue to rise. Don't run. Seeing that Tang Mao was going to escape, Pluto God quickly chased him up, and the whole person turned into a black stream of light with an absurd speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Tang Mao. He was afraid that the other party couldn't keep up with the speed, but after looking back, Tang Mao didn't stop. The dimension opened the way, and the element protected his body and rushed up. Swish swish. Two rays of light rushed straight above the earth and headed towards the interstellar. As he rose higher and higher, Tang Mao suddenly found that the huge universe in his spiritual world began to change slightly? This change was very strange, but he couldn't tell exactly how strange it was. But now was obviously not the time to think about these things. After leaving the surface of the earth and appearing completely in the interstellar, Tang Mao stopped. There are a lot of miscellaneous things at home this month, and the update is not strong. I don't ask for anything. It's almost the end of the year, please forgive me. Chapter 881 Special Divine One. Interstellar. How strange. However, the scene in front of me is exactly the same as what I saw in the spiritual space. The interstellar in this world is somewhat unique. After arriving here, Tang Mao stopped. He looked around. Curious. Even because of curiosity, he almost forgot that there was a Pluto God chasing him. A powerful magical energy rushed here, and Tang Mao looked back. Obviously, even this star god, his power is magic, not anything else. It's just that his magic has risen to another realm, so at first, he didn't feel it. Of course, he didn't surpass Tang Mao in level. It's just that the magic he practiced later is different. Before Pluto God arrived, the black sickle had already rotated and flew over. Shua shua shua. Bang bang bang. Tang Mao clenched his hand, and the elemental giant sword appeared again, blocking its impact, rebounding it and chasing it. Then he caught the black sickle, and fought with Tang Mao. One of them turned into a black stream of light, and the other turned into a colorful stream of light, and they began to collide constantly in the interstellar sky. The falling meteorites nearby shattered instantly when they hit them. Dark River. After another collision, Pluto God began to cast his magic. This kind of collision, even if it continued, was just a waste of time. Although the interstellar space was not very bright, it was not completely dark. When he cast dark magic, a large area of the interstellar space became pitch black. Tang Mao was also a dark wizard, but the opponent's dark power was obviously different. It seemed to be superior to dark magic. At least this was the most powerful dark destructive magic among the black magic he had seen. Hua hua hua. The black waves quickly wrapped around Tang Mao. Dimensional rift. Tang Mao tore the space everywhere, and the dark power hit it completely. But the dimensional power, which had always been invincible, could not turn it into a dimension today, but was penetrated by the opponent's dark power. Seeing this, Tang Mao hurriedly cast dark magic and wrapped his body. Hua hua hua. The long river of darkness continued to engulf him. Purple sky divine thunder. Boom. Compared with the soaked dimension, the explosion of the purple sky divine thunder was still more effective. The darkness that was soaking in was constantly shattered by thunder. Extreme cold zero ice. However, the black waves continued to rush here. Tang Mao gave up continuing to use thunder to slowly disperse, and chose to freeze the dark waves with cold air. Crackling. The cold air froze the dark waves, and the dark power continued to penetrate the ice. The two forces continued to rub and collide. Tang Mao took the opportunity to raise the elemental giant sword, jumped up, and slashed down at the Pluto God from a high altitude. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time as the elemental giant sword slashed down, the Ice Loon Fire Phoenix, the Thunderstorm Dragon, all condensed into shape and rushed towards the Pluto god in one go. Darkness infiltrates. Boom. Pluto wanted to resist, but the moment he blocked Tangmao's magic entity attack, Tangmao appeared in front of him with a huge sword raised high. Bang. Zzzzzz. A sword slashed on Pluto's body. There was a cracking sound on Pluto's black armor, and sparks kept splashing out from it. Tangmao slashed with a sword and dodged away, but after a closer look, he found that there was only a crack on Pluto's black armor, but it did not break? And his elemental sword had dissipated. This kind of material has never been seen before. Even if the magic condensed is not as powerful as a physical object, the gold power of his light attribute may not be able to resist even some top magic tools. But he didn't expect that the black armor of the guy in front of him could not be destroyed? Human, I underestimated you. No wonder you can cause trouble in the dark plane. Pluto god looked at the cracks on his body and said indifferently. After hearing what he said, Tangmao finally understood. Why would a guy from another planet come to trouble him? So you are also a dog of the Dark King. No wonder you come to me for trouble. Tangmao immediately understood. How dare you? Ignorant child. I'm Pluto god. Pluto god was immediately furious at the name dog. How could he, the dignified Pluto god, be called a dog? Dog, you say you are a god, but you want to be the executioner of the Dark King. If you are not a dog, what are you? Tangmao said again, looking for death. Pluto god then rushed towards Tangmao, and the black waves around him also broke through the ice. Boom. Thunder and fire spread all over his body, and the wings of wind flapped, and he dodged the surging waves in an instant. Boom boom boom. Thunder and fire continued to bombard Pluto, but with the black armor on his body, it seemed that this thing didn't feel any pain. Tangmao gritted his teeth at the sight of it not feeling any pain. Too arrogant. Thunder punishment. Boom boom. Thunder. No matter how Tangmao bombed, Pluto didn't react at all. Think about it, he didn't care much about the combined force of all the element, let alone just a single divine thunder. Even if this set of armor had cracks, it still had its unique defensive power. Although Tangmao's attack had no substantial effect, he was still bombarding, as if magic energy was free. Stupid human. How can an ant shake an elephant? Pluto smiled disdainfully, and his appearance was extremely arrogant. You are so arrogant, I will tear your broken armor apart today. Tangmao responded while throwing grenades. Go to hell, human. Pluto waved his black sickle, and was about to chop Tangmao's body. Bull demon suit. Bang. Pa. The once indestructible bull demon suit, under the opponent's attack, actually began to show signs of breaking immediately? I fought for so long, and the opponent's body only had cracks, and the opponent gave me a blow, and it was broken into pieces. Although it is not destroyed, it is absolutely impossible to withstand the second attack. Haha mortal, the black sickle and dark armor in my hand are made of extremely rare divine iron from several planes. How can they be compared with the demon scales on your body? After talking about how awesome his equipment was, Pluto raised his black sickle again. Die. After a loud shout, his figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared in front of Tangmao. Thunderstorm. Tangmao wanted to store the power of thunder, but now there was no chance. A purple constellation appeared in his hand. Then, a large amount of residual thunder on the body of Pluto god began to attract the power of thunder element. Zilla. Zilla. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Pluto god raised the black sickle high, and didn't have time to chop it down. He immediately felt the extremely terrifying power of thunder on his body. For a moment, he seemed to be in a thunder pool. The black waves, that were originally all over the stars, were completely dispersed by thunder at this moment. Like thunder waves, they spread around him, and the huge meteorites that fell one by one began to break and collapse at this moment. Destruction. The surrounding meteorites were baptized by thunder and destroyed like this, not to mention the Pluto god in the center of the thunder pool. The black armor he was proud of was already shattered at this moment. I'm afraid he didn't expect that this single thunder could explode and destroy like this, right? After the black armor shattered, his body wrapped in the armor also emerged. The other party also looked like a human. But although he was a human, his body structure was a bit strange. He had a tail and was emitting black mist. You dare to destroy my armor. The other party was not injured. Although Tang Mao's divine thunder just now had a strong destructive aura, the other party's armor did have a strong defensive power. Without this iron sheet, I don't see if you are still arrogant. Purgatory fire array. The power of the flames wrapped around him, and at the same time, the flames began to burn his body. This time, when the fire array spread around him, he immediately dodged. After losing the armor, the opponent's speed also increased a lot. It even became more sensitive. Fengji fusion. After several attacks failed to hit, Tang Mao awakened Zio Fengji to help. With the power of Fengji, although his speed was still a little slower, the opponent had no chance to dodge. Sure. The elemental giant sword cut through the sky, and the power of the element continued to condense in it, and the sword became larger and larger. Feeling the destructive power behind him, it completely locked him in it. Pluto God could only bite the bullet and block his black sickle in front of him. Bang. Boom. The giant sword hit the black sickle, and suddenly, the 7 element of thunder, ice, fire, wind, light, water, and earth burst out with destructive power around him. Bang. When the destructive power erupted, it was followed by another circle of retraction, and then a magical destruction that destroyed the city broke out here. Some nearby meteorites turned into ashes in an instant, and even some distant planets were affected. Fortunately, they were in outer space. If they were in the city, I'm afraid that a city would be gone in an instant, right? In the interstellar space, the space is fluctuating, and cracks are emerging here. Fortunately, the bearing capacity here is several times stronger than that of the Earth. Even if cracks appear, they will recover quickly. After a period of destruction, there was no more movement here. When Tang Mao recovered some magic power, he found that the Pluto God had fled to the distance. Tang Mao certainly would not let go of those who wanted to make trouble for him. Moreover, he was quite interested in the kind of armor that appeared on this guy later. On the body of the last person, some armor also appeared. Although it was not as good as the armor he wore at the beginning, it was comparable to the scales on the body of the Emperor level demon. Such fine iron is what humans lack the most now. Since the other party has it very quickly, it means that the place where he lives must not lack these. Now humans have mastered fusion magic. After fusion, the output power is enough. But in terms of defense, humans are not as good as demons after all. This is also their biggest disadvantage. But if they can get this kind of refined iron, then in the future, when humans deal with demons, not to mention humans, just their country, their strength will definitely be improved. He is not a sacred person, so naturally he will not care about how other countries deal with demons. What he knows is that his country can defeat demons, and that is enough. As for other countries, that is something that Shaka and the magic associations of the 5 continents of the world should be concerned about. What does it have to do with him? Hasn't the magic association always controlled humans? Then how to become stronger should be something they should figure out by themselves. After recovering some magic power, Tang Mao used the space magic power to wrap himself up. The other party is a dark wizard, so the shadow system is still not safe, even if it is hidden enough. But he used the power of the dimension to hide. He didn't believe that the other party could still feel it. Of course, regardless of whether Pluto God would notice it, he would follow and absorb the elemental power to restore his body. Although the demon system merged with the darkness, it did not disappear. The powerful recovery ability still exists. In just a moment, Tang Mao's injuries have been restored. As for magic power, it kept filling up the body along the way. If you are proficient in controlling the element, you can do whatever you want. However, having said that, this is ultimately due to the demon's guidance. If it weren't for the demon system, no matter how strong he is, his recovery speed and the speed of absorbing energy would never be so fast. Pluto God and Tang Mao flew towards Yuan Fei one after the other. Tang Mao didn't know where this guy was going. Even in the interstellar relationship, he didn't know how long he had been away. Fortunately, he left the snow girl to protect Lingling. I believe that with the snow girl, Lingling will not be threatened even in the Xianshan Forbidden Land. The Emperor of Ice, the Ice Snow Girl, whether in the demon world or the human world. In the human world, few people who want to hurt Ling Ling under her protection can do it. And even if they can do it, who would provoke a holy spirit dulling of the ice system for no reason? The most important thing is that when Tang Mao left, they were in Xianshan, which was a forbidden place for ordinary people, but not a forbidden place for Ling Ling and Bing Xiangsunu. Chapter 882, a planet full of divine un. PS. Questions does not have membership. Those who subscribe can directly join the all subscriber group. Do not apply for the general group. On Earth. Female City. Half a year has passed since Tang Mao left Xianshan with Ling Ling. Snow Girl, can you sense where Tang Mao is? Muningsu asked. The Ice Snow Girl shook her head. The only thing she knew was that her unreliable father was still alive. If he was not alive, she would not be able to stay here intact. Then come with me. The sea monsters are invading again. Let's go to support them. Muningsu said again. After half a year of silence, the shark people, the manta ray tribe, and the underwater giant lizard tribe began to stir again. The island country is their home nest. Several nearby countries have either not recovered yet or have no resources to seek. In this case, if the sea monsters want to attack, they will of course choose the rich land of China. If it is still the same as before, facing the invasion of the three empires, it will definitely be a nightmare for China. But after the invasion of the ocean gods, the three demon empires were nothing. Moreover, they did not invade with the whole country's strength. Moreover, the leaders were not emperor level creatures, but some invincible monarchs. Now that the first line of defense is guarded by the totem beasts of the army, the situation does not feel too critical. The first destination of the sea monsters was the Magic City. It seems that they have an obsession with this place, and they launched the attack here. Of course, there will be sea monsters on the coastline of other places, but the situation is not as serious as here, because of the totem beasts guarding. Although there are big bosses among the totem beasts in Yuxu City, such as Fenny Lion, Bifang, Beza, and Zuan Snake, but the only ones they can really command are the White Tiger, Zuan Snake, Umo Phoenix, Heidan King, and other totem beasts with totem guardians. For example, Beza, because Zhao Manan is too weak, he can't command it at all. It's just that, when his life is in danger, the big turtle will move for face, but other than that, there's no need to think about it. Zhao Manan is not weak. After all, it is now in the top position. It can be said that it only needs a core of the earth to reach the level of forbidden spells. But the core of the earth in China is mainly used in the construction of cities. Several new cities have been added, all of which use the core of the earth. Under such circumstances, of course, he can't break through. Of course, in addition to Zhao Manan, there are Song Fiao, Ding Yumian, Jiang Shaoxu, Wang Gaiu Kaiangsen, Zhu Zhaoting, Mu Bei, Xiaoyu. They have also reached the top level. Although this has something to do with the current strength of Yuxu City, it is more related to the fact that they have all obtained the power of totems. As for forbidden spells, it is Muningsu, Ashiruaya, and Mo Fan. Mo Fan obtained the power of the Red Devil's sacrifice and advanced to the forbidden spell. Oh, he is not actually a forbidden spell. He belongs to the level of the Emperor. The first choice of the Red Devil was not him, but Tang Mao looked down on them. In the end, the Red Devil could only choose Mo Fan. It was also because of the defense of the coastline that they went to the Magic City together, that even the numerous sea monsters could only stay outside the defense line. But it was unknown how long it would take for this war to end completely. Today's guard was Muningsu. After asking the Ice Snow Girl, she decided to take it with her to defend the country. The Snow Girl did not refuse. Although it didn't come into contact with humans much, it had been with Muningsu for so long, so it was okay to help. With the Holy Totem White Tiger and the Ice Snow Girl, Muningsu arrived at the front line. The commander-in-chief of the military magicians in charge of the defense here was Nanju. After Nanju saw Muningsu coming, he greeted her and then asked, "Is there any news about Tang Mao yet?" "No." Muningsu shook her head and then said, "I wonder what the country wants to do with him?" Muningsu was very curious. Several National Guards seemed to be looking for him for something. If Zen and Xiao and his men want to fight back against the sea monsters, they must at least take back the island nation's territory. Otherwise, our China will never have peace. You know, their reproduction speed is incomparable to ours. Nanja also knew some news, so she told them. But can't we do it too? Muningsu said again. With our current strength, it is indeed not difficult. But if the sea monsters in the deep Pacific also launch an invasion, without the help of the holy totem and these totem beasts, we don't know how many people will be sacrificed. After all, we can't have any deterrent effect. Nanju shook her head and said, not only can they not mobilize the holy totem, but even the totem beasts guarding the coastline are not something they can mobilize. In this case, only Tang Mao can control them to launch a counterattack against the sea monsters together. Beat them back to the depths of the Pacific Ocean at once. I can't contact him either. Since he and Lingling Xianshan went there has been no news. Muningsu said helplessly. This guy's always like this, running around all the time. Nanju couldn't help but complain. Maybe others would consider what they can and cannot say in front of Muningsu. Nanju had no such scruples. Even if the dog Tang Mao stood in front of her, she dared to point at his nose and teach him a lesson. You should take good care of him. You can't let him go like this. Nanju said again. Muningsu smiled awkwardly. Do you think I can take care of him? That's right. Nanju shrugged and continued. Let Sister Tang you take care of him. No one is here, so it's useless to say this. Muningsu shook her head. Report. Military commander. The shark people have begun to attack. At this time, a military mage ran over and said hurriedly. Fight. After Nanju finished speaking, she walked towards the seawall outside with Muningsu. This seawall was built not long ago. Because the enemy had too many people, it was specially built to prevent the sea monsters from invading from below without them noticing. Muningsu looked at the dense sea monsters and sighed. It's a pity that we can't use forbidden spells without the Emperor, otherwise, it would reduce a lot of burden for you. There's no way. The damage caused by forbidden spells to the local area is too great. Even the head of Zenon doesn't mind using forbidden spells at will. Compared with other forbidden spell mages, your wrinkled mages in Yuxu City are much freer. At least they are just not allowed to use forbidden spells. Nanju said. Yeah, Muningsu didn't deny it. Compared with the forbidden spells in the forbidden spell associations around the world, they are already very lucky. At least, they are not grounded. Similarly, they are not forbidden to use magic. As long as there is no forbidden spell, they can come and go at will. This is also the maximum authority given by Shaka, but if they release the forbidden spell, and there is no emperor to come and go, then they can only choose to be banned in Yuxu City for life. Therefore, for this huge army of demons, they can only choose to fight with the military mages and totem beasts, just like when there was no forbidden spell in the beginning. Muningsu's level would not attack casually, unless it was the Supreme Monarch level, or even the Invincible Monarch or Pseudo Emperor level. She would attack. However, today she brought the Snow Girl. The moment the military mages stood on the city wall, the Ice Snow Girl floated down. Looking at the dense shark monsters and shark tribe leaders, the Ice Snow Girl's body was filled with cold air and spread to the surroundings. The thick cold air invaded the sharks' bodies in an instant. Crackling. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen. Eyeing with a soft hum, the ice began to crackle. Thousands of sharks were almost all frozen in an instant. When the military mages on the city wall saw the Snow Girls move, they were all secretly amazed. This is the power of the Emperor. A random move can kill thousands of creatures in an instant. I didn't expect that Tang Mao's contracted beast is now so powerful. No wonder Zen and Xiao said that he needs to wait for him to come back before he can fight back against the sea monster. Nanju was also a little surprised. She knew about the Ice Snow Girl, but her impression of the Ice Snow Girl was still at the level of its monarch. She didn't expect that, after reaching the Holy Spirit, it would be so terrifying. Fortunately, it stood on the side of humans. If not, it is hard to imagine what kind of terrible damage it would cause. Not to mention Nanju, even Muningsu saw the Ice Snow Girl after the Emperor level take action for the first time. She never thought that the elemental pet after the Emperor level would have such a strong combat power. It's a pity that whether the Snow Girl takes action depends on her own temperament. Otherwise, if she is here to guard, it may be able to reduce a lot of casualties. Muningsu said. The ice snow girl was aloof. Apart from Tang Yu, her and Ling Ling, few others could mobilize her. Thanks to the snow girl, the invasion of the sea monster today was obviously defeated again. With just a simple move, the aggressive shark people were frightened away. The snow girl felt that it was meaningless, so she turned around and flew away. It didn't have the hobby of being admired. Watching the ice snow girl repel the shark people and leave, Muningsu said, "It has a rather cold temperament. Even in Yuxu City, it doesn't like to contact us." Yeah, Nanju nodded, and then said, "Fortunately, they retreated." Ayo, the little white tiger on the ground looked at the flying snow girl and cried. It seemed to be saying, "Sister, you don't want to play with me anymore?" Unfortunately, the ice snow girl didn't pay any attention to this little brain tiger who was acting cute all day. Muningsu glanced at the little white tiger. To be honest, for some reason, she disliked it. Even though she knew it was a holy totem, even though it was her contracted beast. But the habit of rubbing against her chest all the time made her dislike it. The little tiger sat there, looking at Muningsu with grievance. Nanju looked at the cute little guy and picked it up. "Why don't you seem to like this cute little guy?" Seeing Nanju pick up the little tiger, Muningsu replied, "You will know soon." Well, at this time, the little tiger was already rubbing against it. Nanju was shy and immediately threw it to the ground. As expected, what kind of bird is Tangmyo? The totems he found are all of such a nature. The little tiger didn't even have time to rub against it, but threw it away without wanting to. With a face full of grievance, he looked like a professional actor. "This little guy is just a tiger, why is he still like that?" Nanju said helplessly. "It has been like this since it came down from Xianshan Mountain. I don't know why Tangmyo asked me to contract it," Muningsu said. The little tiger said unconvincedly that he could protect you. Muningsu only glanced at it, and that glance was full of disgust. In the interstellar space, Tangmyo and the star god had already arrived on a planet. Here, almost all the fine iron was excellent, and even compared with the gold attribute in his relationship, it was only slightly different. But his metal was incomparable to the fine iron on the earth. Even these things can match the scales of the leader of the defense system. But Tangmyo just looked at it and did not stay for long and continued to chase the star god. The deeper he followed the star god, the more he realized that the fine iron here, if used to make equipment, would definitely be the best magic tools. Even as the other party went deeper, there were many fine irons comparable to the monarch level scales. After seeing these fine irons, Tangmyo had a bold idea in his mind. If all of these were collected, then, in the future, whether it was the sea monster or the land monster, it would seem to be a great help. This is a real divine object that can make humans go a step further. Although he was very envious of these things, he did not start packing them immediately, but continued to follow the Pluto god to where he was going. If he had the kind of divine iron on it, and made a divine weapon, how many people in this world could hurt him? With that kind of defense, if it weren't for Tangmyo, who had the destructive magic that condensed the residual thunder and burst out, no one could break it head on, right? If he also made a set, then even the roof emperors on the earth might not be able to hurt him at all. Thinking of this, Tangmyo accelerated. During the time he was on the road, his magic power had been completely restored. But that star god was different. He didn't have such a strong recovery ability, and the scars left by the elemental divine power were still stored in his body. Even if he had some recovery, he was still many times slower than Tangmyo's recovery speed. Flying all the way here, Tangmyo found that this planet is now full of refined iron. I don't know if it was produced by this world, or was it collected by this Pluto god? Question mark? Chapter 883, It's too late to give in. After a rough estimate, it should take 4 or 5 days for the Pluto god to stop and enter a crack in the ground. Tangmyo looked at the nearby magic iron with envy. These are naturally not the magic iron worn by the Pluto god before, but the iron here is almost comparable to the scales of the monarch. This thing may be of no use to Tangmyo. However, for ordinary magicians, it is simply a treasure. This is a life-saving existence. As long as you can have these magic irons, make them into magic tools, and wear them on your body, it is only a matter of time for humans to dominate in the future. After all, without the harm of demons, they can only shrink. Moreover, if this defense is sufficient, even if you are not a magician, you may not have the opportunity to defend your country. After all, the opponent can't hit you, you just need to kill the opponent with a sharp weapon. It can be said that the demon is standing and getting beaten. Of course, this idea is not realistic. After all, this kind of magic iron is not infinite. Moreover, Tangmao didn't know how many magic tools were needed to make a set. He just looked for a moment and followed Pluto into the crack. As soon as he entered, Tangmao immediately felt a special gravitational force. It seemed to be pulling him. More or less, he was a little careless. As for Pluto, he was still in front. But the other party seemed to be unaffected and went straight to the depths. Fortunately, Tangmao's understanding of space was already many floors above, so he was not stopped by this resistance. But in order to prevent being discovered, his speed was still much slower. This crack was very deep, and it took about 2 or 3 days. Tangmao finally saw that Pluto was walking somewhere else. He didn't know what the situation was on this planet. What made him more curious was, where did Pluto come from? His country or someone else's planet? Question mark? Full of questions in his heart, but he couldn't ask anyone. After all, he still had some ideas about the real God Iron on him before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him all the way here secretly. After landing on the ground, waves of resistance came from all directions. Every time he took a step, he felt like he was carrying a force of 10,000 pounds? Question mark? This was the first time he encountered such a situation. If his body was not strong enough, he would have been exposed without any preparation. He walked forward slowly for a few steps, and finally, he felt a little relieved. It seemed that he had adapted to it. After walking a few more steps, the heavy pressure began to dissipate under the protection of the silver light. Then Tangmao followed the direction where the Pluto god went and followed him. This kind of special thing, even the place where he lived, is so special. When he came to a huge stone door, Tangmao thought about pushing it open gently, but as soon as he touched it, a huge creaking sound came out. It was very embarrassing. He didn't expect that this door would be so uncooperative. Tangmao simply didn't hide and stepped into it directly. But what was different from what he thought was that the Pluto god was not here, as if he didn't find him. Outrageous, however, whether he really didn't find him or it was fake, he no longer hid his breath. The speed increased in an instant, and the pressure here before was now completely gone. But this place seemed like a cave. It was ridiculously large. I don't know how long I walked. Tangmao didn't find the location of the Pluto god, and after entering here, the other party seemed to have completely disappeared. Even his sound system could not detect any useful response. Fortunately, there are no entrances or forks here. I don't know how long it took, but he finally saw a ray of light. The speed increased at this moment. Just when he was about to reach the entrance, Tangmao felt a burning sensation. That's right, it was very hot. He, who was superb at fire, hadn't felt this temperature for a long time. With a hint of curiosity, he came to the entrance of a cave. He stuck his head out, and the next moment, he was dumbfounded. This place is like a huge furnace, a great place for forging armor. And the flames here are definitely extremely strong fires. The iron here is also much better than the iron outside. Soon, Tangmao saw the location of the Pluto god. Looking at the place he was looking at, it seemed to be the god iron armor he had worn before. Exclamation mark. Although this small piece could not be used to make equipment that was fully armed, it could still be used as a shield to protect the armor. Tangmao had been following him for so long, and what he was doing was the god iron on his body before. Immediately, he rushed out. Tangmao's undisguised movement was immediately noticed by Pluto god. Looking back, he was completely stunned. He didn't know what this thing was, so he could just be considered a human. Damn human, how could you appear here? He was traumatized by the last blow in the battle half a year ago, so how could Tangmao not be? Even if he didn't die, it would be a miracle. But not only did he not die, but the momentum of this rush was as fierce as it was half a year ago. Question mark? When did humans become so powerful? Although he was confused, the moment Tangmao rushed over, Pluto god still took out his black sickle. The tail was raised high, ready to fight. We have already arrived at its lair, so we must fight. Sure. The black sickle swung down like cutting through space. The elemental giant sword in Tangmao's hand was condensed, and because there was also a golden hardware relationship here, the giant sword condensed in his hand was strengthened several times. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. As soon as they touched each other, they each swung their weapons and collided with each other for several rounds. The powerful impact force made the flames here begin to boil. The huge cave was shaking. Seeing this situation, Pluto God stopped immediately. Are you kidding? If this is destroyed, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Although Tangmao was also afraid of this situation, sometimes, the more you care about something, you have to pretend that you don't care at all. Otherwise, this will become a weakness in the eyes of others. He didn't like the feeling of being tied up, so Pluto pulled away, but Tangmao chased after him again. Seeing that Tangmao didn't care, Pluto was angry, but he didn't continue to fight him head on. Instead, the black energy gathered around him, and he began to flee outside. If he didn't kill the other party or drive him away, it would be impossible to get the property here. Then, he chased after him. But somehow, Tangmao was obviously very fast, but he couldn't catch up with Pluto? Or, he caught up, but had no chance to make a move. Pluto, I feel like he is playing me. After nearly a few days, the two of them left the cave and found a crack. It is really fierce to be able to set up your home in a place like this. It feels like it takes many days to go back and forth. It's simply unparalleled. When he got outside, Pluto stopped in midair. A pair of huge wings appeared behind him. Wow. Whoosh whoosh. With a flap of wings, a huge tornado of wind rushed towards Tangmao. You are using elemental power in front of me. You don't know who your ancestors are. Seeing this, Tangmao also had a pair of wings appearing behind him. Shua flapped a little, and the strong wind that hit him not only did not cause any destruction, but also became a great help for him. Then, he rushed straight to the Pluto God. Ice and Fire Phoenix slash. The giant sword was raised high in the sky, and an Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix flew towards the Pluto God at a very fast speed. The Pluto God also immediately concluded that Tangmao had really recovered. Exclamation mark. Death Scythe. As the black sickle was swung, the huge black energy formed the huge black sickle in his hand, and directly chopped the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix into pieces. And the sickle went directly towards Tangmao. Lava Storm. Whoosh whoosh. The burning thick lava in the sandstorm became even more powerful and hit the black sickle directly. Boom. After a loud noise, the yellow sand in the sky blocked the view. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, thunder rolled in. Thunder punishment 5 thunders. With a crackling sound, a long chain of lightning like a giant python struck the Pluto God. Not to mention that he no longer had the armor made of divine iron. Even if he had it, he would not dare to take Tangmao's thunder. The power of this strange explosion was too terrifying and too shocking. Boom. Pluto God did not choose to fight hard, but dodged the punishment of the divine thunder. Zilla. Zilla. The lightning was still flashing, and the thunder had not yet dissipated. Tangmao was still controlling the thunder, but he did not release the thunder, but chose to control it. Space compression. Gravity. Various suppressions piled up on the body of Pluto God, and its speed was immediately greatly restricted. 5 thunders hit the top of the head. Boom. However, even so, the opponent was still able to avoid the thunder from the sky. What kind of god are you? Don't you even have the courage to confront me head on? Seeing that he couldn't lock it, Tangmao directly provoked it. A fierce battle was the only way he could think of. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the face of this creature who had lived for who knows how many years. It didn't pay any attention to Tangmao at all, and it was still dodging. Helplessly, Tangmao could only wield the giant sword formed by the power of element, and chased after it and chopped it. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Tangmao was very fast, and Pluto God didn't dodge in this kind of close combat. With his black sickle, he wouldn't suffer any big losses. This was the only way he could guarantee the minimum damage. There was no other way. He was already injured. If he went head on with Tangmao, he might die. How could he, a creature that had survived for tens of thousands of years, give up his life just for a breath? The sea accepts all rivers. Thunderstorm. Boom. But the more he did so, the more Tangmao wanted to hurt him. He even did not hesitate to use his body to attract thunder to exchange injuries for injuries. Pluto God was struck by lightning, and Tangmao rushed over again. The output of the purple sky divine thunder was absolutely beyond doubt. Are you crazy, human? Pluto God was no longer as arrogant as before. He was afraid, and he regretted it. Why should he believe that this was a human who could be crushed to death at will? If it was really that simple, would the Dark King need to come to him? Question mark? Boom. But no matter how he questioned, Tangmao would give him a thunderstorm every time he collided with him. In just a moment, he felt the thunder running around in his body, constantly destroying his body. Thunderstorm. Tangmao didn't intend to kill him with one blow. He also knew that the opponent was not so easy to kill. But it was not difficult to give him a taste of pain. In this way, the damage to the Pluto God would be even greater. He might also be injured, but his own divine thunder was not very harmful. Moreover, after a few accumulations, he could still gather a thunderstorm. How could the opponent afford the damage? Purgatory fire map. Sand and dust waves. The two elemental forces condensed into a tornado and spun directly towards the Pluto God. The moment he dodged, Tangmao seemed to have calculated it and also appeared in the same position. Thunderbolt. In the dark clouds that were still accumulating power, it seemed like rain in an instant, and dense lightning nets surrounded the two of them. Thunder Domain. Tangmao finally controlled the opponent, and he would definitely not give him a chance to escape. Spatial suppression. Change of order. The space around him was twisted, and it was even more difficult for Pluto to escape. Human, do you really want to fight to the death? If you want to kill me, you will pay a heavy price. After being trapped, Pluto panicked. He was already injured, and didn't want to continue fighting. Such a wound would not do him any good. Do you think I'm kidding you again? Tangmao said disdainfully, you locked me when we met. Now you can't beat me, and you know to call me daddy? Pluto, when did I call you daddy? Question mark. As he said that, Tangmao thought of the scene he first saw on Earth. Although it has been a long time, he still remembers that arrogant attitude. He destroyed his defense, otherwise, it would be another story. In this situation, do you want to admit defeat? Put down the butcher knife, and become a Buddha on the spot. That's what the book donkeys say. It never works for him. Chapter 884. Kindling Demon Tribe moves out. Pluto God could see that Tangmao was going to take his life, and no matter how he begged for mercy, it was meaningless. After understanding this, Pluto God began to gather dark magic. Since there was no way to reconcile, he would of course fight to the death. If he could live, he certainly didn't want to die. The dark power gathered around him, and then rushed to the surrounding thunder space. Boom boom. The black waves kept hitting, but there was no actual effect. Don't waste your energy. This thunder domain has added the power of space. If you want to break it, there is only one way, to beat me. Looking at the Pluto God who was constantly hitting hard, Tangmao made a kind suggestion. Since you insist on seeking death, this god will fulfill your wish. Pluto God held a black sickle and rushed towards Tangmao. Bang, bang, bang. Black hook slash. Bus. The black sickle turned into a huge black longsword and rushed straight into the space here. Although it did not break the thunder barrier, it almost occupied the entire area of this isolated space. The elemental lightsaber in Tangmao's hand also began to burst out the power of the 7-color element, and with one sword, it swept away the dark power that occupied this place. Kai. Boom rumble boom. The power of the two people spread to the surroundings, and then merged the broken magic power together. Then a loud noise was heard. The two forces merged into one, and after they dispersed, the entire space trembled. Although the space trembled, it seemed that, just as Tangmao said, this thunder domain was solid and unshakable? Question mark. Bus. Hua. Black rivers came from all directions. This was not water, but it was like a tide, irrigating this thunder domain. Pluto God really wanted to fight, and he didn't even think about defense. When the black energy was about to fill the entire thunder domain, Tangmao had to disperse the thunder domain. There was no way. Although this place was indestructible, it would also restrict his hands and feet. What was even more troublesome was that it could not be isolated. The black waves were no longer blocked and dispersed in all directions in an instant. Seeing this, Pluto turned and flew towards outer space. Tang Mao also possessed dark magic. Although he was not as strong as the other party, he could still see the other party's actions. He did not chase him again, because he knew very well that, even if he injured the other party, it would be unrealistic to want to kill him. Before, he just wanted to trap him. Unfortunately, even if he controlled himself, he couldn't do it. Watching the other party soaring all the way, he dispersed the elemental power. Without the follow-up power, the black waves here slowly dissipated. However, the iron corroded by this wave has all become waste slag. Sure enough, the hard iron is so unbearable in front of the roofline. Of course, that kind of divine iron is another look. After all, there are not many who can withstand the bombing of their elemental fusion. The fusion of elemental power, the destructive power, is absolutely immeasurable. After confirming that the Pluto god had disappeared, Tang Mao immediately returned to the previous place. As for the iron outside, he would collect it later. In fact, manpower is still needed here after all. But it is not easy to get here from the earth. There is no such thing as technology in this world. It will be a huge project to empty this place. Of course, whether these can be built, and whether they can play the effect that Tang Mao imagined still needs to be verified. It is not to say that it is certain that it is a high-level equipment that can be used when you see it. Especially the divine iron. It is not easy to refine clothes and armor. I really don't know how the Pluto god refined that kind of armor. Tang Mao thought about it. Maybe there are other star gods? However, as long as they are not looking for trouble with him, it doesn't matter if there is anything or not. About a week later, Tang Mao returned to the crack in the ground, the lair of the Pluto god. He was not in a hurry to leave with these divine irons. Instead, he began to try to forge them in this furnace-like place. He was indeed not a forger, but he could still change the shape. If his flames could not do it, then even the divine iron would be scrap iron. Tang Mao, together with the Queen Yanji's fusion fire, refined it, and even the indestructible divine iron began to show slight distortions, which was obviously effective. It was just some scrap iron, but it could probably still be made into a short-sleeved shirt. It took about 15 days to melt the divine iron and finally shape it. After returning, as long as he found a top forging mage to process it, this equipment would be perfect. The divine iron, which was of inferior quality to the divine iron, was obviously very different after his refining. He could easily make them change their shape. Sure enough, even compared to the materials like the Emperor's scales, it was still nothing in front of his flames. Although it did not melt immediately, compared to the divine iron, the distortion speed was extremely fast. After testing it, Tang Mao left with the iron here. Before, this cave was full of things, but now, it is empty. After coming out, Tang Mao took out all his space props. In addition to a set of clothes and Tang Yu's small clothes, there is a fire soul seed and food. Then he began to collect, but the amount collected was not large. It should be enough to arm 100 people, right? There is no way. If he knew that there was such good iron here, he would have to bring more harvesting equipment. Unfortunately, that's all. After collecting, Tang Mao left here. He started to return to his planet. In the interstellar, the space gate cannot be opened, so he can only fly back slowly. This is also a helpless thing. The land of China. Ancient capital Zhangjianxi. It's not good. The kindling monster has launched an attack on the nearby city. A military-level magician reported to the young Jianxi in front of him. What tribes are there? There are feather monsters everywhere, and there are countless species. There are also brown bear tribes, silver rhinoceros tribes, and colorful leopard monsters. It seems that all the monster tribes in the Kindling Mountains have been dispatched. When the military commander Zhang Xiaohao heard this, his brows furrowed. At this time, although the battle on the coastline has been won, the coastline is still constantly attacked by small groups of sea monsters. And other places have always been stable. But why did the Kindling monster tribe appear now? Question mark. The ancient capital Zended no longer owns in the territory, and the Kindling monster tribe has almost no obstacles to dispatch. If they want to resist, it seems that they can only rely on themselves. Give orders. Prepare for battle. Also report. If the kindling monster tribe is still the same as the kindling assessment, even if the monster tribe here riots, there is no need to report it. But since Zhang Xiaohao went deep into the kindling mountains and found out the situation of the other side, the kindling monster tribe has dispatched all its members, which really cannot be underestimated. The military commander hesitated for a while. After all, the war hasn't started yet, and you're in a hurry to ask for help? Why are you still standing there? Do as I say. In addition, immediately guide the people and move them to the inner city wall. Zhang Xiaohao continued. Now he is no longer the reckless and silly monkey he used to be, nor is he the child who can only wipe his tears when he encounters trouble. He is also the military commander of one side. He cannot afford to be careless about the mobilization of all the kindling monsters. Zhang Xiaohao is also a person who has experienced great storms. Even if he is not angry, he has a kind of aura of majesty without anger. And now that the volume has been increased, it has frightened the military control slightly. Yes. The military control dared not say any other nonsense, and turned around, and left to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaohao looked at the guards around him and said, call President Han Ji, the elders of the Hunter Alliance, and the heads of the major families. Because the military strength in recent years has been guarding the coastline, there is only a superclass military magician in other places. Now, he had a premonition that something was wrong, so he immediately ordered people to invite several superclass mages to come. He always had a bad premonition. When the military mages began to evacuate the crowd, Hanji and others also rushed over. With some of Hanji's contributions and deeds, he had actually reached the point where he could be promoted a long time ago. But the ancient capital still needed him to stay, so he was not transferred away. After Hanji arrived, he looked at Zhang Xiaohao and asked, Zhang Junsi, I heard that all the kindling monsters have been dispatched? Yes, President, I think this time the ancient capital will face a more terrible disaster than a few years ago. Zhang Xiaohao's words were shocking, and the several superclass mages who followed were all stunned. The disaster in the ancient capital a few years ago, wasn't it a million undead attacking the city? Question mark. You mean? Hanji was also stunned, but before he could finish his words, he saw that in the distance of the outer city wall, the sky seemed to be covered in an instant? Question mark. And the ground was even more dusty and fog rolling up into the sky. Even though it was still several miles away, Hanji could see it clearly. Especially when he looked back, he found that it was still covering the sky? Question mark. They were moving quickly, heading straight for the city. This Hanji looked at Zhang Xiaohao. Zhang Xiaohao actually didn't expect it to be so fast. When he heard that all the kindling monsters were dispatched, he already felt that it was a big crisis. But knowing it was knowing, he really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Alert the whole city. The endless dust and fog filled the sky, and the sky was completely occupied by feather monsters. Exclamation mark. The most troublesome thing was that, if the feather monsters were dispatched, they would lose their air combat power, and the Sky Eagle could not be used at all. Although Zhang Xiaohao had a dragon, these feather monsters in the sky, even if he had a dragon, were useless. It came too fast, too fast. After Zhang Xiaohao gave the order, he kept muttering. This was really incredible. It's okay that the feather monsters are fast, but how come these land monsters are so fast? Hanji was also a little confused. Didn't the people who just investigated the situation come back and say that they had just set out and just started to attack the nearby cities? Why are they all rushing to the ancient capital now? Question mark. Moo. Just as the two were shocked, they heard a loud noise coming from the monster group. This is the Emperor level. Zhang Xiaohao and Hanji looked at each other, and then they said in unison, this momentum is clearly an Emperor level creature. Exclamation mark. But when did this level of existence appear in the Kindling Mountains? Question mark. There are no forbidden spell mages in the ancient capital. If the Emperor level monsters take action, they will be slaughtered overnight, right? Look, what is that? At this time, a surprised shout on the city wall attracted the attention of the crowd. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of several super level mages. When they looked up, they found that it was a huge flaming boulder. Question mark. The flaming boulder rushed towards the outer wall. While seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohao almost didn't hesitate, and instinctively used the wings of wind, leaped up and flew towards the volcano. Hanji also wore the wing magic tool and followed. There is no need to imagine what the end of this volcano will be. It will definitely be a destruction. This is not what the two of them want to see. So, even though this volcano is very scary and has a destructive aura, the two of them still rushed out resolutely. Zhang Xiaohao cast the wind and soil fusion magic. Hanji cast the water and ice fusion magic. The brilliant star palace flickered in the sky, but at this moment no one went to appreciate the beauty of this star palace. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Under the bombardment of two fused super level magics, the volcano began to break and turned into a small part of the boulder. But even such a boulder is still ridiculously large. Hanji and Zhang Xiaohao had no chance to stop it. As for the several superclass mages of the Hunter Alliance and the family on the city wall, they immediately attacked and smashed the boulders. Boom. Boom. However, although they attacked quickly, there were still many boulders burning with flames that hit the city wall and destroyed it. The mages of the city wall army in the attacked part were naturally not spared, and almost all of them died tragically. Before Zhang Xiaohao had time to sigh, he felt a flash of lightning rushing past. Hanji had the same feeling. When the two turned around, they saw a very small figure at the city wall. Well, it had a big head and a small body. It exuded the power of thunder. Moo. Then, it suddenly roared, and in an instant, they were shocked. The other party was actually the emperor creature that just roared? Question mark? In front of the king creature, a purple round bead appeared, emitting a strange light. After the bead shattered with a snap, the wall and the military magicians on the wall disappeared in an instant. Yes, they were gone. Exclamation mark. Chapter 885, Teoti. There was no wave of destruction, nor any earth-shattering battle. The beads shattered with a snap, and a section of the city wall disappeared. Even the mages on the city wall were the same. Isn't this a bit too shocking? Rumble. Rumble rumble. Rumble at this time. Waves of trembling sounds continued to come out from the ground. The huge sound made the ground feel trembling. Zhang Xiaohao and several other superclass mages did not pay attention to the situation behind them, but completed their fusion, and bombarded the creature with a big head and a small body. But the huge head seemed to not care about their magic destruction at all. The head grew larger visibly, and then it opened its bloody mouth. With one bite, their attack was swallowed. Yes, it was swallowed. And a family head not far from the other side did not escape the abyss. Human mages still taste better. Ha ha ha. Just when they were shocked and surprised, the creature made a sound that they could understand. This. Hanji forgot to attack for a moment. When Zhang Xiaohao saw that the other party swallowed several superclass mages near him in one gulp, and the other party had no ability to resist, he shouted, "What on earth are you? As the delicacy of this king, you are indeed qualified to know. My name is Teoti." The guy with a big head and a small body looked at Zhang Xiaohao and responded. While responding, it also approached. It seems that the next target is Hanji and Zhang Xiaohao. President Han, this is up to you. Zhang Xiaohao knew that there would be no chance to resist. Then he threw a few wind blades over. Teoti was a little happy to see that his delicacy was still resisting. But when he saw that the other party was heading towards the demon army at a very fast speed, he immediately became anxious. Delicacy, don't run. Come back to this king. It seems that there is something else over there. Teoti hurriedly chased after it. Even Hanji was ignored. Quick, move everyone to the inner city wall. Seeing this, Hanji hurriedly gave a loud order. Facing such a terrifying existence, the only thing they can rely on is the inner city wall. Hanji looked at the flowing Zhang Xiaohao and Teoti, gritted his teeth, and returned to the inner city. There is no way. Gudu needs someone to take charge now. He can't act on impulse. Even though he knew that Zhang Xiaohao was very good, the other party had already rushed to the place where the monsters were, and he was helpless. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohao asked for help first, and he only hoped that the people who came were strong enough. Hanji didn't actually hold too much hope. After all, nowadays, the strong men in the country are almost all stationed on the coastline. Looking at this ancient city, Hanji thought to himself, could it be that we really can't defend it this time? To be honest, if we can't defend it this time, then no one will be able to escape. After all, there are quite a few feather monsters among the monsters in Kindling. This large area, fortunately, the people had already moved before, and the rest were all mages. The speed of retreating to the inner city wall was still fast enough. When the feather demon approached, they had already launched a counterattack in the inner city wall with the barrier. However, this feather demon covering the sky made people feel a little scalp numb. The Kindling demon clan was fully mobilized, which was indeed not simple. But Hanji didn't understand why all the Kindling demon clan, who were law-abiding, were mobilized. Boom 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 boom. The mages continued to fight back, but the demons in the sky were endless, and could not be killed. President Han, the feather demons are constantly attacking the inner city barrier. If this continues, they will not be able to hold on for long. The military control who had delivered the order before said anxiously. Kindling Demon Clan. Although the Kindling Mountains were evaluated as dangerous and upgraded to a higher level, but in the cognition of many people, Kindling Mountains did not pose any threat. But, just a moment ago, they felt ridiculous about their own cognition. A section of the wall, a large number of military mages. They were gone in an instant. Exclamation mark. If Zhang Xiaohao hadn't used himself as bait to take the terrifying creature away from here, how long could this inner city barrier last? We have to hold on. Tell the brothers that the reinforcement will arrive before dark. We have to hold on even if we die. Behind us are millions of ordinary people. Hanji didn't know when the reinforcement would arrive. After all, it wasn't just the ancient capital that was attacked. The cities near Kindling Mountains were all attacked by the demon army. Moreover, just for the creature called Tao Tai, the terrifying magic was something he had never seen before. But no matter what, Hanji was clear about one thing. He couldn't give up. Now, he was the most prestigious person in this ancient capital. Yes, the military commander ordered to leave, and Hanji kept looking at the sky and the ground. He didn't take action, not because he consumed too much energy, nor was he conserving magic energy, but because Hanji had to be responsible for the demonic creatures in the monster group. There was no way. He was the only superclass magician left in the ancient capital. Who else could deal with the demonic creatures except him? Who said that the ancient capital was too peaceful after the catastrophe ended? The sea water rose, and the sea monsters kept invading. 80% of the superclass mages in the country are now guarding the coastline. Therefore, the Kindling demons suddenly rioted and killed at the gate, and they really couldn't react in time. And this is because Zhang Xiaohao has been sending military mages to explore the periphery of Kindling. If not, I'm afraid that the demons will have a chance to react only after they are at the gates of the city and cause great casualties? Question mark. The battle lasted for about half an hour. Outside the ancient capital, the corpses were piled up like a mountain. Roar. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly appeared on the ground. It had a body as big as a mountain, horns like a cow, but a face like a cat. It took a step forward, and dozens of small demons were trampled to death. But it seemed not to see it, and continued to stride forward. The lives of weak demons are worthless in front of powerful demons. It can be said that, if you are unlucky, you may die at any time. Boom. 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 Every time it took a step forward, the ground shook violently. The powerful vibration made the military mages on the city wall tremble. Such a terrifying creature. Can they really deal with it? Question mark. Hanji did not hesitate at all, and rushed out of the barrier of the inner city wall. He flew out. He had been waiting. With so many demons, there must be big demons. The moment Hanji rushed out of the inner city wall, the cold air condensed into snowflakes and fell from the sky. Seeing Hanji take action, the military mages guarding the city wall finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Hanji rushed out, there were naturally many demons who stopped him from moving forward under the command of the behemoth, but they were all repelled one by him. Monarch level creatures don't like to do it themselves right away. With so many subordinates, they can be consumed. But Hanji didn't care about these little demons at all, and locked onto the demon monarch. Roar. Facing Hanji's targeting, the demon king chose to avoid the attack, and was not prepared to confront him head on. Even though the little demons knew that they were no match for Hanji, they still rushed to block his approach under the order of the Demon King. Seeing this, Hanji cursed in his heart, shameless. But the person had already come out, and he could only choose to deal with it. In fact, when he came out, he had already thought of this situation. However, even if he knew, he still chose to rush out. There was no other reason. If the barrier of the inner city wall was hit by the Demon King not far away, it would probably break faster. Hanji fought for more than half an hour, but still did not touch the Demon King at all, and this half-day battle, but he was covered in wounds all over his body. Hanji panted slightly, looking at the group of demons that were still approaching. He was a little unwilling, because, until now, he has been saving magic energy. Unfortunately, the Demon King has no intention of taking action until now, but just commanding these little demons to constantly besiege him. He had already changed several sets of magic tools. Skywave Hail. A huge wave erupted in the Skywater Star Palace. When the wave fell, the Ice Star Palace appeared above the monsters again. The wave fell from the Ice Star Palace and immediately condensed into fist-sized hailstones. The hailstones fell over a wide range. The monsters surrounding Hanji were immediately hit by hailstones. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Pieces of hailstones hit the monsters, and the monsters turned into ice sculptures, and then broke into pieces. The power of the superclass fusion magic instantly cleansed thousands of monsters. Seeing this, the monsters were so scared that they dared not move. Roar. The Bull Demon King finally moved. Its huge arms swung out, and with a swish sound of wind, it slapped Hanji. Ice Cone. Hanji seemed to be waiting for this moment. As the other giant hand slapped, the broken ice billow immediately condensed into huge ice cones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then it soared into the sky. Pa. Pa. However, although the cold air of the ice cones was full of gloomy and piercing feeling, it had no actual effect on the giant hand. Bang, the giant hand slapped Hanji's body, and a slap fell directly to the ground. Bang. The ground began to split after this palm fell down. The giant hand was retracted, and Hanji had no breath. Roar. After killing Hanji, the bull demon roared again. The group of monsters rushed towards the inner city wall. At this time, the highest military commander here was angry, but still encouraged morale. Brothers, reinforcement will arrive soon. Hold on, hold on. In fact, he himself knew that even at night, they would not be able to come. But what can he do? Even if there are no reinforcement, he still has to fight. He must protect the ancient city wall at the cost of his life. Once this wall is destroyed, ordinary people will be finished. Roar. But determination may not really stop the demons. The Bull Demon King stepped forward again and punched the wall barrier himself. The magic of the military mages hit its body, but it had no killing power at all. Bang. Rumble, a punch hit, and the whole ancient city was shaking. This shaky feeling made many people feel desperate. Bang. Then, another punch hit the light wall. This time, a crack appeared on the defensive light wall. It's over. It's over. It's over. Many military mages felt collapsed when they saw this scene. The barrier of the inner city wall will collapse if a few more punches are thrown. The people in the city, the hunting mages, the family mages, and the school mages were all in despair. They didn't know the situation on the city wall, but they could see that this huge bull demon was destroying the last defense of the city. Looking at the feather monsters in the sky, once the barrier is broken, the ancient capital will become a hell on earth in an instant. In this situation, how can they not feel fear and despair? It's not that they don't want to be optimistic, but the facts are in front of them. How can they be optimistic when death is approaching? Boom boom boom. Boom. At this moment, thunder and fire suddenly burst out from the place where the feather monsters covered the sky. One by one, the feather monsters were either split into black charcoal by thunder, or burned by flames. They began to fall from the sky. The clear sky that was originally blocked by the feather monsters in the sky shone again in the city. And in the place where the opening was made, a giant sword with colorful light fell directly. The sword pointed directly at the Bull Demon King. Exclamation mark. Roar. Feeling the terrifying power of this sword, the Bull Demon King hurriedly roared. The monsters attacking the city heard Booz's cry, and they climbed up to his body one after another. It seemed that they wanted to be human shields. However, the giant sword seemed to ignore these monsters, and with a swoosh, it penetrated into the body of the bull demon king without any obstruction. And those climbing monsters, some were turned into stones and shattered to the ground. Some were eroded by the waves. Some were frozen by ice. Some were cut by the strong wind. In short, without exception, they all died. The bull demon was pierced by the colorful sword, but he did not die immediately, but he could not move at all. Then, his body moved uncontrollably to the sky, as if he was being controlled by something? When it sank into the group of feather monsters and blocked the huge hole again, people thought that the other party was fine and was going to cast some magic. But then, colorful airwaves began to spread out from his body. Hua hua hua. Waves of air kept hitting the bodies of the monsters, just like a smoke tower smoking. Shua shua shua, the airwave swept through, and the feather monsters were all confused. Boom. And then, the huge body of the bull demon flashed with colorful light. One after another, elemental blades emerged from its huge body. After a bang, there was a bang 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 explosion like a mountain breaking apart. The feather monsters that had been swept away before were also affected in an instant and exploded collectively. Thanks to the big brother with the last number 1936 for the reward. And for your continued support. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 886, The Four Evils, Nothing More. When the sky exploded with violent elemental explosions, those who didn't know thought the sky was falling. After watching the densely packed feather monsters covering the sky above the city, nearly 1/10 of them began to fall. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. That is, reinforcement have arrived. Especially seeing that huge monster suddenly die, the people in the city were excited, because they saw hope. At this time, a figure slowly fell from the blasted hole. Although the distance was still very high, some high-level mages immediately saw the slowly falling man. Is that Tang Mao? One of the military commanders said excitedly. Who is Tang Mao? Almost more than 70% of the people on the entire earth know, and in China, more than 90% of the people know. It's really Speaker Tang. Great, the ancient city is saved. At this moment, whether it is the military mages or the ordinary people, they all breathed a sigh of relief. There is no fear at all. On the contrary, they even feel that the crisis has been resolved. In midair, he had just arrived on Earth, and when he was falling, he found that something was wrong here. After not wanting to get close to here, he found out that it was demons that attacked the city. He was the top leader in the country after all. No matter if he usually gave up his job, he certainly couldn't pretend that he didn't see it at this time. After hearing what the people and the mages said, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, the disaster here has not been lifted yet. Thunder. 10,000 pounds. Boom. Boom boom. As his thunder domain unfolded, dark clouds rolled in within 100 miles. Then, dense lightning began to claim the lives of these feather demons and ground demons. The lightning is thin as spider silk, but touching it means death. The demons that were originally overwhelming seemed particularly powerless under this kind of destruction. For a while, they began to flee and disperse. There were too many of them. Even if his destruction was large scale, it would be impossible to take away so many demons in one wave. However, although he failed to annihilate them all, at least he killed 1% of the total number, right? Don't underestimate this 1%. There is no accurate number of how many monsters there are. After all, at a glance, almost all of them are monsters. At least the number of an empire, right? Tang Mao came to the outer boundary of the inner city wall, and then found a person at the level of the military commander and asked, "What's the situation here? There are so many monsters attacking the city. Why is there no superclass magician in charge?" Speaker Tang, you don't know yet? The military commander was stunned for a moment, and thought Tang Mao was coming to rescue. I just returned to the country. Tell me briefly. Tang Mao responded. It's like this. The military commander simply recounted the matter. Although it was brief, it told Tang Mao all the important things. when he heard him say that Han Jillian was dead. Some superclass magicians in the ancient capital were also solved by a creature. Tang Mao frowned slightly. Why did the kindling monsters suddenly attack? Question mark. Moreover, the master of the feather monster is not a warlike monster, right? Question mark. Question after question. The most important thing is that Han Jillian is dead. Zhang Xiaohao, who is in charge here, is now in danger of death because he led the creature away. I know. After responding, Tang Mao searched for the breath of this group of monsters. This search found that there were actually a large number of monic creatures mixed in the far back. This formation is not much worse than when the sea monsters attacked the tier. The only difference is that they do not have the ability to summon tides. In fact, he is more puzzled about how there is an emperor in the kindling monster tribe. Exclamation mark. And how did the other party control this law-abiding monster country? Although the kindling monster tribe rejects humans from entering their territory, they rarely appear to invade human territory. Woo. At this time, a white wolf with a snow-white body stood on the top of a mountain in the distance and let out a long howl. Exclamation mark. Another supreme monic creature. And after the other party jumped out, there was also a huge creature among the feather monsters and appeared in everyone's sight when the feather monsters dispersed. This is a huge eagle. Unfortunately, Tang Mao's knowledge of demons is not very good, so he doesn't know what kind of demon the other party is. But the other party's strength is no worse than that of the wild bull. The appearance of these two behemoths made the feather demons that had just fled and the land demons who wanted to retreat rush towards the inner wall again. Extreme cold storm. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. The violent cold wind whistled, and sand and dust containing ice blades rolled violently. Several snow-white tornadoes appeared and rushed to the sky and the earth respectively. Under the command of the two demon kings, the group of demons rushing over once again expressed the meaning of moths flying into the fire. Anyone who crashed into the storm was instantly torn apart. Even if they were lucky enough to get in, their blood would be instantly frozen and turned into ice crystals in the wind. Elemental arrow. Tang Mao used the power of the dimension to condense a physical bow and absorbed the power of nearby element to condense elemental arrows. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the bow was pulled, 3 arrows were shot straight at the White Wolf King. The dense elemental power gathered on the arrows, and the places where the arrows penetrated were almost full of the energy of elemental destruction. The group of monsters that had just rushed out twisted their bodies at the moment the arrows passed. They twisted and broke. In the end, they became incomplete. Bang, bang. One by one, they exploded almost in seconds. The explosion of a large area of monsters was also a very shocking thing. At the same time, Tang Mao locked onto the feather monster in the sky and also pulled the bow and shot an arrow. The arrow whizzed past and instantly penetrated the defensive shield that the feather monster king ordered the little monsters to build. With a puff, it penetrated its body. The White Wolf Monster King on the ground did not escape the result of this arrow and was shot directly to death. Shadow Evil Legion. After shooting and killing the two demon kings, darkness spread all over the ancient capital. One after another, black legions that looked like they appeared from the abyss of hell continued to emerge. The black legions were infused with elemental power and superimposed with the power of demons, and they were all violent. They all killed the kindling demon clan on the ground. The Shadow Evil Lord also turned into a giant shadow and appeared above the feathered demons. The darkness instantly covered the entire ancient capital. Tang Mao's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared, he was already standing above the feathered demons. Chaos arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Combined with the power of darkness, the power of chaos was condensed into star point arrows, and the rain of arrows began to fall. Swish, swish, swish. Although the feathered demons wanted to resist, the suppression of the dark domain was too strong, and it was also full of the power of space. They wanted to flap their wings, but they couldn't open their wings at all. They could only passively be pierced through by the arrows of chaos. Then, one after another, the feather monsters began to fall to the ground. Moo. Just when the feather monsters were determined to run away, a loud noise came from the herd. The feather monsters that were scattered and directionless in the sky began to gather towards the place where the roar came from. Tang Mao glanced at the dead and wounded feather monsters below, but felt a little regretful. It seemed to have great lethality, but in fact not many were killed. He looked at the place where the shouting came from in the distance and saw a guy with a big head and a small body carrying a person. Huh? Question mark? To be precise, the other party was carrying Zhang Xiaohao and walking towards here. When the monsters saw the appearance of this guy, they all quieted down, and the Black Army began to slowly retreat. The Shadow Evil Lord could sense that, although the other party did not look good, he was very powerful. Tang Mao stepped on the void, and also walked towards the front of the Black Army. Human, you have a smell that I hate. When Tang Mao came over, Teoti said with great disgust. What a coincidence, you ugly thing also has a smell, that makes me uncomfortable. Tang Mao retorted. Damn it, I'll eat you. Teoti was extremely dissatisfied with Tang Mao's attitude. He jumped up and opened his bloody mouth, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. Looking at Zhang Xiaohao who was thrown away casually, Tang Mao asked the Shadow Evil Lord to bring him back. After all, they knew each other. As for whether he could survive, it depended on Yi Xingxia. If Zhang Xiaohao died, Mo Fan would definitely let Yi Xingxia save him. As for whether Zhang Xiaohao could be saved, it was no longer something he cared about. To put it bluntly, Zhang Xiaohao and he didn't have any life and death friendship. After explaining to the Shadow Evil Lord, Tang Mao looked at the huge mouth of the abyss. For some reason, this guy's big mouth was like a bottomless pit with huge suction? Question mark? That is to say, his strength is strong enough and stable enough, so he was not swallowed by the abyss, but stood here intact. Teoti was also quite puzzled. With such a huge suction force, how could Tang Mao, a human, not be moved? Since you like to swallow alive, I will give you something good. After the words fell, the power of 7 element gathered on his palm, and the colorful giant blade soared into the sky. Element slash. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of loud noises came out, and Tang Mao slashed directly at the huge bottomless pit with a sword. Of course, it can also be said that this is a belly of Teoti. Bang. After the sound of elemental explosion, the sound of Teoti's painful roar was heard immediately. Not only did it not let Tang Mao swallow it into his stomach, but it was even hit back. It ate a solid wave of bombardment from Tang Mao? Question mark? This blow caused a lot of damage to its body. If it weren't for the strength of the dominating emperor, Teoti might have died at this time. Even the emperor might not be able to withstand the combined force of the element of heaven and earth. It's pretty durable. Tang Mao muttered, and then cut through the space to condense the power of the dimension into a physical giant blade. Teoti had shut up at this time. There was no way. It didn't dare to swallow anymore. The impression Tang Mao gave him was really profound. Dimensional halberd. Swish. A silver light flashed, and a long halberd rushed directly towards Teoti. Seeing this, Teoti's small body suddenly began to change. A turbid mist dispersed, and it instantly became huge. The previous few demon kings, in front of it, did not seem to be a huge monster. Puff. But the long halberd did not hit its body, but disappeared immediately when it was about to touch it. Yes, it disappeared directly. Agar. Damn, what did you do? A deafening sound came out, and Teoti covered its belly with a pair of huge hands as big as a mountain. The pain made its eyes red, and it wanted to tear it into pieces by Tang Mao. Teoti, one of the 4 ancient evils? Nothing more. Tang Mao looked at the Teoti whose body was broken by the energy, and said with a little disdain, "Ugh." Boom. 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 Teoti wanted to say something, but the dimensional halberd in its body started to destroy it directly from the inside. When the inside of its body was completely damaged, its heart was also directly pierced. No matter what creature, once the heartbeat stops, it naturally means that its life has come to an end. Even Teoti, one of the 4 ancient evils, is the same. And the reason why Tang Mao can use the power of the dimension to destroy its inside is because it opened its huge mouth of the abyss. If it weren't so, even if Tang Mao could kill the other party, it would definitely not be so easy. Bang bang bang, the huge body of Teoti fell to the ground piece by piece, making a sound that made the ground tremble. The demons closest to Teoti were destroyed by the dimensional power that burst out from it at this moment. There were also a large number of demons that disappeared without a trace in the twisted space, and even their bodies were not left. In the void, there were cracks that kept appearing in the sky, and then slowly recovered. Tang Mao looked at his subordinates, and after a lot of the Black Army was destroyed, he felt heartbroken. Kill. After the Black Army lost, the best way to replenish it was to let them kill and erode it wantonly. Although there was no Shadow Evil Lord to lead them, Tang Mao stood here, and they were a tiger and wolf division. The number of the Black Army was only over 10,000, but they rushed straight to the endless kindling demon tribe. It seemed that at this moment they were not ferocious demons, but just lambs to be slaughtered. The hungry wolf army rushed into the sheep, and there was only one result, which was to be slaughtered. Even the kindling demons forgot to resist. Ah! Roar! Hey! Ang! Various shouts continued to be heard, and the next moment, the demons turned around and began to evacuate. Several demon kings died, even the powerful Teoti died. What, are they still struggling here? Of course, they will go back to their nests now. It's just that, because there are too many of them, those who rushed to the front will undoubtedly become cannon fodder. Chapter 887 Stronger. Tang Mao glanced at the retreating kindling medicine clan, and was ready to go back to the city, to check on Zhang Xiaohao. Unexpectedly, before he turned around, he heard a roar from behind him. Then, the demons that had begun to retreat stopped one after another. They turned around, and counterattacked Tang Mao's Black Army. The combat effectiveness of the Black Army is indeed outstanding, and has even completely surpassed the average line of the same level, but the number of the opponent is an absolute advantage. Moreover, this time, the Black Army is not only facing the group of demons on the land, but also the feathered demons in the sky. They also joined the battle. With the suppression of numbers, the Black Army soon fell into a passive situation. Tang Mao saw it, and shouted in his heart, MMP. You know, the Shadow Evil Lord has just collected some dark energy, and has not had time to be happy that his Black Army can become more, but the opponent has started to fight back like this? Question mark? This is more or less a bit outrageous. It's just 2TM outrageous. So it's just not giving yourself a chance to create an empire? Fire, earth. A star palace appeared on each side of Tang Mao's hand, and then appeared above the sky, and the two huge star palaces merged into one. The next moment, lava boulders began to fall from it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was like a catapult, throwing artillery. Bang, boom. The demons who had just counterattacked, facing the feeling of artillery falling from the sky and blasting a large area, were frightened and slowed down again. But a huge monster suddenly emerged from the demon group behind. It was extremely large, but it was on all fours, but it could fly? Question mark? Woof 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 woof, and its barking sounded like a dog, but for some reason, Tang Mao felt that the barking of a dog was much more pleasant than its. Its head was like piercing the sky, and no one knew how big it was. Bang! As if to allow Tang Mao to observe, it suddenly showed its head, and with one bite, it crushed his star palace formation. The other party looked like a tiger, covered with hedgehog fur, and had wings. It was hard to tell what the head looked like, and it was extremely terrifying. Coincidentally, Tang Mao remembered seeing this thing in Killen's memory. Kyanki, one of the four evil beasts. He was really curious about what kind of hidden treasures the ancient capital had that could have produced two ancient evil beasts. Kyanki destroyed Tang Mao's star palace fusion formation. Without the sky-falling firestone, the little demons naturally charged forward one by one. Seeing his little brothers constantly falling and turning into black mist and dissipating, Tang Mao was anxious. The dream of the demon empire was getting farther and farther away. Unfortunately, the Shadow Evil Lord was sent by himself to send Zhang Xiaohao to find treatment. Yanji, Fengji, Apis, and Eri come out to help. The evil beast appeared, and he definitely had little chance of helping. However, he still had a contracted beast. Boom. Ha. As soon as the Queen of Flame and the Queen of Wind appeared, they brought with them a huge wave of element. Flames and strong winds blasted out, and the little demons were either cremated or baptized by the blade of the strong wind, and they fell to the ground one by one, deader than dead. And Apis didn't come out? Question mark? Eri did come out, but she didn't do anything. Instead she stared at Tang Mao with resentment. As a beautiful fox, she really needs beauty sleep. This damn scumbag actually called her out at every turn. The most annoying thing is that she was not called out for fun. Eri looked like I have a bad temper. Tangmao's mouth twitched when he saw this, and then Tangmao tried to communicate with Apis, but found that this stupid snake was even more outrageous, still sleeping, and looked like you don't call me. Even if you call me, I won't come out. Don't stare, go, and help. Don't you see that our army is about to be killed? Tangmao had to look at Eri and said, you went to Kunlun again. Eri saw Kyanki, and then asked Tangmao dumbfounded, why would I go to Kunlun? I just came back from outer space. Tangmao was dissatisfied immediately. Moreover, with his current strength, what can he do, even if he goes to Kunlun? Question mark? Of course, the demon tribe of Qinling Mountains can have such a scene, and he really doesn't want to provoke the demon lord of Kunlun. There is no way. The problem of the sea monster has not been solved yet. If you provoke the demon tribe of Kunlun, wouldn't it make enemies on both sides? Although the land of China has recovered its vitality and has become much stronger after several battles. But if you have nothing to do, and you have to choose a powerful opponent to provoke, isn't that a pit in your brain? Then why is it here? Eri pointed at the Kyanki there and said, Kyanki, as a demon king on Kunlun Mountain, how could he appear here? Tangmao didn't provoke them, and they came. Is the territory of Kunlun not fragrant anymore? How do I know how they are here? Tangmao felt wronged for a moment. The key is that people don't believe your explanation, which is quite outrageous! Exclamation mark. He then said, don't talk nonsense to me. What did I ask you to do? There are so many things every day. I will take you to Kunlun to make trouble. He has a bad temper. This dead fox, she spoiled him, pointed at his nose, and said something irresponsible. Do you really think you have no temper? Ali was stunned. It seems that she hasn't been treated like this for a long time. For a moment, she really couldn't recover. Looking at Tangmao, the pitiful little look was instantly revealed. Tangmao is also a mean bone. If Ali keeps being arrogant with him, he will definitely not tolerate it. But seeing her like this, he instantly lost his temper. Okay, aunt, I really didn't go to Kunlun Mountain. They came as soon as I came back. Tangmao explained again. Humph. Ali reluctantly believed it, but she said that she remembered the fierce look on her face. Then he rushed towards the kindling monster group and used his huge nine tails. When the tail fell, a large number of monsters instantly turned into ice crystals and scattered all over the ground. And the ground under the ice layer, cracks appeared one after another. Eri's strength now is not only restored to its original state, but also reached the realm of domination. It is quite beneficial to be a contracted beast for Tangmao. Nine-tailed fox. Kyanki was furious when he saw Eri's nine tails. This damn fox actually got together with humans? Question mark. Most of the kindling monsters are from the Kunlun lineage. Although Queen Yanji and Fengji are also very lethal, they are not from the same system, so there is nothing to be afraid of. At most, they are just cannon fodder, but Eri's move is different. It's as if the nine-tailed fox in the Kunlun Demon Empire does not allow them to come out and fight with humans. For a while, the little monsters no longer rushed to their deaths, but began to retreat. Woof woof woof. Kyanki flapped his wings and flew towards Eri. He and the nine-tailed sky fox had never seen eye to eye. Now that the other party came to help humans, there was naturally nothing else to say, just do it. When Kyanki moved, Tangmao also moved. He also saw that Eri was quite intimidating. So, when Kyanki rushed towards her, he directly blocked in front of Eri. Get out of the way. Kyanki roared and slapped over with a claw, as if this claw could cut Tangmao into pieces? Question mark. Elemental giant sword. Tangmao held the space in his hand, and an elemental sword began to gather continuously. Feeling the powerful elemental force, even Kyanki was a little confused. When did weak humans have such strength? Question mark. Moreover, when Tangmao swung his giant sword, it accepted the fact that Teoti was dead. Kyanki, who was as strong as Teoti, regretted it for a while. Since the opponent could kill Teoti, wouldn't it be no match for him? Bang. Tangmao slashed his sword on its giant claws, and the fused elemental power immediately burst out with a sense of destruction. Boom. The clouds in the sky were swept away in an instant, and it felt like a clear sky in an instant. Kyanki was even slashed back. That's right, in the year of going to the interstellar, Tangmao clearly felt that he had become stronger again. At least, it was not so easy to deal with a dominant emperor in the past. But now, it seems that compared with those emperors, they are just more resistant to attacks. Apart from that, there is nothing special. Purple Sky God Thunder Halberd. Boom boom for this kind of monster with strong defense. The thunder that breaks the defense is absolutely effective. Especially his thunder can bomb twice. A pillar of lightning fell from the sky and bombarded Kyanki's body directly. In an instant, it roared. The power of the thunder bombardment made it feel like it was in agony. Roar boom. Boom. However, it seemed that there was more than one lightning halberd. One after another, the lightning halberds were like pillars falling from the sky, and they began to explode on Kyanki's huge body. It turns out that having a body that is too big is not a good thing, because you may become a target. Kyanki experienced this pain, and even because it was locked, it had no chance to dodge. Boom. When the 9 lightning halberds landed, Kyanki's body was also charred. Tangmao did not stop there, but rushed directly to its body, and the power of thunder continued to gather. Thunderbolt. At this moment, Tangmao himself was like a Pikachu emitting 100,000 volts. Boom boom boom. The violent sound of thunder continued to explode on its huge body. But compared to the previous thunder halberd, this level of damage was really nothing to Kyanki. Sure. Kyanki turned over, and its huge claws grabbed Tangmao's body. It seemed that it wanted to give Tangmao a cold heart with one claw. Thunder punishment 5 thunders. It moved away in an instant, and then another thunder fell. Rumble rumble however, just like before, Kyanki didn't feel much. Damn human, are you kidding me? Although it didn't wait, Kyanki was a little angry. Tangmao didn't fight him head on, but instead came with some thunder bombardments that didn't hurt him. However, he was happy about Kyanki's anger. This stupid thing, it may not know what it wants to do, right? Still taking the other party around in circles in the sky, Leightington kept bombarding its body. If Kyanki didn't chase Tangmao, he would be bombarded by the thunder halberd immediately. This led to the fact that it could only choose to tangle with Tangmao. After about half an hour, Tangmao realized that the thunder power on Kyanki was almost dissipated, and he realized that this should be the limit. You are also a fierce beast, living for tens of thousands of years, but you are just a reckless beast. Kyanki can speak human language, so he can naturally understand what Tangmao is saying. Woof woof woof. Kyanki was so angry that he didn't say anything, but screamed. The huge claws were like sharp blades, grabbing Tangmao at high speed. Looking at the height they were at, Tangmao didn't hesitate, and a high-level constellation appeared in his hand. Thunderstorm. Although this thunderstorm is only a high-level magic, its effect is powerful. The divine iron that can resist the combined power of the 7 element can't withstand such a bombardment, let alone a dominant emperor. Moreover, this time, the thunder left on Kyanki's body surpassed the energy left on Pluto's body by many times. Bang! The next moment, a semicircle of destruction began to spread on Kyanki's body, and the world lost its color for a moment. Kyanki was locked by the thunder that suddenly broke out on his body, and was paralyzed, and unable to move at all. Exclamation mark. The spread of energy in circles surprised Tangmao himself. If this energy exploded here, it seemed that the ancient capital could not bear it at all. He ignored that this was their country, and casting such a destructive magic here was enough to destroy the entire ancient capital and all the creatures here. Thunder domain. There was no other way. Tangmao took out the last piece of divine iron he brought from Pluto, opened the thunder domain, and locked himself and Kyanki in it. If he didn't do this, this space would not be able to withstand the power of the explosion. But if he opened the thunder domain himself, plus the power of the dimension, he might not be able to resist it. However, if he wanted this space to withstand the destruction as before, he had to control it. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. With the divine iron blocking him, Tangmao had no choice but to give it a try. At least he was sure that with his control over thunder, he might be seriously injured, but he would definitely not die. Otherwise, he would not have come up to the front himself. Bang! Without giving him much time to react, the destructive airwave of thunder spread out in this space in an instant. Chapter 888 Coastline Status. Even if Tang Mao has blessed the Thunder Domain, even if his Thunder Domain has the power of the dimension, and is indestructible and unbreakable, it is not really indestructible. The power of Thunder on Kyanki can be said to be like bundles of explosives, piled up in an unknown amount, and when the last one is ignited, it will cause destruction in an instant. Fortunately, Tang Mao has deployed a layer of defense. But even so, there was a loud bang in the sky, and the entire sky was still shattered, and cracks in the void continued to appear. Moreover, the originally clear sky, after the thunder exploded, became black clouds all over the sky. Thunder crackling began to be heard continuously, and the wind was whistling continuously. Cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and the ground fire broke out uncontrollably to the outside. Even in the ancient capital, the barrier was broken at this moment. Fortunately, the energy did not leak out completely, but it still caused considerable casualties. The entire ancient capital was filled with flames. Although the mages resisted in time, how could they compete with nature with their limited strength? Fortunately, there was a barrier, which led to the fact that the casualties on their side were not very serious. The situation was different for the Kindling Demon Clan. Kyanki was blown to ashes, and there was no intention to share the body, so it was fine. However, the ground fire that ignited on the ground was not weaker than the power of Tang Mao's high-level magic, and the area was so wide that the Kindling Demon Clan naturally followed the tragedy. The Black Army did not suffer much loss because of the protection of Yanji, but Tang Mao took back the remaining 3,000 troops as soon as possible. In addition to the demon army eroded by darkness here, his black army seemed to still be more than 10,000. Obviously, the losses in this battle were very serious. Even though he was stronger than the other party, he was besieged by a group of monsters and suffered heavy casualties. This wave was careless. Even the magic iron that he had obtained with great difficulty was destroyed. However, he was fine. He felt a little uncomfortable. What a good magic iron. Just because of a wave of carelessness, it was gone. Exclamation mark. The two beasts were killed just like that, and with Eri here, the kindling monsters had no intention of fighting anymore, and turned around, and returned to their own mountains. This is not to be trifled with. When they came, they were boundless. When they returned, although there were countless casualties, they still looked like they were countless. In fact, there might be many hostile beings among them? Question mark. On the way back, there were also battles among the monsters. Speaking of which, maybe the kindling monsters were forced to come here? Now that the two behemoths are gone, there is no suppression, and they will naturally fight if they don't like each other. Moreover, they all went out, and now it was inevitable that they would go back to fight for the territory. It can be said that the Kindling Mountains will be lively for a long time. Tang Mao did not chase them and kill them all. There were so many demons. After killing them, if they suffered a backlash, the ancient capital without the barrier would be really finished. After taking Yanji and the others back into the contract space, Tang Mao came to the wall of the ancient capital. After a day of thrilling war, it was finally over. The two emperors were killed just like that, which was something that all the military mages here, and even all the ancient capital mages, could not believe. But Tang Mao's words, they felt that it seemed nothing. After all, as the strongest in China or even in human beings, this was the power they should have. However, this destructive power of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth really frightened people. Until now, there was still lightning and thunder in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. Tang Mao had no way to dispel the thunder in the sky. The void was still slowly repairing. If he took action forcefully at this time, the space would probably collapse. Once the space collapsed, the entire ancient capital would be swallowed by the dimensional rift in a very short time. So all he could do was to help the ancient capital reopen the barrier of the inner city wall. Another whole day passed before the space here was restored, and the support finally arrived here. However, what made him headache was that the force leading the support was actually just a superclass mage. According to the report of this superclass mage, he knew that the sea monsters on the coastline were invading again. After learning the news, he set out to leave the ancient capital. The space gate opened above the magic city. When Tang Mao appeared, he saw Hua Zhenhang and his group. Long time no see. Seeing them appear, even Tang Mao himself was slightly stunned. What's going on with these people? Chairman Tang, where have you been for more than a year? Han Wu, the president of the Forbidden Spell Society, looked at Tang Mao with a face full of reproach. After all, he is a big shot in a country, and he has been shirking the blame for too long, right? Dare you be a little more unreliable? If I say that I left this planet, would you believe it? Tang Mao responded. Left this planet? As soon as they heard it, they felt that Tang Mao was fooling around. But looking at his appearance, he didn't seem to be joking. I fought with a guy who claimed to be the god of the stars, and then I thought his armor was good, so I chased him. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Shuttled in the stars, he really had no way to determine the time. There was no day or night. What could he do? He was also helpless. Tang Mao briefly explained again, and then took out the iron he brought back to show them. When they saw the iron Tang Mao made, the expressions of several people changed instantly. Especially, Hua Zhenhang personally tested it with high-level magic, but found that the hardness of this iron was unimaginable. Such high-quality iron, did you get it from the other planet? Hua Zhenhang asked. Well, but my storage space is limited. The ones I brought back should be enough for 200 people to make magic tools. Of course, if this thing is made into a weapon, I think the power of the magic will be stronger, but it can only be equipped with 100 people. These are my estimates. Let's find a forger to make it first. Hua Zhenhang nodded and said, I'll send someone to call the forger. Han Wu was very upset. He was not just hating iron for not being able to make steel. Why did Hua Zhenhang act like it was a good thing? Yes, this iron is extraordinary at first glance. But as a national guardian, how can you blame others at every turn? President Han Wu, forget it. This kid has been like this since he was a child. You know how he got this position. Dean Zhao said from the side. He knew that Han Wu was doing it for the good of the country. However, Tang Mao had no choice but to sit in this position. Even Xiao Zheng had nothing to say. You are the president of the Forbidden Spell Association of the Magic Association. What's the use of you being here? Han Wu sighed, looking very disappointed. Tang Mao simply ignored this. In the past, he only wanted to be free and easy. Now he can protect the territory, which is a big change. However, Tang Mao really couldn't tie him to a certain position and lose the freedom he wanted. He must stand up when the country has something to do, but when there is nothing to do, he still prefers to be an idle cloud and wild crane. It's like, now that he belongs to his own family, he has never done any serious work. He is not made for this. What can he do? Dean Zhao, during the time I was away, have the sea monsters flooded again? Hua Zhenhang left with the iron, and Tang Mao looked at Dean Zhao again and asked. Yes. The sea monsters have not retreated. The sharks have been attacking since half a year ago. Later, all kinds of sea monster tribes began to attack our coastline. However, the main attack area is still the coastline of the Magic City. We cannot mobilize the totem beasts guarding the coastline. Fortunately, Muningsu and others in Yuxu City often send people to help. Dean Zhao told Tang Mao about what happened in the past 6 months. Then we should destroy the places occupied by the sea monsters nearby. Otherwise, these sea monsters will come to harass us endlessly. Tang Mao said. We thought so too, but you also know that, if we send a large number of troops to attack, it would be fine if we win, but if we lose. Now the island is not only inhabited by the Sharkman Empire of the Sharkman Lord, but also the Sea Lizard Empire of the newly arrived Sea Lizard Dragon Emperor, the Devilfish Empire and even many sea monster tribes. We have been waiting for you to come back in this short period of time. With you, the momentum of the military mages can be greatly improved. In addition, you can command the totem beasts. Dean Zhao said, and was silent for a while. After looking at Tang Mao and seeing that he had no expression, he continued, with the help of the totem beasts, we may be able to truly expel all these sea monsters back to the Pacific Ocean. Perhaps, the iron I brought back can become a new helper. I have a hunch that, if it can be convenient for the mages to wear, in the future, the demons will no longer be able to step into our territory at will. as long as these irons can be made into sophisticated equipment, and it is the same as what he thought. Tang Mao felt that it might not be possible to conquer the demons, but it is still possible to make them dare not set foot in human territory. Of course, although he does not want to strengthen other countries, only when all humans become strong can it be possible to really make the demons shrink. However, all this has to wait for the news from who is in Han. As for other things, it is not completely certain now. At this time, a cold air came from the sky. Several people looked back at the same time and saw that it was the ice snow girl flying towards here at full speed from the direction of Phenio City. It seems that she sensed the relationship with Tang Mao, so she came in a hurry, and her breath did not restrain at all, which led to such a cold atmosphere. However, whether it is Phenio City or the Magic City, everyone knows this princess. Even ordinary people are not unfamiliar with the Snow Girl. After all, the few times she took action, the sea monster suffered heavy losses. This is the real ice goddess of several nearby cities. After the Snow Girl flew over quickly, she directly crashed into Tang Mao's arms. However, because she is an elemental holy spirit, her size is much larger than Tang Mao. Fortunately, they are still in the air. The big girl was still lying on his chest, just like when she was a child. Tang Mao stroked her cold hair and smiled. "Do you miss your daddy?" The ice snow girl said that she seemed to be abandoned. Ahem. Isn't that more urgent? Besides, can't you help here? Tang Mao said with embarrassment. Speaking of which, since the snow girl was captured by him from Xianshan, they have not been separated for such a long time. After being cuddled for a while, the snow girl directly opened the entrance to the contract space and went back. It seems that she missed her home. After watching the snow girl leave, Dean Zhao said, "You, the elemental holy spirit, have also contributed a lot. It should be." Tang Mao was actually a little surprised. His eldest daughter has always been a person who doesn't want to be disturbed by strangers. It's really rare that she can help guard the coastline. "Okay, let's leave here first," Hong Wu suggested. Tang Mao nodded and continued, "Let's talk about it downstairs." As soon as he finished speaking, silver light flashed around him. Before Han Wu, Dean Zhao and other forbidden spells could react, the next moment, they felt a slight spatial fluctuation, and then returned to the Pearl Tower. This sudden operation made these people a little confused. This kind of spatial power is somewhat shocking. "Tang Mao, have you improved again?" Dean Zhao asked subconsciously. "Well, this interstellar trip has improved a little," Tang Mao said truthfully. "You kid, you are really perverted." The president of the forbidden spell, Han Wu, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. The others were busy with their own affairs, and now only the three of them were left. Tang Mao said again, "It's okay. By the way, President Han Wu, do you know what happened in Kinling?" "I don't know. Did anyone go to Kunlun?" Tang Mao asked again. Not sure. Dean Zhao and Han Wu shook their heads. "What's wrong? What happened?" Dean Zhao asked in confusion. "It's like this. When I came back, the ancient capital was invaded by the Kinling monsters, and the two ancient beasts in the depths of Kunlun Mountain led the entire Kinling monsters." Tang Mao told the story of the ancient capital. Dean Zhao paused and said, "Fortunately, you are back. Otherwise, with the current domestic forces mobilized to the periphery of the coastline, the ancient capital would be finished." Hong Wu also said with some fear, "Yes. I didn't expect the Kinling monsters to start to move. I'm just curious about why they suddenly appeared." Tang Mao said. This is what he is more curious about. Chapter 889, A Nightmare-like Place. After hearing Tang Mao's question, Hong Wu said, "What's there to be confused about? Demons are stronger than humans. Do they need a reason to invade?" Dean Zhao shook his head and disagreed with Hong Wu's opinion. He continued, "I think the appearance of the demons from Kunlun Demon Country is probably related to the resurrection of the totem beasts, right? After all, he had learned some magic history when he was free. Now that you mention it, I remember it." Tang Mao also suddenly thought that the other party seemed to have said that he didn't like some of the smells on his body, and it was these beasts that killed the Killin. I see. That day, the Killin appeared in the sky above the Magic City and used its power to awaken the totem beasts. so it might have been noticed by the enemies of the Kunlun demon country. The Kunlun demon tribe originated from Kunlun. The beasts came from Kunlun, so it was natural to order them. And just the Kunlun mountains were so mighty. What if the complicated Kunlun demon country was dispatched? Question mark? TSK. I still know too little about this world. After thinking carefully, I suddenly realized that the sea monsters seem to be nothing. At least, the sea monsters we are fighting now are nothing. The strongest is just a dominant emperor. Now there are only a few emperors. Although there are a lot of them, as long as the iron I bring back can be used to make exquisite magic tools, then the number issue is not a big problem. As for the materials, it is nothing more than a trip to the interstellar. It only takes a year. It is worth it if it can make the human race stronger as a whole. After all, it is not the bravery of one person that can decide the outcome of a war. Moreover, if he cannot reverse the outcome of a war, he does not seem to be that powerful. I will go back first, and I will come again when the equipment of the Zenon garrison commander is built. A year has passed. It's time to go back to home. I have been a monk for a year. Damn Eri, damn. Huh? Question mark? Tang Mao was about to complain that his two fairies were not doing their jobs and only knew how to sleep when he suddenly froze. Because he found out that the little Hoofapus was no longer in his contract space without knowing when. This stupid snake is getting more and more outrageous. He checked her breath. Good guy. She is not in the country yet. See how I deal with you when you come back. Although he was very unhappy with this little fairy who ran away without permission. But he would not kill her just because she ran away without permission. He couldn't bear to do it. This is the Emperor level Medusa. Moreover, Apus's flexibility is now perfect to the extreme. After mumbling a few words, Tang Mao left. Hang Wu and Din Zhao were both in a black line. They didn't understand at all. What was this guy talking about? Above Yuxu City. But a wave of space came out, and Tang Mao stepped out. In the main urban area, only a few people were waiting here. Muningsu was still as beautiful as ice and snow, cold and noble. In short, I felt that if I didn't sit with her for half a day today, her youth would be wasted. Looking at Muningsu's side, Xiaoai was becoming more and more mature. She was obviously as cold as Muningsu, although she didn't have 3,000 silver threads, but she was as plump as a ripe peach. How about cheating on her? An idea silently emerged in my mind. But looking at Jiang Xiaoxu and Ashirua next to them in small suits, why do I feel like a button will pop at any time? Exclamation mark. After a pause, Tang Mao reluctantly looked away. Zhu Zhaoting passed. Mu Bei passed. Zhao Manan passed. Ignoring a few male compatriots, Tang Mao realized that Mo Fan was not there. But then he thought, this guy should have gone to Greece, right? The next thing he saw was Kao Kin. This girl didn't have the slightest desire to cheat on her. Well, it seems that, even if I have lived a plain life for a year, I'm still quite picky. I saw Ding Yumian, Yushishi, Song Fiao, Liu Zion, Liu Ru, Wang Gaiu Kayangsan and others also came here from the back mountain. It seems that they all missed me a lot after not seeing me for a year. Looking at them, Tang Mao was even happier. These few people let me do whatever I want, and they all cooperated. Huh. You are so hot-tempered. He turned around in confusion, and found that the eldest wife who had not been seen for a long time and the little girl Lingling were walking here together, as if they knew that he was back. Except for Munugio and Ai Tutu, they were not here. Except for Shaijia, Irene, Bran Concubine, and Hedi who were abroad. It seemed that everyone who was related to him was here. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Tang Yu. He had lived with Tang Yu the longest. He was a lover and a relative. No one in this world was more important than her. Tang Yu was originally angry because Tang Mao had disappeared for a year. However, feeling his longing, she was not so angry anymore. Instead, she reached out and hugged him. Before, I was locked by a star god. I had no choice but to leave for a while. I didn't expect it would be so long. Seeing that Tang Yu was not so angry, Tang Mao hurriedly explained. Yeah. Tang Yu nodded, but she didn't look good to him. As I said, the two of them knew each other well. He knew her. She also knew him. Tang Mao, who could open a dyeing factory with a little paint, must not look good to him at this time. Seeing Tang Yu like this, he had no choice but to coax her. But at this moment, Ling Ling, the little girl, suddenly tugged at her clothes. Then she looked at him with her cute big eyes, looking eager for a hug. Ling Ling is not like this. Often, such Ling Ling definitely wants to trick him. Tang Maro, I want to know. Ling Ling is so cute, how dare you? Sure enough, before he could guess, he heard Tang Yu's voice that wanted to strangle him to death. Damn. Outrageous. This little girl must have done it on purpose. Tang Yu seemed to need a reason to beat him up. Ling Ling happened to be a little angry because Tang Maro left without saying goodbye. Then, there was the scene of Tang Yu's fire whip constantly slap, slap, slap Tang Maro. Now that Tang Yu has become a fire type forbidden spell, it is not difficult for her to condense a whip. Seeing Tang Maro running away with his head in his hands and looking extremely embarrassed, everyone couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the resentment is too deep. No one can cure it. This kind of scene is rare. Especially Song Fiao. When she saw Tang Yu's fire whip greet Tang Maro, she almost danced with joy. Speaking of which, she was the one who was bullied the most. You are capable, right? You are amazing, right? You have disappeared for more than a year now, right? Tang Yu said a word, and the small fire whip whipped. Although Tang Maro could completely dodge, he knew that the reason was not important at all. The important thing was that this ancestor just wanted to beat him up. So, even if it didn't hurt, he cooperated and shouted a few times. As the master of element, the fire whip with this little energy naturally couldn't cause any harm to him. At night, does it hurt? Although he had a lot of fun beating him during the day and vented his anger. But after the beating, Tang Yu felt a little regretful. After all, he had watched him grow up since he was a child. No matter where he was, it was the same. After all, this little SP had been restless since he was a child. It hurts, and it's very embarrassing. Look at how many girls you have provoked, and now you don't tell me where you are going, right? Tang Yu accused, while applying external compresses. Although there was no pain, there were still red marks on his body. Tang Yu really thought that she had beaten him. Little did he know that this was completely shown to her by the scumbag himself. In response to the complaints of the first wife, Tang Maro subconsciously shut up. In this kind of thing, no matter what he said, he was wrong. There was no need to think about it at all. You have a son, why didn't you tell me? Tang Yu patted it and asked again. I dare not. He told the truth. But I didn't expect Tang Yu to know so soon. It's only been a short time. Haha. Hearing this unfriendly laughter, Tang Maro turned his head and looked at Tang Yu, trying to quibble, and explained. Actually, I can really explain this. Don't quibble, I already know what happened between you. And, I have also met Tang Yan. Now Tang Maro was a little confused. What's going on? What happened this year? After breaking through the forbidden spell, I thought about traveling around the countries. It happened that Asha Ruaya said she wanted to go to the Alpine Academy. I had heard about it a long time ago, so I went there. As she said that, there was a burst of dissatisfaction in Tang Yu's enchanting eyes. I met Bran Concubine, and also met Edie. After knowing the misunderstanding between you, I also saw Tang Yan. The little guy's much cuter than when you were little. Actually, it was an accident. Haha. Tang Yu obviously didn't believe it. Tang Maro, do you think your excuses are useful in front of someone who knows you better than you do? Tang Yu, you are being unfair to me. Well, although I knew it at the time, I couldn't help it. Tang Maro wanted to make an excuse, but seeing that Tang Yu's hands were on fire and she went straight to the weakest part, he was a little scared. Go see Tang Yan when you have time. If possible, bring him back and live in a girls' school. It will be inconvenient when he grows up. Seeing that Tang Maro didn't talk nonsense with her, Tang Yu eased up a little and didn't cut him off. What's wrong with that? There are all beautiful girls there. I envy him. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. Seeing that Tang Yu wanted to cut him off, Tang Maro surrendered instantly. These days, the truth can't be told. Do you want Tang Yan to be like you? Tang Yu said with a glare. In fact, we can have a child. This kind of life-threatening question is naturally better to divert. I've told you about Tang Yan. Stop trying to change the subject. Tang Yu glared. You don't try to be so. Take it. Take it away. After all, Tang Yu is at an age where she is as vigorous as a wolf. No matter how dissatisfied she is, she can't stand Tang Mao's beating like a pile driver. In his opinion, this is her biggest dissatisfaction. Therefore, the problem must be solved fundamentally. He is not greedy. He is just solving the problem. It took a day and a night for Tang Mao to finally appease Tang Yu. And the next morning, she left Yuxu City in a good spirit. As the top leader of Hangzhou, she is very busy every day. Moreover, she is not a person who likes to shirk her responsibilities like Tang Mao. The responsibilities on her shoulders make her unable to have the slightest leisure. Once Tang Yu leaves, Yuxu City will of course be his Tang Mao's world again. Of course, the place from yesterday must be found again. The small hats and some small triangles that were ordered before can be used today. Carrot, Song Fiao, Asheruaya and Lingling were the first to be dealt with. Especially Asheruaya, the foxhoof. If she said she didn't do it on purpose, Zhao Manan would not believe it, even if he killed her. But what Tang Mao didn't expect was that before he went to make trouble, Asheruaya came to be punished. When she left, Tang Mao felt that he seemed to be the one being punished. Look at her happy face. The most terrifying thing was that Lingling came not long after she left. Round battle. Is she trying to kill him? Lingling, I don't blame you. I have forgiven you. Tang Mao said sincerely. But I haven't forgiven you yet. Lingling stood there and said with a smile. This is outrageous. She was the one who started the fire yesterday. If you can't convince me today, I will tell Sister Tang Yu that you bullied me. At this moment, Tang Mao suddenly felt that this cute little girl who had been looking at her since she was a child was really a bitch. She hadn't rested for a day and a night, and a day. Little baby, don't be like this, and don't you think I need a rest too? No. Seeing Lingling pick up the phone, Tang Mao was scared. Lingling took off the rubber band that fixed her hair. Tang Mao inexplicably thought of Bujinga and I thought she was looking for trouble. But in the end, why did it feel like everything had changed? Their reserve seemed to be gone. Even Muningsu, the woman who she always thought was a cold goddess, would take the initiative to make trouble one day. After returning to Yuxu City for a few days, Tang Mao felt as if he had fought with several rooftop emperors and was beaten without any ability to fight back. He thought that he was the elemental master and the god of dimension, and he had to cross the rooftop line. But he didn't expect that he would lose in a round-robin battle. The most annoying thing is, how come he is so energetic after seeing a little light? Finally, on the 8th day, Hua Zhenhang sent a message saying that the magic tools and sharp weapons had been made. Taking this opportunity, Tang Mao left without any nostalgia. Yuxu City has become his nightmare for at least a month, right? Inside the Pearl Tower, Hua Zhenhang, Jiang Shianian, Han Wu, Dean Zhao, the chief of the Oriental Pearl Tower, and the members of the Magic City Forbidden Spell Society are all here. They have seen the newly obtained iron and the equipment made. After a high-level magician wears it, I'm afraid he can completely defeat the commander. The defense and attack power are both very strong. It can be called top defense and powerful attack power. At this time, the space fluctuated, and Tang Mao walked out holding his waist. After seeing his embarrassed appearance, the few passers present couldn't help laughing. You kid, don't you know what moderation is? Hua Zhenhang said directly. Tang Mao was slightly embarrassed, and then said, I understand, but these wolves don't care about my life or death. Being romantic is not a good thing. Dean Zhao also joked. Tang Mao looked at Hua Zhenhang. How is it, after the equipment is built, have you tested it? How is the effect? Chapter 890 Fight Back. He naturally didn't want to continue chatting with them about such a meaningless topic. After testing, even a high-level mage with soul seeds can withstand magic damage. After that, I ordered a high-level mage to find a medium-level commander level C monster for testing. With defense and attack power, plus the power of magic, a high-level mage can completely kill a commander level C monster. Hua Zhenhang was very excited. This is the real progress of mankind. But, after saying that, He was a little helpless and looked at Tang Mao and said, but there are also shortcomings. That is, these magic tools and weapons made of iron are too heavy. Even the physique of a high-level mage will consume a lot of physical strength when paired with such magic tools and magic weapons. If you encounter a speed-type monster, you may be exhausted to death. You have high defense and high output, but it is heavy, which is a problem. In fact, Tang Mao also noticed this problem. Guarding the border is extremely strong equipment. But if it comes to attacking, it's different. The physique of a magician is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. But that's just compared to an ordinary person. Compared with those monsters, there is still a huge gap. Although it has higher defense than monster scales and stronger attack than monster claws, the weight is also a problem. Even wind mages and earth mages will slow down after wearing it. Tang Mao was also a little helpless. In this case, no matter how good the iron is, it will be wasted. I think it is not necessary for all mages to wear such heavy equipment. We can select and train them from all over the country. In addition, these iron materials are not useless. For example, when building city walls, the military mages guarding the city walls can use them to deal with the invading monsters. Dean Zyro suggested. His proposal was indeed very good and won the conviction of many people present. However, there are still problems. A forbidden spell mage said, but if we encounter a situation where we have to go out of the city to fight, everyone will be affected by the heavy equipment they wear. Moreover, carrying such heavy equipment every day will also consume a lot of energy. If the city wall can also be built with this, I think this situation will definitely not exist. Moreover, after all, it is a slow exploration, so there will naturally be problems. The city walls built in the border areas of our cities now cannot resist the attacks of demons, and even the city barriers are not permanent. I agree with Dean Zyro's point of view. The chief Eastern mage said. Tang Mao thought for a while, and then said, what do you think? If these irons are made into a chariot, or some crossbows are made, can it work? Hot weapons cannot be made in this limited world. But long-range weapons such as crossbows can be made. Although in this way, there is still no way to shoot out. But the ability to defend the land will be greatly enhanced. Chairman Tang's proposal is quite good. If we can build such a crossbow and add the wall renovation mentioned by Dean Zyro, then our land defense capability will be at least several times higher. Even if we are attacked suddenly by the ancient capital, it will give us a lot of time to reinforce. Jiang Xianyuan responded. As a military man, he thought it was feasible after hearing what Tang Mao said. In ancient times, didn't humans rely on iron weapons to besiege demons? It was the advent of the magic age that made humans no longer pay attention to these irons. The scales, claws, and teeth on the demons are better materials than iron. So, these things were slowly forgotten. But now it's different. If this is possible, it must be a good thing. Well, I think everyone's opinions are acceptable. In addition, it is also possible to select elite mages above the high level from all over the country to build a heavy armored core. Hua Zhenhang paused, looked at Tang Mao and asked, but, is there such a large amount of iron? This is a question that Hua Zhenhang is concerned about. No matter how good the idea is, it has to be put into practice. If there is not enough iron, then these ideas are a bit unrealistic. Of course. Tang Mao nodded, and then said, prepare a lot of space storage devices for me, as many as you can get, and I will go again. After hearing Tang Mao's words, several people were a little surprised. Is there really so much iron? This kind of high quality iron, is it possible to be the same as cabbage? The place I'm going to is not smaller than our planet, and there is almost high quality iron everywhere. If conditions do not allow it, I would like to take you with me. After hearing what Tang Mao said, everyone was happy. If this is really possible, then China's future casualties will be greatly reduced. In the future, China will only become stronger and stronger, so strong that it is not only called the first power in Asia, but the whole world. But you can't leave in a hurry now. The island country must be conquered and become part of the human territory. If we conquer it and gather all the people and wizards who have fled back to their homeland, it will be a major event at the moment. Of course, after we send troops to help them recover their territory, half of their domestic resources in the future will be supplied to us. Hua Zhenhang laughed as he spoke. At this moment, the Zenon Guardian looked like a profiteer. But no matter who it was, no one had any objection to this. By the way, there is news from the Asian Magic Association. This year's Asian Magic Association chief will be elected from our country. Tang Mao, do you have any good candidates? Asked Hong Wu, the president of the Forbidden Spell Association. If the Asian Magic Association was not a Chinese, this work would obviously be difficult to carry out. After all, who can compete with China on this territory now? Almost all countries have suffered a great loss of strength after being baptized by the sea monster. As for the candidate, the best candidate is naturally Tang Mao. Whether it is his influence at home or abroad, he is definitely the first person. It's clear without thinking that Tang Mao has absolutely no idea about this. I think Xiao Zheng, the speaker, is suitable, but the country can't do without such an excellent person. So why don't you, Chairman Hong Wu, go? Tang Mao looked at Hong Wu and said, if it's about relationship, then of course he and Xiao Zheng are closer. But how can the top leader of the country let him leave? Not only the people can't do without him, but he can't do without him either. Although in this case, there is no change in the position, but it allows Hong Wu to move up a step. But Tang Mao knows Xiao Zheng. He is the type of selfless dedication. Although it affects the interests of many people, there are also many people who want to pull him down. Unfortunately, the matter of the holy city has given too many people advice, and their ideas can only be ideas. And now, everyone with a discerning eye thinks that Xiao Zheng is going to continue to rise. But unexpectedly, Tang Mao recommended Hong Wu. Hong Wu himself was a little confused. This big cake is really a bit too surprising. Although everyone says that they don't care about fame and fortune. But how many people really don't care? This. Hong Wu looked at Tang Mao and didn't know what to say for a moment. President Hong Wu, don't say this or that. After you take office, the president of the Magic City Forbidden Spell Association will be Dean Zhao, and the rest will remain unchanged. After looking at Dean Zhao, he turned his head and looked at Hong Wu again. However, there is one thing that I hope President Hong Wu will always remember. What is it? Hong Wu also became serious. He saw it. Tang Mao really helped him rise. Of course, he also has the ability, so he is not worried about not being competent. Always remember that you are from that country. Hong Wu thought Tang Mao seemed to say nonsense at first, but after a careful taste, he understood. This guy wanted him to cultivate people from the country whenever he was in office. Tang Mao, although you and I don't get along much, but there is one thing you can rest assured. I'm a Chinese, and I also love my country. That's it. After talking about the appointment, it was the strategic goal. Now the army has gathered along the coastline and can launch an attack at any time. In addition, Hua Zhenhang has basically detected the situation of the sea monsters on the island country. In addition to the Shark Empire, the Sea Lizard Empire, and the Manta Empire, there are the tribes and tribes of Black Seal and Sawtooth Crab. As for the number, at least millions or even more. It is definitely impossible to attack all the demon empires and demon tribes at once. But it is possible to defeat them one by one. It's just that this kind of large-scale war with demons, and it's an active attack, is the first time in the history of magic. But it can't be done otherwise. If the other party has been occupying the neighboring country and coming to invade at any time, it will not be a good thing for China. In addition to the army stationed on land, almost all the military wizards, hunting wizards, magic associations and even the Inquisition that can be mobilized in the country have been mobilized to the coastline. The total number of wizards is about 3 million. Among them, more than 1.6 million are only mid-level wizards. And there are more than 1.3 million high-level wizards. Fortunately, China has more than just wizards. The totem beasts on the coastline and the totem sacred beasts of Yuxu City are all great helpers. There are only tens of thousands of superclass mages and top-level mages. The total number of forbidden spell mages is not even in the 3 digits. This is the strongest combat force excluding those who stay behind. There is no way. The total number of forbidden spell mages in the world is actually only a few thousand. Among them, at least half of them are unable to cast forbidden spells alone. And the total number of superclass mages in the world may be close to 1 million, right? In the magic world, there are still more mid-level mages. This is the same, no matter which country. The first stop they chose was Seoul. When they crossed the Yellow Sea, they encountered the Siren Corps that was invading them. When they saw these large ships, the Siren Corps was a little dumbfounded. Compared with these large ships, their number seems to be pitifully small. And Tang Mao does not need to open the way. This time, he is not fighting alone, but has millions of troops behind him. The sea monsters stationed in Seoul are Black Chapter monsters. Although the Black Chapter Monster Emperor is dead, there are still many Monster Kings. The Chapter Monsters still did not retreat, but they also loved that you were no longer united. There are almost groups of monsters in South Korea and North Korea. Although these Chapter Monsters do not invade China very much, it is a sin for you to occupy human territory. You must be defeated. On the huge luxury cruise ship, Tang Mao hugged Muningsu and watched the magic energy in the distance continue to explode and roar. Aren't you going to participate in the meeting? Muningsu looked at Tang Mao on her shoulder and asked. I'm not that kind of material. Tang Mao replied. This time, the whole country was mobilized, so the representatives of Yuxu City naturally had to come. In fact, Tang Mao was enough, but Muningsu still brought Ashiruya with her. Both women are forbidden spell mages, and at this time, they should contribute. After hearing Tang Mao's answer, Muningsu was also a little helpless. What do you mean by not that kind of material? It's obvious that they want to be lazy. However, the strongest of the black demons occupying this area is only the monarch. There is no need to worry about the big demons without the emperor level. To deal with the small demon empire with only the monarch, only a few top level magicians are enough. Although the casualties will be reduced to a lower level if the forbidden spell is used, this is just the beginning. Moreover, there are sea monsters that invade the coastline from time to time, and they need to stay on the cruise ship for defense. A large area of the sea is almost full of huge ships. One by one, they are densely packed, and they are not worried that the sea monsters can bypass them and march into the country. I don't know how long this war will last. Muningsu sighed and said. Who knows? Even he knew very well that going to war with the Demon Empire would definitely not be resolved in a day or two. Once a territory is lost, there is almost no one who wants to fight back. Even if there is a wasteland that becomes a city again, it is only because the demon group has retreated. If there are a large number of demons, it would be even more difficult to take them back than to invade the defense with several times the number of demons. But in order not to be beaten passively all the time, Hua Zhenhang's proposal is naturally feasible. The main reason is that now the power of China plus the power of the totem beast, as well as the existence of Tang Mao, a non-human, have the confidence to fight back. Moreover, the demons do not have to be killed completely. The most important thing is to kill those commanders, demon kings, and demon emperors. As long as these leaders who can command the demons are killed, the remaining demons will naturally choose to withdraw into the sea. There is a general commander of the demons, but there is no commander of the demons. The combat power is several times a pile of loose sand. No matter how many there are, is just a lamb to be slaughtered. But if there is a demon above the commander, it can command all the general level demons and servant level demons. Of course, demons are the same as humans, with the general level occupying the majority, the commanders are a minority, and the monarch level is even less. This minority is compared with the total number of demons in the world. Thanks to the tale number 9435. My brother changed his name. I'm a little confused. Thanks to the last digit 1936. Thanks to the two big brothers for the reward. This month's update is not good. I will cut off my own dog head first. I hope you can understand. Chapter 891. Shaka arrives. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh swish whoosh in the distance. Various elemental magic waves continued to rush into the sky, and constellations and star palaces continued to emerge in the sky. The smell of blood also drifted from the large battlefield to the cruise ship. Tang Mao looked at it and felt itchy. But as Hua Zhenhang said, this time he and his totems and his contracted beasts are the most important main forces in the counterattack. The ocean is truly vast. No one knows whether this war will attract a more powerful sea monster emperor. If he is not forced to do so, he cannot take action. Preserving magic power is the top priority. He also understands that Hua Zhenhang does not let him take action, not because he does not care about those mages, but he knows better that they are fighting back against the Siren Empire, which has sirens that are not inferior to human civilization. If they are counterattacked, who can be sure that the other party will not come to rescue? I also want to rush over to help, but the arrangement of Zen and Shao is correct. The appearance of an emperor creature will cause immeasurable damage. We must have enough patience. At the beginning, Muningsu didn't understand why the strongest military mages always hid at the back when fighting against demons. But as her strength gradually grew stronger, she finally understood why. Whether it was demons or military mages, they were testing each other and consuming each other. Although this test was inhumane, it must be said that, if they won blindly, it would be fine. But once they lost, the army would face a situation of certain death. With the smallest casualties, they exchanged for the greatest victory. Although those who tested would sacrifice, they would never be deserters when testing the attack. There is always someone who needs to stand up first, and there is always someone who needs to make sacrifices. Those people are not fools, but when they become mages and military mages, they have a firm belief in defending their country. What are you two doing here? Ashurua hadn't seen Tang Mao and Muningsu, so she walked out of the house. She had to prevent these two bastards from doing something behind her back. However, after finding them, she found that they were just looking at the battlefield in the distance, watching the battle here. Muningsu responded, and then said, "Why, are you afraid that I will cheat and not bring you?" Ashurua came to the right of Tang Mao. After hearing what Muningsu said, she didn't hide it and admitted generously, "If he and I were away for so long, it must be because of some serious work." Damn, there's a war now. Can't you do something serious every day? Tang Mao looked at Ashurua with a frown. What the hell has he become? Why does this woman insist on squeezing his heart dry? Question mark? TSK, are you tired of it? Ashurua asked back. You weren't like this before. Didn't your eyes blaze with fire when you saw me, wishing you could swallow me? Tang Mao chose to remain silent. Sometimes, you have to admit that when you don't get it, you always have a restless thought. But after getting it, after a while, well, the interest is really not that great. It's mainly because of the waste. Muningsu, he's not interested in you anymore. Don't you want to keep a gigolo? Ashurua saw Tang Mao silent and looked at Muningsu again. Not interested. While Muningsu responded, Tang Mao also slapped her. You've spoiled me with this coat. You're thinking about putting a hat on yourself before anything happens? This woman is just asking for trouble. Asking for trouble. If you don't beat her for 3 days, she'll make trouble. Ashurua rubbed her buttocks and didn't care. Humph, you're hitting me. Sooner or later I'll put a lot of hats on you. ITM. Seeing that it was about to pass, Ashurua jumped up and hung on him. Just kidding, who else in this world can be worthy of me except you? This little fox is definitely the best at controlling Tang Mao's emotions. I was a little unhappy just now, but after her making such a fuss, I lost my temper. Husband, speak nicely. Hubby, with this attitude, do you know that there are so many people who are greedy for my lady? This foxhoof has always been a little bit of a fool. He admits his mistake in the previous second and is courting death in the next second. Something is wrong at this time. Muningsu suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Ashurua asked. There are a lot of thunder element over there, but the thunder mages who went there are not so dense. Muningsu looked into the distance and said with a beautiful frown. Hearing this, Tang Mao also swept over with the power of the sound system. The sound wave spread, and he instantly found that something was wrong there. There are actually a lot of thunder squids under the sea. This number must be at least a tribe. No wonder Muningsu said something was wrong. There are a lot of thunder squids under the sea. Tang Mao said. Muningsu immediately understood why there were such dense thunder element. I'll go help. She was about to move, but Tang Mao stopped her by holding her hand. No need to go. Dean Zio is there too. At the moment of detection, he found Dean Zio's aura. Moreover, he seemed to be completing the fusion magic at this time. Moreover, it was a forbidden spell. In other words, the situation under the sea was also detected. Moreover, after noticing the other party, who was Zinhan, made arrangements. It's just that he didn't say it. Dean Zio? Yes, I think Zinhan discovered these thunder squids during the previous detection. The reason why he didn't alarm the other party should be that he wanted to wait for them to rise and destroy them in one fell swoop. Tang Mao guessed. The sea monster has a civilization that is not inferior to ours and will also find a way to detect our situation. He didn't say this, probably to lure the thunder squids into our trap. Ashiruaya also looked into the distance. With the power of their forbidden spells, they can detect it even from a distance. In the past, fighting demons only required strength, but I didn't expect that now we need intelligence to deal with demons. Muningsu sighed. This can be regarded as the growth gained from fighting with the demon empire again and again. Tang Mao nodded and said, after being ambushed on the Hawaiian island, Tang Mao knew that demons were not brainless. On the contrary, they were also very cunning and even knew how to play tricks. Hu 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 hu. Hua ha ha. While the three were talking, the huge tornado tsunami rose into the sky. One by one, the thunderstorm squids were directly swept into it, soaring into the sky. Dean Zio didn't know what formation was completed. The sea tornado that rolled up contained tens of thousands of thunderstorm squids, and the wind blade kept killing them. The power of the forbidden spellmaster against a group of general level demons. Almost no one within the range was spared. This wave was really strong and violent. Almost half of the thunder squids in it turned into corpses and floated on the sea. At the same time, above the coast, the dense rain of fire like raindrops was falling continuously. Sure enough, although the thunder system is rare, the power of the high-level fire mage group combined cannot be underestimated. With such a dense constellation, there must be thousands of high-level fire mages performing the sky flame funeral, right? Among the elemental systems, the most destructive is undoubtedly the thunder system. But after reaching the high level, the thunder system is not the most destructive. It still depends on various auxiliary products. For example, powerful soul seeds. For example, high quality magic weapons. High level magic, no matter which magic system, has extremely strong power. So, the battle is about to end? Ashiruaya turned around and asked. It's still early, this is just a landing battle. Tang Mao shook his head and said. The whole country was occupied by the other side, and the other side still lived almost underground in the city. Even if it is necessary to clean up later, it is necessary to sweep a large area now. Moreover, this is not just one city. You know, North Korea and South Korea fell almost at the same time. Even if they do not occupy a large area, it will take more than 1 or 2 days to truly end the battle here. It seems that the sea monsters are indeed civilized, and their support army is coming. As Tang Mao spoke, Ashiruaya and Muningsu looked at the sea area in the direction of the island country at the same time, and saw that a huge demon cloud had begun to gather here. Just by relying on this breath, it is not difficult to see that there is at least a large tribe of sea monsters. I'll tell Zen and Xiao, Muningsu said. No need, isn't that the magician responsible for detection has returned? Tang Mao pointed to the sky above, and several wind magicians were returning here at full speed. Among them was a wounded superclass magician. It seems that the reconnaissance was discovered, but it was his greatest luck that he did not die. Let's go and take a look, maybe we can help? There is no Emperor's demonic aura. Tang Mao shook his head and said, as long as there is no Emperor, Hua Zhenhan will never let them go. Especially the forbidden spell mages should not act rashly, but their sudden counterattack forced the Magic Association and even the Holy City to allow humans to fight against the Demon Empire, and not just one empire, which is almost unprecedented. Even the so-called fighting nation has never done such a crazy thing. Moreover, on the other hand, facing the sea monster emperor, the forbidden spell mages are still needed to take action. The rest of the mage army, no matter how many there are, can't pile up the opponent to death. Without other defenses, it may not be able to break, and it is almost impossible to pile up the opponent to death. It's really unpleasant to watch like this, Muningsu said. When you are needed, do your best to fight, and then you won't have so many feelings. Ashiruaya comforted. But don't fight too hard, especially you. Don't take your life as a joke. Tang Mao reminded her when he thought of the bow of this stupid woman. Muningsu's current strength is naturally able to fully control the ice crystal bow. However, the arrows released were different. The strongest arrow still consumed the body. That was an arrow that could severely injure the emperor. So, after hearing what Asharuaya said, he reminded them, "What are you three doing here? We need to have a meeting." As the three were talking, a mature and charming lady came over. "Sister Yu, are you asking us to go out?" Muningsu asked when she saw Tang Yu coming. "Without the emperor, we are not needed." Tang Yu shook her head and said, as a forbidden spell, and now a senior member of the Judgment Council, she was naturally here. However, Tang Yu belonged to a regular unit. Of course, she couldn't stay here leisurely like the three of them. Then why have a meeting? You know, I don't like this kind of occasion the most. Even if Tang Mao was just asked to sit there, he really couldn't sit still. The holy city sent people to support us. Tang Yu said. That's a good thing. Shaka is still sensible. Archangel Gabriel came in person. Tang Yu continued. We have to go and see. Tang Mao paused. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw this angel girl. What are you going to see? Asharuaya asked. The archangel is here. If you don't go to greet him, isn't that very rude? TSK. The four of them returned to the conference room. When they arrived at the conference room, they saw that almost all the people here had gathered. Hundreds of people looked at Tang Mao, who came in at the same time. It was him. If it was someone else, being stared at by hundreds of forbidden spellmasters, they would probably feel a little daunted, right? At this time, Shaka came over. It seems to be because of her high position and power. Her strength seems to have improved a lot. At least, it is no weaker than Michael at the beginning. Shaka still had that calm and gentle smile on her face. She walked up and gave Tang Mao a hug. Long time no see. Long time no see. Tang Mao responded. Looking down at Shaka's purple hair, his whole body was full of the agility and beauty of the forest elves in Western magic stories. His eyes were as peaceful as a lake at night, the kind of lake without any ripples or luster. Ahem. Seeing the two hugging here, Asharuaya coughed a few times in dissatisfaction. It seemed to remind the two to pay attention to the occasion. Shaka also greeted Asharuaya politely. After all, they got along well for a while before. Moreover, he was able to have a relationship with Tang Mao thanks to the seductive woman in front of him. You are now an angel who controls the world anyway. Don't you know how to be reserved? Asharuaya saw Shaka greet her, responded, and then complained. Angels are not real gods. Even if they are gods, no one stipulates that gods cannot have people they like, right? Shaka asked indifferently. While asking Asharuaya, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. When Shaka looked over, the forbidden spell mages and the apostles of the holy city who came with Shaka all lowered their heads. Well, the apostles are also very outstanding. The feet are invisible. They buried their heads in their chests and did not interfere with the affairs of the Archangel Gabriel at all. Chapter 892. Protracted War. Asharuaya snorted in dissatisfaction. Tang Mao said like a peacemaker, let's talk about business first. With so many people watching, he felt a little proud. Four women who are both beautiful and talented. 4 forbidden spells, circling around him alone. How could he not be proud? As for embarrassment, as long as it's not him who is embarrassed, it can only be others. However, the new sirens are about to arrive here, and he certainly can't let other people's meetings be interrupted because of his own affairs. Shaka is an archangel, so he naturally sits in the main seat. Tang Mao is on the side. He doesn't care about this arrangement at all. After all, isn't it the same for a jerk like him to sit there? Shaka did not take the initiative. After arriving, he said to Huazin Hong, Zenon, I'm not very clear about the things here. You can make all the arrangements. In addition, you can directly mobilize the Holy Judgment Mages and Holy Shadows I brought. Huazin Hong nodded, and then began to arrange his deployment. He had expected the new arrival of the Siren Army. It was just that he did not expect that the angels of the Holy City would come to participate in this war. However, everything was still developing in a good direction. He could not command the Archangel Gabriel, but the mages brought by the entire Holy City were the elite among the elites. Among the superclass mages, they were all top-notch. A new high-level mage group and a large force were sent out, and Huazin Hong sent a forbidden spell mage to take charge. Although no trace of the Emperor was found during the reconnaissance, the siren was more insidious. If an emperor appeared in the middle of the fight, without the forbidden spell to restrain him, it would be a destruction. Absolute destruction. After sending the army to attack, Huazhen Hang explained the current situation and the current situation to Shajie. Shajie is not Tang Mao. She naturally knows something about some things. So, she also made some reasonable suggestions. This made Huazhen Hang look at him with a new look. He didn't expect that the new archangel actually had a strong understanding of military affairs. Seeing that the two of them could chat, Tang Mao was even more bored. The battle had nothing to do with him, but he just listened to the class. Especially when everyone was busy, he felt a little embarrassed. Ashurua looked at Tang Mao sitting aside. Everyone is busy. How can you sit here alone? No. How can you have the nerve to say such a thing? Tang Mao looked at Ashurua, who was doing nothing like him, and said. He was indeed slacking off, but Muningsu and Tang Yu said so. You are sitting here with me, doing nothing. How can you have the nerve to say such a thing? Question mark? Ashurua didn't care, and said in a soft voice, I don't have any job, and I'm here to help, because I'm willing to help. Okay, she is from Greece. Even though Yixingsha is already a goddess, but she is still a saint. Coming here to help is equivalent to representing the help of the Parthenon. In this case, naturally no one will arrange anything for her. The most important point is that Ashurua is a powerful forbidden spell mage, and she is also a frontline strongman among dark mages. I'm not doing nothing. If you encounter something you can't handle, then I have to take action, right? Tang Mao said righteously. He is a big boss. Okay. You are still really good at boasting. Ashurua hit him. Tang Mao always felt that this woman was probably trying to hit him. Don't look at me like that. Look at your country's Zen and Shao, and then look at your little lover. They only need to sit in the rear to turn the tide of the war. And you need to do it yourself. To put it nicely, you are a warrior. To put it bluntly, you are a reckless man. Sure enough, after hearing what Ashurua said next, Tang Mao stood up. Let's go out and talk. This is full of insults. Tang Mao felt that he needed to get back at her. Ashurua was not afraid at all, and even provoked. Let's go out and talk. Why should I be afraid of you? With that, the two left. No one noticed the departure of Tang Mao and Ashurua. After all, they were all busy with their own things. Who had time to care about these two? When the two left the huge conference room, they could see the army setting off from the window. There were Sky Eagle troops, and a superclass mage led by the speedboat troops, who was riding a sub-dragon level flying mount. There was a violent storm outside, and there was also continuous fighting inside. Unable to go outside to fight, Tang Mao chose to communicate with Ashurua about the way of magic. Ashurua naturally did not reject this. It can even be said that she was happy and comfortable. She had not experienced the world of two people for a long time, so she cherished it especially. Ashurua, who used all her skills, really made Tang Mao feel that she couldn't let go. The boredom on the sea was thought to be over soon, but what people didn't expect was that this war lasted for a whole month. It was not just a battle with the sea monsters, but also a battle with the land monsters of the two countries. However, the crisis here was finally temporarily relieved. Next, they had to face the demon empire occupying the island country. After arriving here, the army needed to split up. Not to say that they would split up to attack the other side, but the primary target was Daban. The sea monsters occupying Daban were the large tribe of the former sea cow demon emperor, and there were almost all sea cow monsters here. Although they are not as famous as shark people, their combat effectiveness is not bad at all. It's just that the number is not as large as that of the Shark Empire. There were more than 10,000 sea cow monsters in the former Shuangshao Pavilion, and most of them were at the commander level. It can be said that the battle has only just begun. There was no monarch level in the previous war. As for the two countries, only more than 10,000 mages were left here, and after all the injured mages were escorted back to their country, the army continued to move towards the island country. When they arrived at Daban, Tang Mao joined this action, because their target this time is the Shark King who occupies the entire Tokyo. After a year of great recuperation, the Shark King has occupied a new territory, and it seems that his demon power has been greatly improved. However, this guy can recover so quickly, which is something Tang Mao did not expect at all. But what if he recovers? The emperor in front of him is completely used for beheading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 893 Target, Shark Dome. In fact, according to Hua's and Han's intention, Tang Mao was still not prepared to take action. However, the main purpose of this battle was the decapitation plan. How could Tang Mao hold back? Although he didn't want to admit it, he was more bellicose than anyone else. War was not a good thing, but he still liked fighting with these emperors. In fact, if he hadn't had something important to do, he might have gone to the Sahara. The place of the year had not been recovered yet, and if he decapitated, he would be more efficient. Casualties could also be minimized. The people who came with Tang Mao were not Ashuruaya and others, but the two holy shadow apostles arranged by Shaka. Judge, do we have to deal with these sharks on the periphery first? A female angel candidate asked. As an angel candidate, her strength was naturally at the level of forbidden spells. No, you can just take care of the little demons that ran out. After Tang Mao finished speaking, he jumped up and went to the sky. The moment he rose to the sky, the sharks immediately noticed it. With such a loud wind and Tang Mao having no intention of hiding, how could he not be discovered? The two angel candidates were stunned when they saw Tang Mao taking off directly. The army that followed behind was also stunned. What kind of fighting method was this? Shouldn't it be a sneak attack? Purgatory fire map. Swish, swish, swish. Star Palace fire maps were all over the sky. Thunderbolt. Boom, eye of the sea. Hua-hua-hua, the sky suddenly changed into various colors. The colorful light almost covered the entire Tokyo city. More and more sharks appeared in everyone's sight. The whole Tokyo was very big, but their position was also very high. When the dense sharks in the city showed their heads, they were all surprised. There were nearly 10,000 of them just outside. It was not a good thing to cause such a big commotion. This was simply alarming the enemy. At Tsunami, after Tang Mao saw that these sharks had shown their heads, cracks appeared in the sky. The destructive waves fell straight down. The opponent was a sea monster, so naturally they were somewhat immune to the power of the seawater. However, Tang Mao's magic, coupled with the power of the Eye of the Sea, fell from the sky again. The heavy power of the seawater, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, almost shuffled the ground the moment it fell. Boom, 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 boom. A large area of the broken floors was directly destroyed, and the ground seemed to be lifted up. As for the sharks who showed their heads, their bones were almost instantly washed away. After the seawater dispersed, the covering objects had turned into gravel and floated on the seawater with the sharks. Thunderbolt. Boom, 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 boom. The seawater opened many holes, and those sharks who were not baptized by the seawater also began to rush out. The thunder fell at almost the right time. Boom. A huge thunderstorm broke out on the seawater, and water is conductive. When the thunder fell, those who were dead or alive, no matter how many there were almost instantly smashed to pieces by the paralyzed thunder. Fire feather sky blade. After the tsunami and thunder, there was the sky fire. Water was originally a restraint of fire, but when Tang Mao used the fire feather sky blade, the waves on the ground were completely absorbed by the Eye of the Sea. Swish, 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 boom. The fierce fire directly exploded the last barrier on the ground. Those sharks hiding in it had no place to hide, and were all buried in the sea of fire. In the distance, the army that followed Tang Mao looked at this scene like a fool. Especially the two angel candidates. They couldn't believe it. Was this damage caused by superclass magic? Question mark. Could it be that their superclass magic was all fake? This kind of destructive power is not an exaggeration to say that it is a forbidden spell. But this place doesn't seem to have suffered the kind of damage caused by the forbidden spell. As for the ruins of the building, although it is gone, it will be restored to its original appearance soon by arranging some engineering mages. But that's why they were shocked. One person is almost like an army, right? Question mark. are on the ground. After another wave of baptism by flames, batches of black legions, and the summons of the beast tide of that dimension, immediately appeared a black legion and a large number of monarch level demons. HMM. Just as the monarch demons and black legions of the beast tide of the dimension rushed into the depths, a huge mine in the distance rushed here. This is the Shark Man King. Seeing its appearance, Tangmao was happy. I didn't expect that he would be lured out by the other party after scraping a layer of skin. Originally, he thought that he needed to bomb a few more waves. The Shark Man King naturally appeared. Tangmao's few moves just now had already lost tens of thousands of sharks. Among them, several shark patriarchs and shark chiefs were destroyed. Facing this destructive force, how could the Shark Man King stay safely? The most important thing is that below are the descendants cultivated by their Sharkman empire. If they don't come out to stop it, they will probably all be destroyed by Tangmao. This is not the result it wants to see. Facing the attacking seabed mine, Tangmao looked at the people behind him and said, "Follow my beast tide and attack. Don't damage the shark eggs under the ground. Bring them all back safely." These sharks and eggshells, following the large army, are naturally evil monsters. But if they are taken back and handed over to the summoner for training, they will be in a different state. If every suitable summoner can get a shark, they will have a better chance of winning against the sirens in the future. Sharks are an extremely powerful force among the sirens after all. Hearing Tangmao shout, the two angel candidates reacted. So, their role here is not to fight at all? Question mark? This is just to move the shark eggs. Although they felt a little uncomfortable, neither they nor the military mages had any reason to refute. With Tangmao's destruction, they really felt embarrassed to take action. Now Tangmao can almost kill an empire by himself. Go underground, target the shark dome. An angel candidate gave the order. To be honest, this order was a bit confusing. Moreover, who would have thought that the powerful shark empire would become a great help to the future of mankind? Although the military mages had no place to use their skills, it was actually not bad. At least they didn't have to worry about whether they would be unlucky enough to fall here. Happy New Year. Chapter 894. Is the Shark King just a puppet? The huge seabed mine just floated over, and the huge impact force suppressed Tangmao's body in an instant. Don't know whether to live or die. Tangmao glanced, and then the elemental power in his hand condensed from the sky. A huge fist shadow condensed, and the next moment the fist shadow whooshed flew out. Bang! The fist shadow hit the seabed mine, and there was a loud noise. Boom. Then, the huge seabed mine began to explode. Blood also flowed out. Buzz buzz buzz, the explosion ended, and the seabed mine stopped. Then Tangmao completed the gathering of the elemental giant sword. Cut. Swish. The giant sword fell from the sky and chopped directly at the Shark King, who was exploding and bleeding all over the city. Puff. The elemental light flashed and the sword shattered the huge seabed mine. This time, the Shark King was directly shattered with one sword, truly cutting it in two. The powerful emperor in front of Tangmao now actually has the same final result. The sharks on the ground saw the Shark King being shattered by such a sword, and they lost their fighting spirit immediately. Their kings are all dead, and just a few shark chiefs are even less likely to be opponents. In this case, how can the battle continue? Running is their only choice now. The Black Army and the Beast Tide monarchs kept rushing out one by one, and they still had the idea of fighting desperately. The most terrifying thing is that in the sky, Tangmao, who was in front of the mushroom cloud, waved his hand and destroyed it. Those troops who were rushing underground to search for the shark giant egg naturally saw this scene. The army below spread the news to 10 people, and 10 people spread it to 100 people. Tangmao destroyed the emperor with one blow. This world is a little too crazy. The sharks fled in panic, and the Black Army chased and killed them. But at this moment, a bunch of dense tentacles appeared in the mushroom cloud, whoosh whoosh whoosh, and grabbed towards where Tangmao was. The sudden appearance of the tentacles and the breath made Tangmao himself pause, because he had not discovered before that there was still a breath in it. Boom. The tentacles attacked, and the flames burned over. The raging fire that had been invincible seemed to be useless at this moment. I saw a layer of sea blue demonic light condensed on the opponent's tentacles, and the tentacles penetrated like a sharp weapon. 5 thunders hit the top. Rumble. The thunder from the sky made the tentacles burn black. Watching the tentacles retreat, Tang Mao raised a strong wind with one hand and blew away the mushroom cloud. I saw that the huge body of the Shark Man King had been split, but the two halves of the body were actually stuck by a bunch of dense tentacles. Even these tentacles were pulling it back. Question mark? Wow. After seeing this scene, Tang Mao was a little dumbfounded. Bang, in the moment he was stunned, the Shark Man King condensed his body again. However, even if it was just a moment, Tang Mao saw the other party clearly. I'm afraid that the Shark Man King has already died, and now, the one occupying its body is actually a new demon emperor. Even Tang Mao had no way of knowing how strong the opponent was, because this guy actually hid in the opponent's body. A loud roar came out, and the eyes of the Shark Man King were dull, but he punched with great precision. Light shield. Bang. Fortunately, Tang Mao reacted in time, and the metal iron shield blocked its punch. Extreme cold storm. Rumble! Exclamation mark. Rumble! Exclamation mark. The strong wind swept the waves everywhere, condensed into an ice crystal tornado, and spun towards the Shark Man King. But this time, the opponent was very sensitive and dodged. Crack, crack, crack. The tornado rushed over, and the Shark Man King had already hidden in the distance. The ice crystal wind froze the ruined city in the distance into an ice city in the blink of an eye. Ugh. The moment the Shark King dodged the ice crystal, he appeared behind Tang Mao. It was hard to imagine how such a huge body could be so fast, but the huge arm clenched its fist and smashed towards Tang Mao's tiny body. It dodged, so Tang Mao could naturally dodge it. Swoosh. The punch hit the air, and the wind from the fist drove the frozen city in the distance to pieces. Cut. Tang Mao appeared above the opponent and chopped down the elemental sword in his hand. Bang. After hitting the opponent with a sword again, the body of the Shark King began to shatter again. However, because he had seen the creatures in its huge body before, Tang Mao did not give up. Dark erosion. The huge dark mist shadow like the Lord of Shadow Evil rushed directly into the body of the other party at the same time as it chopped the Shark King. But the darkness just entered from the crack and was directly dispersed by the waves in its body. The waves not only defeated Tang Mao's dark exploration, but also rushed towards him like a giant dragon under the sea. Ice for thousands of miles. Crackling. Crackling. The cold air began to spread, and in an instant, the giant dragon under the sea was frozen. After the sea dragon was frozen, it began to break. Crackling. Crackling. Purgatory fire map. Star Palace fire map appeared on all sides of the sea dragon. The fire map glittered, and then the magma gate opened, and the magma explosion roared out. Boom. The four-sided fire waves rushed directly onto the body of the sea dragon. The 10,000 tons of water that had just been frozen began to turn into steam and dispersed everywhere. The huge fog blocked everyone's sight. The leader of the Shark People country did not seem to be ready to continue fighting with Tang Mao. After a roar, the surviving sharks and shark beasts began to evacuate Tokyo. The leader of the Shark People country turned around and fled from here. Tang Mao was surrounded by a strong wind, and he blew away the fog at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, the opponent had already begun to flee into the sea. The Emperor, he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. However, the existence of the Emperor who controlled the Emperor was the first time that he was somewhat helpless. The Shark King could chop it into pieces, but what exactly was the tentacle monster? The only thing that was certain was that the opponent was not Leng Yumao. Even if its tentacles were the same as Leng Yumao's, Tang Mao could conclude with just one glance that the opponent was definitely not the Leng Yumao monster god. The opponent might not be as strong as him, but with this underwater mine as a meat shield, it would not be easy for Tang Mao to kill the opponent, even if he surpassed him. At least in the city, he still needed to maintain the power of destruction. A city is nothing, but in the city, there is a Chinese army, which is different. The fog was completely blown away, and all the sharks who could escape on the ground had already escaped, and those who had no chance to escape had become the nourishment of the Black Army. Chapter 895 Demonic Dragonfish Emperor. After exploring the underground, Tang Mao found that there were still many sharks below. Moreover, the two sides had already started fighting. This kind of place below was obviously not suitable for mages to fight. Tang Mao asked the Dark Legion to come in to help. If he ignored so many sharks, his army would suffer heavy losses. This was not what he wanted to see. Even if his leadership ability was not very good, he had enough strength to save them. Why should he let them sacrifice in vain? Whether they were mid-level mages or high-level mages, those who could stand here were all heroes of China. Even if many of them could not be named at all, and could even be called soldiers. But whether it was defending the country, or expanding the territory, they all had indispensable contributions. He could not ignore these people who defended their country. As for the sharks hiding in the city, although Tang Mao could still search for them with some effort, it would be meaningless. Because, if he searched for a shark, he might only be able to save a few people. But if he goes to other places to help fight now, he will save thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Giving up the small for the big, although those who are abandoned will feel innocent. But if possible, who would be willing to let them die? There is no powerful existence here. Even the Dark Army is enough to deal with everything. Tang Mao opened the space gate and rushed to Hokkaido. The Devilfish Empire occupied it, and the one who led the army was Huazhen Han. I think they have just started the war now. It's just right for me to go there to help. As for Shaijia, Tang Mao doesn't need to worry. Not to mention that she can deal with an emperor by herself. Even Muningsu and Ashurua who follow her are also the best in forbidden spells. Hokkaido. After arriving here, it was exactly as Tang Mao expected. Without a wave of destruction that shocked the demons, the war would only fall into anxiety. Of course, it's not that the distribution is not good, but no one can cause absolute destruction magic like Tang Mao. If everyone is like Tang Mao, will this war last so long? It has been almost 4 or 5 years since the invasion of the sea monsters. War is not something that happens overnight, and if he hadn't been getting stronger, this war might have lasted longer. The city in the rear was also in ruins. Sure enough, no place that was baptized by the demons was intact. Thunder, rumble, one after another, python-shaped thunders fell from the sky. They kept touching the ground. When the manta rays were rushing to the front battlefield to support, suddenly the thunder rolled, and a large area was baptized by the thunder of destruction. The huge manta rays were instantly struck black. Rumble, rumble. Thunder kept falling, and in an instant, tens of thousands of mantafish monsters were shattered along with the broken bricks and tiles here. Lululu. Just as the densely packed thunder pythons kept harvesting the bodies of the manta rays, a flying fish that occupied the sky appeared, and a wave blew away the thunder. Although it has a fish body, it has become longer, like a python or a dragon. The fins are like the wings of a giant dragon, huge and huge. When it spreads its wings, it seems to be as huge as the Black Dragon Emperor. Demonic Dragonfish Emperor? Question mark? It is not just a saying that a fish can turn into a dragon after leaping over the dragon gate. Marine creatures really have such an opportunity. Although the chance of success is only 1 in a trillion, it is real. Just like this one in front of you, although it is still a fish body, it still has dragon horns and claws. Dragons are powerful creatures that are out of reach of ordinary spirits, but who can understand that among the gods, they are still powerful species. It's a pity that the dragon's reproductive ability is not strong. The birth of a real dragon requires thousands of years or even longer, and the demonic dragonfish emperor in front of you seems to be advancing to the level of gods. It is not evolving into a western dragon, but a real dragon from the east. No wonder when the Lengyu Mao demon god invaded the land of China, the number of the devilfish army was also a huge tribe, but no emperor appeared. It turned out that even Lengyu Mao might not be able to command the other party. This devil dragonfish emperor has dragon horns and dragon claws, so its combat power is already very strong, and its aura has almost reached the realm of dominating the emperor. Maybe if Lengyu Mao did not have the Eye of the Sea and the Eye of the Tide, he might not be the opponent of the other party. You have survived for 10,000 years, why do you want to die? Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Tang Mao said. If possible, he did not want to fight with the other party. Especially in this kind of human city, there are still millions of troops. Once the war starts, this place will inevitably be destroyed. Lululu. It seems that the aura that erupted from Tang Mao shocked it, so it did not attack immediately, but only destroyed his thunder method and shattered the Star Palace. A creature that has lived for tens of thousands of years can't speak a word of human language. Listening to the strange voice of the other party, Tang Mao was a little dissatisfied. Creatures that have lived for thousands of years can understand human language, so this guy who has lived for tens of thousands of years naturally cannot fail to understand it. The reason why Tang Mao can be sure that the other party has lived for tens of thousands of years is naturally because of its bloodline. Although the devilfish is one of the most powerful species in the Siren Empire, they are not actually powerful, and even their bloodline is very low. To be able to reach this level, one is that the other party has obtained an opportunity in the deep sea, and the other is naturally that the other party can survive. If it had not survived until now, it would not have the current prestige. Human, retreat from here. This is the Emperor's territory. The demon dragonfish emperor spoke, but the tone of not wanting to live was the same as when he spoke. Then do you want to fight me? As Tang Mao finished speaking, the elemental breath, the dimensional breath and even the dark breath were all completely materialized and burst out. Buzz 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 snap snap snap. As his magic power gathered, the breath rioted, and cracks began to appear on the entire sky. Cracks appeared and recovered. This continued repeatedly, but this was only because Tang Mao absorbed various elemental powers and dimensional powers. Once he took action, the effect would be completely different. The demon dragonfish emperor lived in hiding. When the huge cave monster saw this scene, it was a little scared. This materialized power was really terrifying and unbelievable. This kind of power was the first time it had seen a creature like human. Chapter 896 The Most Cowardly Emperor. At this moment, the demonic dragonfish emperor was a little panicked. Why has it survived all the way until now? Isn't it because it doesn't provoke strong opponents? So, this is still your territory? Tang Mao looked at the other party and asked indifferently. Lulu. The demonic dragonfish emperor did not hesitate at all, turned its huge body, screamed, and then evacuated to the sea. Are you kidding? Tang Mao is so strong. How can it deal with it? Seeing that the other party turned around and ran away without any hesitation, even ignoring the fighting manta rays below, Tang Mao's mouth twitched. This is the first time he has encountered such a spineless emperor. The manta rays below heard the order of their master to retreat, and they began to evacuate to the sea. Hua Zhenhang did not order a pursuit. The demons can't be killed. If possible, he would rather deal with some county level demons. After coming to Tang Mao's side, Hua Zhenhang asked, Tang Mao, why are you here? When he saw Tang Mao appear just now, his whole head was buzzing. This guy's really too undisciplined, right? The battle over my side is over, so I thought of coming to your side to help. Tang Mao responded. What? The battle is over? Hua Zhenhang was a little confused when he heard it. This is a war. It was resolved so quickly. Are you kidding? Question mark? Yes, it's over. Now they are responsible for cleaning up the mess. This time I got a lot of good things. In addition, I found one thing. Tang Mao said. What good things? Hua Zhenhang paused. What Tang Mao can call a good thing must not be a waste. Hua Zhenhang still believes this. Sharkman giant egg. After cultivating them, even in the sea, we will have a strong combat power in the future. Hua Zhenhang is naturally clear about the strength of the Sharkman, one of the powerful sea monsters. Are you serious? Hua Zhenhang was a little stunned. Of course, I gained a lot this time. What's the other thing? Hua Zhenhang asked again. The things Tang Mao said were all important things. There was no doubt about it. The Shark King might have died a long time ago. Tang Mao then told Hua Zhenhang about the previous battle. Hua Zhenhang was also surprised when he heard it. You mean, a more powerful Siren King has appeared? Hua Zhenhang asked. I don't know if he is strong, but I'm a little surprised by his ability. Tang Mao responded. If that's the case, it's indeed a troublesome matter. Hua Zhenhang said with a frown. Zen and Xiao, there is news from the Archangel that the Siren has begun to evacuate. Zen and Xiao at this time, several mages flew over and reported to him. Some were wind mages, and some relied on wing magic tools. Hua Zhenhang frowned even more when he heard it. Obviously, the other party was not well prepared and was caught off guard by them. Moreover, the Sharkman King, the one who is not hidden in the Sharkman King's body, is the real enemy. The other party may want to gather the demon soldiers. After all, they dispatched so many forbidden spells, and there are 3 million military mages, and they attacked suddenly. Once the commander-in-chief got into trouble, the resistance of the rest of the demon empire suddenly became weak. If so, the power that the other party may have is not just that simple. Hua Zhenhang said. Well, I don't think they will just give up here. It's just that I don't know how they will fight back. Tang Mao only had some guesses. After all, he had only been here for a short time, and the rest of the sea monsters stationed in the entire island country had evacuated. If there was no sea monster king in command, how could this matter make sense? Obviously, there must be a new big demon king. The deep sea of the Pacific Ocean has never been dominated by the cold moon night demon god. The sea monsters and other sea monster kings are not weaker than it. However, the sea monsters were scared by the ancient king, and at least they would not have the courage to appear here in the short term. However, no matter what, they have ushered in a short-term victory for the time being. In the following month, there was no reconstruction here, but instead they were cleaning up the remaining sea monsters. Although a large-scale cleanup was carried out, there are still many fish that slipped through the net. These sea monsters seem to be very good at hiding in those extremely gloomy little corners, and even hiding in the depths of some sewers. However, after sweeping and cleaning again and again, they were finally annihilated wave after wave. After a month, they did not suffer any invasion of demons. But the more so, the more uneasy everyone was. All this is too easy, and the victory of this war is too simple. If it is over like this, it would be really great. In the conference room of the cruise ship. Continue to explore deeply. I don't believe that this group of greedy sea monsters will let this place go. Hua Zhenhang looked at everyone and said, but if we continue to explore, it will be the territory of demons. If we are not careful, we may be attacked by sea monsters. One of the forbidden spells said, no matter what, we must explore. We have gathered a large army here, not just to consume it all the time. Hua Zhenhang said. Yes, seeing Hua Zhenhang so determined, the forbidden spell mage couldn't say anything. After all, Hua Zhenhang was the commander-in-chief this time, and even the Archangel Gabriel did not interfere with the other party's arrangements. After sending out many new scout mages, and they were all superclass wind mages and shadow mages, Hua Zhenhang asked Jiang Xianyuan again, is there any movement on the coastline of our country? No, the coastline outside the national security boundary has been searched. Jiang Xianyuan responded. We are still sending people to deepen the search. I always feel something is wrong. Hua Zhenhang frowned and said, okay, I'll pass the message. Tang Mao also felt that something was wrong. The sea monster king who controlled the Sharkman king was definitely not weak. Moreover, this special demon power was almost unprecedented. It was impossible for such a powerful demon to be defeated in one battle. Moreover, it seemed that the fight was a bit too smooth? It always felt like there was some conspiracy. However, Tang Mao himself had already explored it deeply and there was indeed no sea monster. In short, all conspiracies and tricks were of little use in the face of absolute strength. Chapter 897 Heading to the Pacific Ocean. After that day, the detection wizard was gone for nearly 7 days. It was finally returned. And from the news they detected, the sea monsters really had no intention of giving up. However, the other party's target seemed not to be the island country, but their China! The detection wizards on the Chinese side had been annihilated. In fact, think about it, this place has been plundered now. Even if it is taken back, it is just like some nearby islands. There is nothing to earn. But China is different. After such a long time, this land has not been conquered, and the resources are naturally extremely sufficient. Since the resources are sufficient, why do they choose the heavily guarded island country instead of China? After learning this news, Hua Zhenhang immediately ordered to withdraw the troops back to the country. It's not that he didn't consider the truth of the matter, but he couldn't make any doubts. After all, this is an empty island after all. Even if there are resources, there is no way to mine them. But China is different. Their country has not suffered any great harm. Therefore, it is obviously not a clear thing to give up their own country for a ruined country. The army has been on the expedition for nearly half a year, and it is so mighty. Can you say it is a victory? They seem to have indeed won. However, there is always a feeling that nothing has been done. It is not that no one has proposed to attack the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean directly. However, fighting the sea monsters in the deep sea at sea, this is not realistic. Not to mention the power of the sea for them to drive. Even food and supplies are a big problem. Tang Mao did not wait for the army, but took a group of totem beasts to return to the country first. No matter when the other party arrives, the current domestic defense will not be able to withstand it. Look at what the island has become. In this case, he can't help but be anxious. After returning with the totem beasts, Tang Mao rearranged them in their respective defense zones, and then he went to the depths of the Pacific Ocean alone. He really couldn't do it. The other side had tens of millions of sea monsters. However, it was not difficult for him to figure out the situation here. Tang Mao has always done what he said. This time he did not rush from the sky, but chose the deep sea. After possessing the Eye of the Sea, his water power was already much stronger. He was even the master of element and dimensions. With the control power under blessing, his combat power would not be suppressed too much even in the water. Most importantly, since the demon merged with darkness, Tang Mao always felt that its power seemed to be revived. Of course, he was also guessing. After all, he had never tested it. The demon system was no longer so indispensable after all. His own magic power, even without the power of the demon, was still rarely rivaled. The deep sea of the Pacific Ocean. After Tang Mao arrived here, he found that a large number of sea monsters had gathered around the entire deep sea area. Moreover, there were actually fluctuations in space in the deep sea. Question mark? Space gate. Tang Mao's first reaction was that the other party was making space and wanted to quickly go to their sea area and then prepare to invade. After noticing that there were tens of thousands of space fluctuations here, Tang Mao directly destroyed them in an instant. That's right, the power of space has never been something that only sea monsters can manipulate in front of him. His spatial power is definitely the strongest among the known powerful emperors, rooftops, and even the Dark King. However, according to Wente, the Dark King is not just one. He is not sure whether there are powerful spatial mages or great demons who have become the Dark Plane King during their lifetime. Bang. After the spatial gate was destroyed, the demons instantly made a roaring sound. It seems that it takes a long time to be completely done. But now, everything is messed up at once? Question mark? It certainly doesn't take too long for an emperor to reach the Chinese territory from the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean. Even a monarch level demon would only take 7 or 8 days. But a large number of warlord level sea monsters, I'm afraid it will take several months to go to the Chinese territory. Therefore, the sea monster army rioted all of a sudden. Roar. This is a huge dragon roar, and the entire sea area is quiet. A huge dragon monster is rushing here at a rapid speed. When the other party approached, Tang Mao's mouth twitched slightly. It turns out to be an old monster. Isn't this Lan Evil Dragon? The one who was beaten by Bafeng and called Daddy during the defense of the Magic City? Now he has recovered. It has been less than 2 years, and the other party has recovered. Lululu. In addition to Lan Evil Dragon, there is also the Demon Dragonfish Emperor who is larger than it. This is the most cowardly dominant emperor. I didn't expect that he hasn't learned to be smart and rolled back to the deep sea. He actually wants to invade his own country. This is not land, nor is it in China, and there are no humans who are afraid of being hurt. He can also attack without restraint. Even if the space collapses or something, it doesn't matter. Here, at most they will be absorbed into other planes together. As long as they are not people from his own country, Tang Mao has no guilt at all. Selfish? Maybe. After all, he is not a hero of the people of the world, and he has never thought of being the master of the people of the world. Crack. Crack. The waves began to freeze instantly, and a large area of the sea continued to become a thick ice body. Although the sea area was huge, its coldness was equally powerful. In an instant, it spread to the place in front of the eyes. Those sea monsters with space magic were almost directly frozen one by one, and the moment they were frozen, they turned into ice crystals and shattered in the deep sea. Who is it? The Demon Dragonfish Emperor roared loudly. Of course, because it was not speaking human language, Tang Mao was just guessing. Ice Crystal Sea Tornado. Bang bang bang, the ice layer that had just been frozen intact. Just after the other party roared, Tang Mao pinched the Star Palace in his hand and condensed into a huge underwater ice crystal tornado. Whoosh! A series of destructive sea tornadoes directly hit the body of the demon dragonfish emperor. The powerful impact made it feel extremely serious trauma. Lan Evil Dragon saw Tang Mao at the moment when the demon dragonfish emperor was attacked. To be honest, for Lan Elang, Tang Mao is a nightmare. Leng Yu Mao demon god is not his opponent, not to mention that it is just an ordinary emperor. In front of ordinary spirits, it is extremely powerful, but in front of Tang Mao, it is not even a dish. So, Lan Elang turned around and headed towards the deep sea. Chapter 898 Dragon Scale. The demon dragonfish emperor just watched Lan Elang run away. As an emperor who knows how to cherish life, shouldn't he be the first to run away? Question mark? How come now the other party is running away without saying a word? After feeling the damage to his fish scales, the demon dragonfish emperor turned his head and looked at Tang Mao. When he saw this familiar and tiny figure, the demon dragonfish emperor seemed to understand, while Lan Elang, the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the sea every day, turned around and ran away. This is not to be trifled with. Water prison confinement. However, before the demon dragonfish emperor turned his head, the seawater suddenly condensed into water chains and just imprisoned the huge demon dragonfish emperor there? Question mark? That's right, it was directly imprisoned there. Human, don't bully me too much. The demon dragonfish emperor didn't expect that he had already given up his dignity as an emperor, but the other party actually wanted to attack him? Question mark? What's wrong with bullying you? Tang Mao was full of disdain, looking at the demon dragonfish emperor, and asked. This is the first time that he has encountered such an unreasonable and powerful existence that is clearly trying to bully him. After living in the deep sea for so long, with such a huge body, shouldn't he just break up if he can't beat it? Why is it that when it comes to Tang Mao, it becomes bullying you? Question mark? This is somewhat unacceptable to the demon dragonfish emperor. Lulu. This emperor is not easy to bully. The demon dragonfish emperor shook his huge body to show Tang Mao that he is very powerful. It's just that he can't break through this layer of confinement? Question mark? It makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Don't struggle. Go to death in peace. In such a place, he naturally won't waste time with it. The power of the element began to condense. Although it lacks the power of fire, this sea can still rely on the power of the seawater. Seeing that Tang Mao was really going to kill it, the demon dragonfish emperor also moved. Although it was unwilling to fight with a powerful person like Tang Mao. However, at the critical moment of life and death, it would not just wait to die. The demon dragonfish emperor began to rotate continuously in the seawater, and huge waves began to stir up waves in the seawater. Rumble rumble, one circle after another shook, and the whole sea area began to shake. The elemental giant sword in Tang Mao's hand has been condensed, with light attribute as the auxiliary and water attribute as the main. There is no way the light attribute is accompanied by the power of metal, and his element fusion must be injected with the power of light attribute. Although the power will definitely be reduced, this is the most effective way to attack the opponent's destruction. If not, it is very likely that the opponent will not be attacked. It is not worthwhile to consume a lot of magic energy and still not be able to injure the opponent. Buzz. Tang Mao charged the elemental sword, raised it high, and swept away its waves. The giant sword rushed out of the sea. Although it has not been cut down, the space around it has begun to distort. This scene surprised Tang Mao a little. After all, this is not him who is accumulating power for destruction, and the demon dragonfish emperor is not idle either, but the space is just distorted. But it did not break? This was a little puzzling to him. However, the power accumulation was completed, and the giant sword chopped down from the sky. Swoosh! The demon dragonfish emperor also completed its tsunami wave. However, in front of the elemental slash, any elemental power is nothing. One sword. Just that sword, the seawater was broken. Boom. Bang bang bang. The straight line passed by the giant sword almost exploded into a series of sea pillars. The sword body directly chopped on the body of the demon dragonfish emperor. Bang. But, not to mention slicing it with one sword, it was not even able to break it with one sword? Question mark? Zizzy. It was clearly under the sea, but you could see sparks and light spots constantly appearing on its scales. Question mark? I don't believe it. Seeing this scene, Tangmao's stubborn temper came up, and he even blessed the power of the water element. Boom boom boom. The heavy pressure of the sea water, with the slash of the sword, can burst out with an unknown number of tons of force. Although the demonic dragonfish emperor was huge, it was not something it could withstand in terms of tonnage. Bang. Rumble. A bolt of lightning was injected, and the fish scales instantly shattered. After the fish scales were shattered, it was not the flesh that emerged. Instead, a golden scale armor appeared in front of Tangmao. Dragon scales. Scales of the divine dragon. At this moment, he finally understood why his combined sword of element did not break it or injure it. It turned out that the opponent had condensed dragon scales under the fish scales. However, under such a heavy sword, the dragon scales could not withstand it after all. The moment the disguise was removed was actually when the dragon scales began to break. Pa. Pa. As the scales shattered piece by piece, the impact force directly shattered its scales in large pieces. Boom. Whoosh. The thunder python and the wind blade continued to hit the places where it was not protected by the scales. Puff, puff, puff. With such continuous output, the opponent's body finally couldn't stand it and began to bleed. Lulu. The demon dragonfish emperor knew that Tangmao was strong, but how could he imagine that he was so strong? His dragon scales were broken like this, and cracks began to appear in the surrounding sea space. You know, the deep sea is the closest to the core of this planet, and the space here is also the strongest. But the fact that cracks can appear in the space is enough to show his strength. The dragon claw broke through the waves and grabbed Tangmao directly. There is no way. This kind of confinement and such trauma are all caused by Tangmao. If it can't be interrupted, it will definitely be consumed to death. Therefore, this 10,000-year-old demon knows how to give up and take to resolve Tangmao's attack in an offensive way. Space compression. It's a pity that how could it know that with two wives who are talented in multitasking, he is also quite good in this aspect. And the three functions of one mind have been used, which is enough to show how determined Tangmao is to kill the demon dragonfish emperor. It's not that he has a grudge against the other party, but between humans and monsters, everything is already destined. The dragon claws that the demon dragonfish emperor stretched out were restricted in the air, unable to move forward. Lulu. After a loud shout, it began to swing its huge body, but the more it shook, the greater the pressure on its body, and the dragon scales kept falling from its huge body. The moment the blood flowed out of its huge body, it almost dyed the entire Pacific Ocean red! Exclamation mark. Lulu. The severe pain was something it had never experienced in its life. Although it had a strong endurance and would not die, the pain made it scream. The nearby Siren army heard the painful roar of the demon dragonfish emperor and didn't even dare to get close. Chapter 899. The demons come to stop. Bang. As the demon dragonfish emperor screamed in pain, the power of the element exploded in the rolling deep sea. The turbulent sea water drove a large amount of demon blood to the sky. There were not many dragon scales left on the demon dragonfish emperor's body. His flesh was full of destructive wounds left by the element. Huge scars and cracks were constantly dripping blood. Although the power of the elemental attack was stronger than the single attribute thunder wound, compared with the continuous damage, it was still the purple sky divine thunder. A concentrated thunderstorm, the thunder remaining on the body could almost trigger a big explosion. That was all the power of thunder, a kind of power that could not be burned out by wildfires and reborn in the spring breeze. However, this kind of consumption was not only single, but also time consuming. It was obviously not suitable for a place like this. Even though this was in the deep sea area, it was still a place where sea monsters gathered. He was not sure what kind of powerful creatures existed here. Because of this, a quick battle and a quick decision was the best way. The demon dragonfish emperor got rid of the water prison and wanted to swim away. This time, it was not a question of whether it was timid or not, but that this human was really too strong. It had survived for tens of thousands of years and had been to human territory before. However, in its impression, With the power of an emperor, humans were no match for it. How come he was beaten so miserably when he was about to turn into a dragon? The demon dragonfish emperor even had an idea that, even after turning into a dragon, he might not be the opponent of the other party. This possibility might really exist. A wave of sea waves swam, and it wanted to escape. Can you run away? Seeing this, Tangmao condensed the dimensional halberd in his hand. After a charge, he threw it out directly. On the dimensional halberd, the power of chaos and the power of space blessed the sound wave impact, and it flew directly towards the huge body of the demon dragonfish emperor without any obstruction. Seeing that Tangmao was really going to kill him, the demon dragonfish emperor really regretted it. Wouldn't it be better for him to practice in the deep sea? Why did he have to fight this inhuman guy? After escaping this time, he decided to stay alive for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Shua. The huge tail flapped, as if it wanted to use the waves to sweep away Tangmao's dimensional halberd. But this time the halberd was condensed by the power of the dimension, not a physical attack, and the huge waves it raised on the seabed were almost useless. Swish. Buzz, the dimensional halberd rushed into its body, and in an instant the entire sea was emitting a strange light. This internal dimensional force destroyed it, as if a space wormhole was opened in the body. Wherever the light reached, it almost turned into nothingness. The demon dragonfish emperor was shocked. It didn't care about the other organs in its body, but just tried its best to protect its heart and demon pill. It knew very well that, as long as its demon pill was not broken, it would not die, and at most it would just need to recuperate for a while longer. The emperor was immortal, which meant that, as long as its demon pill and heart were not damaged, it would not die. But this internal strangulation caused another burst of blood to flow. Moreover, the demon dragonfish emperor could even feel that Tangmao was chasing him? Fortunately, a large number of manta ray troops were rushing here in front. That was its tribe. Lulululu. Compared to other sea monsters who dared not approach here in this situation, the manta ray were different. This was their emperor, and they could not ignore it no matter what. And once they arrived, there was no doubt that they were cannon fodder. The manta ray bypassed the demon dragonfish emperor and rushed to Tangmao. Tangmao, who was chasing after him, looked at the countless manta ray in front of him and thought to himself that it was not good. Lulu. The devilfish bared their teeth and screamed, and then they began to charge. It can be said that the devilfish monsters at the level of generals are common. Thunderbolt. Boom. Boom zilla. The thunder spread, and thousands of devilfish turned into charred corpses in an instant, and began to sink to the bottom of the sea. Wherever the thunder reaches, there is destruction, but even with this kind of destruction, the devilfish are still rushing here. Because of the bloodline level of the demons, even if they know that they are doomed, they will not retreat a bit. This is why when going to war with demons, the first ones to be dealt with must be demons above the commander level. If these big demons who can command the small demons cannot be dealt with, then how can the demons be killed? Although Tangmao wanted to move in an instant to chase after them, it was not a wise choice to move in an instant when the space was already crowded. Eye of the sea. Boom, thousands of pounds of waves kept falling on the bodies of the manta rays, making them feel like their bones were broken. In fact, their bones were directly broken. Although they did not explode, they were almost all useless in an instant. A large number of manta rays fell to the bottom of the sea, howling in pain, which made the dense schools of fish behind them hesitate. Obviously, sometimes there is a big difference between killing directly and slowly destroying the opponent. Lululu. Just when the manta rays began to hesitate and fear, a loud noise came from behind. I saw that a huge manta ray appeared in the manta ray group. Its roar made the manta ray group get restless again, and then they all started to charge fearlessly. Seeing more and more manta ray groups rushing over, and they also used magic to control the seawater, Tangmao had a headache. This one more demon king is really a big difference from a pile of loose sand. Seeing the demons charging, Tangmao did not consume a lot of magic energy. He just stepped into the periphery. If he continued to destroy here, it would not be a wise thing to explore deeper. While diving, Tangmao used a thunderbolt to kill the commanding devilfish king. The thick pillar of thunder directly locked the opponent, and then a loud boom sounded, and the devilfish king exploded instantly. The monarch level scales had almost no resistance to his purple thunderbolt. Even when it exploded, the small demons near it were also affected, and a large number of devilfish turned into blood. The devilfish group was about to charge, but suddenly saw that the demon king behind them was gone. Chapter 900, Eastern Sirens Gathering. This time, they didn't know whether to continue to move forward or choose to retreat. Lululu. Such a huge empire naturally cannot have only one demon king. Another loud noise came from the depths of the manta ray school. After hearing this loud noise, the manta ray school chased Tangmyo at full speed. The manta ray king has seen the horror of Tangmyo. Although it was left behind by his own emperor, it has a brain and will not show up like the previous one. It's too threatening. A large number of manta ray schools continue to dive to the bottom of the sea. It's unknown how long it will take. Suddenly, in the deep of the dark seabed, huge brown star palaces flashed one after another. Swish, swish, swish. The spears condensed by the earth element reached hundreds of thousands in almost an instant. Then, they began to penetrate upwards without any gaps. Puff puff puff, puff one by one, the spears directly pierced the chests of these manta ray monsters. Moreover, the front ones were almost full of holes. Tens of thousands of manta rays didn't even have time to dodge, and those who kept coming from behind had no chance of survival, and all died on the earth guns. The earth element here is quite dense. Large groups of manta rays fell to the bottom of the sea, just like rain. After Tangmyo saw that there were no manta rays entangled with him, he used the power of space and shadow to completely wrap himself up. Then he dived into the deeper sea. If it wasn't for killing the demon dragonfish emperor, he wouldn't have appeared, but he underestimated the opponent's strength. There are not so many dominant emperors who are as fierce as Kyanki. It's really a bit difficult to kill a dominant emperor who doesn't love to fight. But this Lan evil dragon is quite self-aware. Now you know to turn around and run when you see me. But speaking of it, this guy's also quite lucky. He has come and gone countless times, and he hasn't died completely. Next time I see it, I must kill it with a sword. In front of me, it may not be a big deal, and it can even be said that it has no harm at all. However, for the military mages of China, it is a great threat. Above the monarch, it is a threat. The gap between the commander and the monarch is really too huge. Humans now all have the operation method of fusion magic, and the advantages that may be reflected are only the mid-level mages. They are stronger than before, and can kill a general level demon by themselves. However, high-level mages against commanders? That is not a 1-for-1 exchange per person. Only 70% of high-level mages can do it. And super-level mages against monarchs? Only 5% of super-level mages can kill monarchs. 60% of mages can defeat monarchs. This is the gap between humans and demons. Humans have soul seeds and magic tools. But demons also master various powerful demon methods with the help of suitable terrain and have a huge body, which is their momentum. What about the emperor creatures? In this world, there are no more than 30 forbidden spell masters who can really challenge the emperor and have a chance to kill him. So, as long as he can kill an emperor, it will definitely be more useful than killing tens of thousands of general level monsters here. The reproduction ability of monsters is extremely strong. There are a lot of general level creatures. Maybe one day they can be killed, but it is certain that it will never be in this era. He can be said to be a miracle of this era. This world has already begun to change unconsciously. With only the power of the emperor, maybe it will be bullied by the demon empire sooner or later. Even now, his strength is already top notch among the roofs. Can't we still let this group of sea monsters stay in the deep sea safely? Isn't the other party still thinking about invading? Bypassing the place where the manta ray groupies, the deep is a scene of monsters everywhere. Moreover, many of the sea monsters with shining scales are powerful in the sea monster group. However, there are not many such sea monsters. But what kind of sea monsters are these? Tangmyo was not sure. In about a day's journey, Tangmyo only visited the surface. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of sea monsters, and there are thousands of commanders and monarchs? Question mark? And this is just an outer periphery. Inside, I'm afraid that there are sea monsters at the emperor level. The hierarchy of demons is much more serious than that of humans. However, Tangmyo is a little curious. because most of these sea monsters were once subordinates of the Cold Moon Night Demon God. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. What if the Cold Moon Night Demon God and some uninformed demon emperor joined forces? Then would all the demons in the Pacific Ocean intervene? Even if they have a dam, even if Tang Mao has obtained the Eye of the Sea, but relying on only 3 million military mages and some totem beasts, can they really withstand millions? Tens of millions of sea monsters, a full-scale attack? Question mark? With this more terrifying idea, Tang Mao began to move towards the deeper sea. He must figure out what is going on. If possible, he still hopes to get the Eye of Tide. One more artifact means one more power. Moreover, if the Cold Moon Night Demon God can be found, and some conflicts can be created for it, what if they continue to fight among themselves? As long as the Siren Civil War begins, as long as they cannot unite, it will be the most beneficial to China. Unconsciously, Tang Mao, who used to dislike taking responsibility, now also considers the mages and ordinary people in China. In fact, he is not really incompetent, nor does he really understand nothing. However, he is just too lazy to think about it. I remember someone said that the stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. Tang Mao used to think that he didn't care about these things at all. He just wanted freedom. However, when he saw the invasion of demons and the irrigation of the demon city, he suddenly realized that he was also a young man with a passionate heart after all. To protect the country and the people, he didn't need anyone to invite him or arrange him. He rushed back to participate in this unfair contest. After securing the national territory, he thought that he would just follow his heart and build his Yuxu city into an indestructible city. But when the time came, especially when he saw the miserable appearance of the magic city, especially when he saw the respect and love of one wizard and ordinary people after another for himself, he finally became the person he had admired since childhood. However, being a so-called hero is really bitter. He would rather stay in Yuxu City, drink milk, drink tea, and flirt with girls, instead of exploring the background of the sea monsters in this dark deep sea. The deeper he went into the center surrounded by huge monsters, the more resentful he was. For a time, Tang Mao was a little skeptical. Is it a mistake to have powerful power? Or, is it not right not to bear the burden of defending the world? He has never relied on anyone for his growth. Even if he did, it was the killing that was bound to him. Therefore, he never felt that he owed anyone anything. But he just didn't understand why he had to do these things that he didn't like very much. And he was quite positive. Maybe after having power, if you don't want to destroy the world, you can only choose to protect it, right? Not everyone can be a sweeping monk. At least, he can't. The prosperous city, the beautiful cough. In short, he is just a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. There are many things in the world that are beyond imagination. Simply, he is not the one who loves to get stuck in a dead end. If he can't figure it out, he won't think about it. If he has to resolve the doubts, he is afraid that one day he will become a slow sheep with grass on his head. Or, the bold brother who was chased and beaten by a bear while cutting trees in the mountains. Unknowingly, he has been moving forward for 3 hours. Although there is resistance in the deep sea, although there are demons everywhere here, his speed is not very fast. But with his strength, even if he is slow, he is several times faster than a wine-type forbidden spell wizard. Although the demonic energy around here is dense, there is absolutely no demon above the level of commander. In other words, most of the demons here are still general level demons. And this is just the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean. There are countless monsters. If all the monsters in the Pacific Ocean gather together and attack all humans, I'm afraid it will be more than enough, right? Question mark? Fortunately, there is hostility between the monster races. If not, the humans who survive in this gap can almost continue. After all, not all people are magicians. Ordinary people are many times more than magicians. Many people who have no resources and no talent may only be a primary magician in their lifetime. And this kind of magician may be considered powerful in front of ordinary people, but in front of some slave level monsters, they are nothing. The magic world is really difficult and complicated. But most of those people in high positions are scheming. Tang Mao stopped and looked around. These little monsters just stopped here, without any intention of moving. like a group of dead bodies, but they all have breath. They are not motionless, but there are commander level creatures here to control them. And these commander level sirens obviously also feel the control of a more powerful monarch, so the sirens really have their own civilization. Even if these warrior level sirens may not care so much alone, once there is a commander, it is obviously different. This commander must of course be a more powerful commander level demon. After looking around for a while, he continued to move forward, going deeper and deeper. Finally, Yaoki saw some end feelings. Of course, this end only refers to the end of the warrior demon group. Sharks, manta rays, such huge and powerful siren races, appeared in sight. Originally, Tang Mao felt that he couldn't see enough of what he saw there before, but here, the number of manta rays is simply outrageous. This number. He even doubted whether this group of manta rays were breeding every day. Although the number of sharks is not large, they are strong. And moving towards the depths, there are hundreds of thousands of commander level sirens. Then, there were tens of thousands of monarchs. Finally, they came to the monarch circle. They formed a huge circle. Because of the large open space here, Tang Mao could clearly see the Shark Man King in the center. That's right, it was the Shark Man King. And around it, there were at least 20 emperors. Just when Tang Mao approached here, the Shark Man King suddenly looked over. At the same time, he let out a roar. In an instant, the Siren Emperor, the Pseudo Emperor, and the Invincible Monarch all looked over at the same time. Not to mention, Tang Mao was quite panicked when so many things turned their heads to look at him. In such a place, if you fight with these unknown number of demons, you can know the result without thinking. It's piled up to death. Fortunately, although the other party looked over, it didn't seem to confirm his existence. However, this made Tang Mao even more curious about what was in the body of the Shark Man King. What puzzled him most was that when he glanced over, he didn't see Leng Yumu. It is said that the cold moon-eyed demon god should also be the leader of the seabed, but there is no trace of it here. Because he knew that the other party was not very big, and because he knew that this place was too empty, Tang Mao observed it carefully, but after looking around, there was indeed no trace of the other party. Tang Mao did not move, and the group of giants turned back. The Shark King also hesitated for a moment before turning back. Seeing this, Tang Mao was ready to leave directly. Swish. But at the moment he just moved, a penetrating energy wave like an underwater missile, driving the power of the rotating seawater to cover his body and fly over. Rough. At this moment, there was only this word in his mind. He really didn't expect that the thing in the body of the Shark King was so smart. It even played tricks on him. Bang. In front of him, a golden and silver light shield appeared, and the light wave bombarded on the light shield. Obviously, the opponent's attack was not a destructive attack, but only relied on the dual defense of the space system and the light system to resist it. At the same time, he was completely exposed to the sight of the group of monsters? Damn, you're screwing your father. At this time, Tang Mao finally understood that the other party just wanted to force him to show up. However, there are still a group of command level monsters here, at least hundreds, and there are also several monarchs. The other party really doesn't care at all. As soon as Tang Mao showed up, the Shark King immediately shouted. It seems that he is still very excited. Chapter 901. One strike shocks the monsters. Tang Mao was very upset about the Shark King who seemed to really want to kill him. He was very curious, who gave this fool king this confidence? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time, a group of demons attacked Tang Mao at the same time. One after another, water columns flew towards him. Looking at these water columns, Tang Mao paused. This is outrageous? In an instant, there were thousands of water columns of different sizes shooting towards him. It seemed that these dogs didn't want to fight with him at all. Ice sealed thousands of miles. The cold air in the snow girl's fusion body instantly spread out a large circle. All the water columns that impacted the large circle almost turned into ice crystals and shattered and dissipated at the same time. Wings of wind. Shua hua la la, the ice snow girl withdrew from the fusion, and the wind girl replaced her. Even though the resistance in the sea was great, Tang Mao still rushed out in an instant, and wherever he passed, all the sea monsters were directly overturned. They looked confused and seemed to have no idea what was going on. Seeing Tang Mao rushing out, the Shark King suddenly split open. Its body is very small, and it can be said that it is nothing among the demon emperors. But no matter which demon emperor it is, they are extremely respectful to it, without any falsehood. Its body is like a centipede, and it is unknown how many hands and feet it has. And behind it is the tail tentacles, that were originally like the cold moon night demon god, but now it grows on its back. Similarly, the eye of the sea is also on its body. In short, this thing also looks strange, and no one knows what it is. And it is actually another seabed ruler in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. The demon emperor with evil eyes. Originally, the Eastern Pacific Ocean was jointly ruled by it and the Cold Moon Eyes, and there were continuous wars between them. But the two sides are also evenly matched. However, the Cold Moon Eyed evil god got two divine eyes. The strength suppressed it at once, and even the territory it had conquered was greatly reduced. Even some of its demon emperors rebelled against it. It was precisely because it had no power to fight back that the Cold Moon-eyed demon god wanted to continue to expand its territory. Mountains and rivers were naturally its first choice. Especially after the Antarctic Emperor was provoked by humans, he was willing to exert some pressure, and then it went out in a mighty force. Just one dispatch was to use the Eye of Tide and the Eye of the Sea to flood. But after the mountains and rivers lost their totem beasts, there were only some weak humans who still withstood most of the waves. Because there was no wave of destruction, it could only gather its subordinates again and launch an attack on humans. Of course, during this period, small-scale wars never stopped. It can even be said that except for the emperor-level demons around him, almost all the demon kings were sent out to destroy and entertain at will. But in the end, when it attacked China, it was suppressed by Tang Mao, and the Eye of the Sea was taken away. It was seriously injured. It fled back to the Pacific Ocean, which gave the Evil Eye Demon Emperor a chance. After that, the Cold Moon Eye Demon God was devoured, and some of its loyal demon emperors could not escape the fate of being devoured. After devouring the Cold Moon Eye Demon Emperor, the power of the Evil Eye Demon Emperor reached a new level. This is the law of nature. After becoming stronger, the Evil Eye Demon Emperor paid attention to the Eye of the Sea. Now its demon power is close to the roofline, but it is only close. The ocean is so big, how can it be willing to shrink here? It is for this reason that the Evil Eye Demon Emperor began to reorganize the demons in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. Because of the strong combat power of the Shark Empire, it occupied its body to prevent the powerful shark army under the Cold Moon Eye from not obediently surrendering. Then, before it was ready, humans came to attack. What it didn't expect the most was that Tang Mao actually shattered its body with a sword. The sharks of the Shark Empire have not been completely subdued, and that is why it will retreat. In addition to the human territory, its demon soldiers have no gathering relationship, so it can only choose to retreat to the depths of the Pacific Ocean first. Unexpectedly, Tang Mao came to the door himself. How can the Evil Eye Demon Emperor not be happy? This is its territory, and there are so many demons gathered here. Even if it is piled up, it will pile Tang Mao to death. Once it gets the Eye of the Sea on this human, it will definitely reach the rooftop. Hey. The excited Evil Eye Demon Emperor directly revealed his true body. The Shark Chief and the Shark Tribe leader here naturally had no surprises, and were all solved. The Shark Empire is different from other sea monsters. Since they already know that they are not their emperors, they will definitely not obey it. After all, they are die-hard fans of the Cold Moon Eye Demon God. It can be said that the brainwashing is too serious. But even if all the commander level and monarch level sharks were solved, it still absorbed the body of the Shark King again. There is no other way. There is still a group of shark army. Let alone other things, it would be good to use them as vanguards. It's just a pity that the shark giant egg was cultivated on the island country. Otherwise, the Evil Eye Demon Emperor believed that he could have a shark empire loyal to it. The roar of the Evil Eye Demon Emperor seemed to represent an order. Even this order was almost heard by every sea monster leader. All the monsters began to move towards the center like a mountain. They were ready to catch Tang Mao. Tang Mao, who was flying at full speed, looked at the monster group like a city wall and shouted in his heart, "Wow." Although he was surprised Tang Mao still ran through it in the first time. Sure sure sure. The sea tornado rolled and rushed over directly. But after the impact opened up a piece, another piece immediately filled it. Even in a short moment, he had already injured and killed more than 10,000 people, but it was just the tip of the iceberg. Ang. Roar. The group of monsters in the back roared and screamed, and they seemed to be the monster kings and monster emperors before. Once they joined in, he would be in even more danger. Thunderbolt. Boom. Boom. However, even if it was a wave of thunder explosions, even if they were densely packed together, the number of kills was still nothing. Seeing that the monster wall in front of him was getting thicker and thicker, and even began to extend downwards, Tang Mao immediately began to dive. As long as he got close to the ground under the sea, he would still have a chance to leave here. After all, the power of the earth system is the most suppressive to the water system, and below is the most suitable place to cast earth magic. Boom. Boom. After all, there were not so many sirens in the diving place. After they appeared, Tang Mao's thunder continued to bombard them. Almost everywhere the thunder reached was full of violent explosions. One after another, the sirens continued to explode and fall. The spirits and residual spirits became underwater stars, which were constantly absorbed by him into the killing jade. However, for Tang Mao at the moment, the spirits and residual spirits did not seem to be very important. Diving was the only thing he had to do. You know, this group of sirens is constantly approaching. Do they want to hold him back? All the way to the bottom of the sea, with the help of the strong earth element, Tang Mao condensed a pole of earth spears, and then swoosh, swoosh, the earth spears shot into the sky. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff, hundreds of thousands of densely packed earth spears, under his condensation, all shot out. The general level demons instantly became transparent, and although the commander level demons could resist some, they could not withstand the piercing of thousands of spears. Almost a large number of demons were constantly falling to the ground. At this time, the evil eye demon emperor also led a group of emperors and demon kings to rush here. It felt that it was a sure win, but who would have thought that Tang Mao would suddenly use the help of the earth element under the sea? Question mark? Hey, 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 hey. The evil eye demon emperor roared again and again, and he didn't even hide his roar, which showed that he was really angry. Although the sharks were suspicious, they had no reason to doubt the huge body of the Shark King. Then, the sirens began to charge. One by one, fearless and fearless, they rushed to the bottom of the sea like moths to the fire. Nothing else, just enough numbers. Because Tang Mao was standing underground, there were a lot of earth element. He only needed to consume the magic energy of a high level magic to complete the shooting of hundreds of thousands of earth spears. With Tang Mao's current magical power, the little magical power consumed by high level magic is really nothing. Tut tut tut. It was as if there was a legion at the bottom of the sea, holding machine guns, and just tut 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 shooting was enough. A group of countless sea monsters began to die in this comprehensive shooting. The evil eye demon emperor looked at Tang Mao at the bottom of the sea. It saw that the other party was completely relying on the terrain here to resist them. If this is the case, it will definitely cost a lot to deal with Tang Mao. But, compared with the eye of the sea, it seems that this is nothing. Hey. Therefore, even if there are countless corpses, it is still ordering the attack. Tang Mao will naturally not continue to consume like this, even if his magic power is very abundant. But, kill all the monsters here? It's not realistic. Moreover, the Demon King and the Demon Emperor can't solve it with just this kind of earth spear. Although there are sea monsters everywhere above, it is different under the sea. As long as you walk out of this sea area, you can open the door of space. For some reason, Tang Mao's space gate is restricted here. However, as long as he walks to the place where he and the Demon Dragon Demon Emperor were before, he can run away directly. In fact, it was because of this that he did not open the space gate and leave immediately. Otherwise, how could he stay here? There is no place for people to stay in such a place. In fact, Tang Mao also regretted it. Going deep into the depths this time was not a wise choice. Fortunately, the seabed and the ground are rich in earth element. Otherwise this time he would really be in trouble. There are so many sea monsters that it feels like even at his speed, he can't kill them all in a few months. When he found that Tang Mao actually started to walk from the bottom of the sea, the demon emperor with evil pupils was also anxious. Hey. This time, it was not just the little monsters who were consumed, but a group of demon kings charged. Fuck, can't you afford it? A group of demon kings charged, no matter who it was, they would never experience this scene. After all, between the demon king and the commander, it was a crushing victory. Whether it is defense or attack, it is not comparable to the demon leader. Space compression. Buzz, the number is too large. Thousands of demon kings. Even if he suppresses them, it is a considerable consumption. Chaos blade. Swish swish. Swish swish. Swish swish swish. The rotating chaos blade flew out in an instant. Under the high-speed rotation, the sharp blade scratched the demon king who broke through the space compression in the front. But it was not fatal. Thunder spear. The Earth Thunderstar Palace merged into one. Originally, it was just a spear condensed by the earth element. Now, each one is covered with the power of thunder. Swish swish swish. However, this time the range is not large. After all, although the demon kings are aggressive, their number cannot be compared with a group of demons at the war general level. Boom. Boom. The lightning spears kept piercing out at a high speed. A large number of demon kings could not withstand the destruction, and were killed by the explosion. The blood-stained seabed made it completely turbid. Hoo ice crystal tornado. Tang Mao not only did not care about the turbidity, but continued to strangle it. The less clear it is, the more powerful it is for him. Crack, crack, crack. Under the large area of freezing, with the cooperation of the Windblade, the frozen demon king was directly cut into rotten meat flying. Hey. The evil-eyed demon emperor was anxious. If this continued, once Tang Mao left the seabed forbidden area, he would have the opportunity to use his space power and leave directly. The evil-eyed demon emperor naturally understood Tang Mao. After all, the memory of the cold moon-eyed demon god was also inherited by it. However, the information he understood was somewhat different. Now Tang Mao seemed to have become more powerful. I think even the roof emperor can't do anything to him, right? This kind of human, naturally, can't be left behind. Elemental slash. At the same time, a giant sword flashed with light below, and the remaining hundreds of demon kings and tens of thousands of demons who heard the evil demon emperor's roar and were about to attack were chopped into pieces wherever the sword passed. Silence. For a moment, the demons did not dare to breathe. I saw that the space cracks were still repairing. In this kind of place, the power of space shattering was enough to prove how terrifying Tang Mao's destructive attack was. I think that the attack just now, even the scales of the emperor level demons may not be able to withstand it. The demons trembled instantly, and taking this opportunity, Tang Mao also quickly began to run wildly under the sea. Chapter 902 Destroying Space. The resistance in the water is huge, but compared to life, what is this resistance? Life is the most important thing. Everything else is nothing. Hey. Tang Mao ran for a while, and immediately heard the angry roar from behind. Obviously, the demon emperor didn't expect that he could still run like this, right? There is no way to besiege the seabed and underground, because there are dense earth element here. If you want to intercept here, there is almost no panic for Tang Mao. Moreover, he only needs to face the sea monsters above, and he doesn't need to care about the left and right. Bang bang bang. When running, some sea monsters will occasionally appear in front to block the way. But these little things are really nothing, and they can't withstand his firepower at all. The Demon King and Demon Emperor are still chasing him from behind, but without a lot of resistance, they can only continue to chase him from behind. If it weren't for the other party's relentless pursuit, if it weren't for the sea monsters in front and the sea monsters above descending one by one, he really wanted to give them a big gift. Or thunderstorm in such a large area, the power must be very exciting, right? Unfortunately, he didn't have time. Once he was caught up and surrounded, it would be troublesome. This group of shameless sea monsters, I guess they are going to play a group attack on him again. Bang bang bang. As Tang Mao moved forward, the earth and rock spears continued to rise up densely with the control of earth magic. Every time the long spear condensed by the earth element was ejected, it meant that a large number of sea monsters would be pierced through instantly. A large number of sea monsters, all GG without exception. After all, They were just a group of small monsters at the level of generals. Even if he used a small magic of the initial level, the opponent could not withstand it. What's more, Tang Mao cast a higher level magic. Swish, swish, swish. Rumble, 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 rumble as he fled. A large number of waves also hit from behind. Bang, bang. The extremely heavy waves. The impact force is almost tens of tons or even hundreds of tons. Moreover, such dense waves, if suppressed, it is really unimaginable. Because of the need to defend against the waves of these demon kings and demon emperors, his speed has obviously slowed down a lot. And this also gave the evil pupil demon emperor a chance. Hey. It seems that they found that their innate magic is effective, and they immediately ordered the demons to attack with waves. Although doing so will cause some small demons to be attacked, there are so many demons. What's the harm in dying? These general level demons are originally a group of cannon fodder. Swish, 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 swish. Looking at the waves that were pressing down, Tang Mao's scalp numbed, and looking at the evil pupil, he shouted in his heart, "Fuck you, Eye of the Sea." Fortunately, Tang Mao did not have no countermeasures. The Eye of the Sea can not only tear the sky and let the sea water impact, but also absorb the energy of the waves and use it in reverse. It is like a chaotic vortex, but the difference is that it can only absorb the power of water attributes and release the power of water attributes. However, everything has its pros and cons. When absorbing the waves, if it exceeds this range, Tang Mao will suffer double the impact force. When he felt that the seawater was absorbed enough, the cold air around him dispersed in an instant and rushed to all directions. Cracking, cracking. In an instant, the remaining waves turned into ice and then exploded with a bang. The ice crystal scattered and crystal clear. At the same time, Tang Mao instantly returned the seawater in the Eye of the Sea. Double return gift. A large number of sea monsters approaching. Under the impact, their bones were broken one by one, and they were driven straight into the sky. Boom boom boom. Puff puff puff. Of course, although the impact of the waves is heavy, it is not a big threat to the demon kings. After all, they are all sea monsters, and the power from the water system can still withstand the pressure. While counter-attacking, there was a flash of 7-color light. Hey. The evil-eyed demon emperor reacted immediately and roared. At the moment, when the demon emperors noticed it, the giant sword had already chopped out directly from the bottom of the sea. Because the pursuit was too close, this elemental giant sword with 7-color light flashing, after sweeping away a large number of generals and commander-level sea monsters, killed a large number of demon kings in seconds, and several sea monster kings were severely injured. All this happened too fast, so fast that the evil-eyed demon emperor had no time to react. Thunderous. Boom boom. They thought Tang Mao would continue to escape, but suddenly saw Tang Mao rushing up. And the target was him. The huge lightning net spread out, and the nearby small demons were paralyzed by lightning, and fell to the bottom of the sea. Dimensional halberd. A burst of silver light flashed, and a giant halberd pierced directly into the body of the evil-eyed demon emperor. That is, the body of the Shark Man King. Bang. The Shark Man King exploded instantly, and this time, Tang Mao did not give it a chance to recover. The wind blade directly strangled the huge seabed mine completely. Dark Realm. This is not only a place with dense earth element, but also a place with dense dark element. After all, this is the bottom of the deep sea. In an instant, it became pitch black. I'll let you chase me. Or thunder hammer in Tang Mao's hand was shining with golden light, and he swung it out. A hammer smashed out, and there was a thunderstorm. The place of thunderstorm was naturally where the evil-eyed demon emperor was. Bang. Boom. However, Tang Mao's hammer did not hit the opponent, but a group of demons resisted. This evil-eyed demon emperor was also cruel enough. A supreme monarch was consumed like this? Because his darkness was fused with the devil, the magic it restricted was only the magic of other people or demons. On the contrary, the power of all his magic was doubled. Tang Mao's double power was equivalent to 10 times or even more than that of an ordinary person. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The evil-eyed demon emperor grabbed Tang Mao with a bunch of tentacles, as if he wanted to tie him up. Don't overestimate your ability. Purgatory fire map. Because the dark domain blocked the sea water, his fire finally had a chance to show its power. The raging fire exploded, which was destructive, and turned the tentacles of the evil eye emperor into ashes. Heh. This was originally the tentacles of Leng Yumao, but now it was fused with its body, and burned all of a sudden. Of course, it was the one who felt the pain. Space compression. Buzz buzz buzz, the evil eye demon emperor had just been burned, and then he was locked by the silver light wall. Even if he cast a magic spell, and wanted to escape, he had no chance at all. The surrounding demon emperors and demon kings rushed towards Tang Mao, the caster. Ice for thousands of miles. Crackling, but Tang Mao didn't give them any chance at all, and froze them all. Thunder volcano pillars. Bang, bang, bang. After the ice was frozen, thunder and fire from the sky and the earth started to destroy at the same time. Here, although the thunder attribute and fire attribute are not the most violent, the three kinds of destruction are put together, and the power brought by the dark domain is not less. Boom boom boom. At the moment, when a demon emperor was severely injured, a large amount of water element suddenly gathered around the cold moon night demon god, and then the waves that could destroy a country drove the dense group of demons to rush out in all directions. Eye of the tide. Tang Mao finally understood this scene. Why was the cold moon night demon god not seen, and why was its tentacles so strange? Moreover, the opponent's strength was much stronger than the cold moon night demon god, but he didn't appear. Now he understood everything. Did the cold moon night demon god die? Come to think of it, he almost died in his hands back then. The demon emperors under his command were either disabled or injured. It would be strange if they were not swallowed up. Wow, bang. The waves continued to hit the dark wall, and the moment the impact ended, it turned into ordinary seawater and faded out of the dark area. But if it continued like this, he was not sure he could kill the other party. With the flapping of the wings of wind, Tang Mao returned to the bottom of the sea again. In a while, he should be able to reach the place where the space door was opened. Fighting on the seabed was indeed his weakness. Humans, after all, don't like the deep sea, and where he can't stay here for a long time, attacking the ocean is simply impossible. The dark domain finally dispersed when Tang Mao continued to run wildly. The evil eye demon emperor was covered with scars, and several emperors were even more miserable, with broken arms and legs and lost scales. In short, even in their home court, even with the terrifying number of emperors and demon kings, they still couldn't do anything to Tang Mao. Instead, the opponent was already moving forward. Fortunately, it was still in the sea. The evil eye demon emperor looked at the direction where Tang Mao was running, full of fear. At this moment, it no longer had the courage to chase him as relentlessly as before. Hey. Although it didn't dare to chase so closely, it still had to consume Tang Mao's strength. Once his magic power was consumed in large quantities, it didn't believe that it couldn't kill him. Yes, the evil eye demon emperor chose to pile up again. It wanted to use a large number of sea monsters to pile up Tang Mao to death. Unfortunately, Tang Mao had already run to a place without restrictions and directly opened the door of space. The next moment, the evil eye demon emperor discovered that Tang Mao did not retreat far away, but stayed on the sea. Hey. This rampant human, after getting the chance, did not choose to escape from here, but stayed on the sea. Then it was a huge roar, which almost spread to the heads of every commander level sea monster. They swam together to the sea surface. On the sea surface, Tang Mao stayed on the sea surface. When he noticed that this group of sea monsters began to rush up, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Is he the kind of person who would run away with his tail between his legs after being beaten for a long time? The magic energy is not exhausted. Moreover, since they are here, if they don't kill their spirit properly, do they really think that humans are easy to mess with? Boom boom. For a moment, the thunder element began to gather in the whole sky. The sea was covered with dark clouds, and the wind was howling. This scene is simply the feeling of disaster coming. These monsters are very slow, and the emperors and demon kings under the sea are not in a hurry to rise. It seems that they have just suffered a loss and now they have a long memory. However, this also gave him time to accumulate power. One by one, the lightning star maps, constellations, and star palaces continued to rush into the black rolling clouds. After nearly an hour, the first batch of sea monsters finally rushed to the sea. This batch was close to tens of thousands, but these were too few after all. It was just a matter of a few superclass magics, and they were sunk, and the sea monsters below continued to rise continuously. In this area, there seemed to be countless sea monsters. Tang Mao explored and confirmed that the group of monsters below were also rising continuously, and he immediately stopped holding back the thunder. Purple sky 10,000 Jun thunder. Zzzzzz. In the sky covering the sea area as far as the eye could see, a line of lightning lines went straight into the sea. There were so many lightning lines that it was almost impossible to see how many there were. Some sea monsters gave up the sea surface and wanted to rush towards Tang Mao, but they became charred once they touched the lightning line. Super concentrated thunderstorm. However, this lightning line is not real destruction. When the lightning line touched the sea 1,000 meters below, Tang Mao crushed the Star Palace in his hand like the ignition line of a dynamite pack. Bang. Boom. Hoo this time, the thunderstorm directly shook this space and broke it apart. This time, millions of sea monsters were instantly turned into ashes. The space collapsed, and a huge dimensional black hole began to absorb it by force. The deafening sound had not yet disappeared, and the sea monsters that were bleeding from all 7 orifices had no time to feel pain, and they began to fill the space area that was exploded. The sea was turning upside down, as if it was stimulated by something. The huge suction force continued to absorb the sea monsters, as if it only absorbed living things. Today's Tang Mao is not the Tang Mao in the Sahara Desert. He was not sucked into the collapsed space, but turned around and opened the space door and left here. This time, although he came to investigate the situation, it was also a real deal to kill millions of sea monsters. But this time, except for the fire system, almost all of the elemental magic was consumed, and there was a feeling that the magic energy had reached the bottom. The space system and the chaos system were also consumed by more than half, and the shadow system was also consumed a lot. That is to say, all the forbidden spells. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to run. Of course, he can't be considered running. This wave of destruction should leave a deep impression on this group of sea monsters. The destruction that cannot be released in the human world is not so much to be concerned about in the demon territory. Moreover, the demons who died in Tang Mao's hands do not need to worry about turning into underwater undead, because their spirits and residual souls were completely absorbed by Tang Mao at the first time. Half an hour after Tang Mao left, it is unknown how many demons were absorbed into the dimensional black hole, and the space began to slowly repair. Chapter 903 Linking. When he returned to the Magic City, the main force was still on the way. But this time, they definitely bought enough time, that's for sure. Back in the Magic City, he thought there seemed to be nowhere to go, so he returned to his little house here. That is, the apartment not far from the Pearl Academy. When he opened the door and walked in, he found that no one seemed to have been here for a long time. Come to think of it, he was not here for these years, and Munigio and AI22 probably couldn't stay here alone every day. Without anyone, he certainly couldn't stay. Originally, Tang Mao planned to return to Yuxu City, but after thinking about Kingshan Hunting House, he thought it would be better to go and take a look. Speaking of which, he hadn't been there for a long time. Although the Kingshan Hunting House is still world famous now, it almost doesn't accept any bounties. The main reason is that there is no one on standby, especially Ling Ling lives directly in Yuxu City. This girl didn't even go to the Magic Academy. According to her words, being a hunting mage is what she wants. Moreover, she knows knowledge that some tutors in other schools may not know. So, what's the point of going to school? Actually, what Ling Ling said was not wrong. When she was just a little girl, she already knew everything. What's more, now, what's there to learn? It's impossible to go to school. Although the Magic City has suffered several baptisms, its recovery ability is still extremely strong. Although the streets and alleys of the Magic City have changed a lot, they are also developing in a good direction. The roads, high-rise buildings, and green plants are all very vigorous. In short, it can be said that this place is now completely new. Came to the Kingshan Hunting House. Old Bayo doesn't seem to be there. Hey, why are you here? As soon as he entered the door, Lenking, who was sitting there eating melon seeds, heard the movement. I missed you, so I came back to see you. Tang Mao came to the sofa and collapsed there. Seeing Tang Mao like this, Lenking hurried over. What's wrong with you? I just came back from the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean, and my magic energy is a little depleted. He was not that weak, but he felt a little weak when he saw Lenking. Moreover, his magic energy was indeed greatly consumed at this time. And Lenking could also feel it. So, strictly speaking, he didn't lie. The deep sea of the Pacific? Lenking poured him a glass of water, then asked, "Are you crazy? What are you doing there? Besides, didn't you go to the island country with the army? Our war is not over yet. When the Leng Yumao demon god was severely injured by me and took away the eye of the sea, he should have been swallowed up by another overlord in the eastern Pacific Ocean. Now, it is this one who controls all the sea monsters in the eastern sea area. When I was there before, they were gathering their army, but unfortunately I was discovered by the other side. Moreover, I was almost killed by a group of little monsters." After listening to what Tang Mao said, Lenking was puzzled and asked, "Can't you open the dimensional door to cross it? The deep sea has restrictions, and I can't open the dimensional door. It's just like Kunlun Mountain." Tang Mao responded. "This world has become so chaotic." Lenking also sighed, and then handed Tang Mao some water and said, "Drink some water. I'm fighting so hard on the front line, and you're eating melons here. Now I'm back injured. Shouldn't you feed me?" Tang Mao asked. Lenking curled her lips, put the cup there, and then prepared to turn around and leave. Lenking thought, "Feed me? Look how proud you are." But just when she was about to distance herself, Tang Mao sat up and reached out to pull her back. "You being pulled to her side." Lenking paused and was a little angry. "Bo Tang Mao, you're going too far," Lenking said with some shame and anger. "What's the matter? Do you still want to beat me?" Tang Mao asked indifferently. "You and me." Lenking was angry. She just couldn't beat him. Otherwise, she would have to slap him a few times. Woo, before she had time to say anything harsh, Lenking wanted to say, "Now you are a wounded casualty." Want to warn Tang Mao. But how come she was taken advantage of? She didn't understand. Wasn't Tang Mao a weakling? Exclamation mark. What was this? She couldn't even beat Tang Mao at his weakest. Lenking felt that her super perfection was fake. The magic energy couldn't even work, and there was no ripple. After getting a chance to breathe, Lenking ran away in a hurry. "Tang Mao, there's no chance for us. Do you want Ling Ling to be sad?" "I know." Tang Mao nodded, agreeing with Lenking's impossibility. Speaking of which, she was already married. "Since you know, you still treat me like this," Lenking said dissatisfiedly. "Can't we have some friendship, if there's no chance?" Tang Mao asked back. "Go to hell." Lenking gritted her teeth when she heard it. "This dog man, is he so dog?" Just kidding. Don't be angry. I think no one should want an older leftover woman like you. Isn't it good for me to be your support in the future?" Tang Mao at this time was obviously very different from when she just came in. He was weak just now. Now he is like nothing happened. If it weren't for the fact that his elemental magic power was consumed so much, Lenking would have felt that he was just acting. "Even if I die alone, it has nothing to do with you." Tang Mao continued, "You have me in your heart. Stop being shameless. A woman who says one thing and means another." Tang Mao shrugged and said, "Humph." In fact, he didn't know what Lenking was thinking. Talking about love? That's too sloppy. Greedy? That's true. What you can't get is always exciting. Come and sit for a while. I promise I won't mess around. Who would believe you? Lenking refused directly. "If you want to do this, then I won't sit down." Tang Mao stood up while speaking. Seeing this, Lenking had to walk back unwillingly. Well, facing Tang Wazki, she had no way at all. And when she sat over, Lenking also said, "Remember what you said, if you don't behave, you wow." Unfortunately, Lenking underestimated Tang Mao's wall after all. This time, she really had no chance to escape. At the same time, outside the Kingshan hunting house, a space barrier emerged. In fact, Lenking still had him in her heart. As an experienced and veteran driver, if Tang Mao couldn't understand her heart, wouldn't he have lived in vain? However, this layer of unbreakable window paper was Ling Ling. Because of the little girl Ling Ling, Lenking closed his heart. But no matter how he lied, some aspects were honest. He didn't want to listen to Lenking's sophistry at all. Anyway, he had the ability to support her, so if he provoked her, he had to take responsibility. Chapter 904 I'm her biological sister. At night, Tang Mao and Lenking sat together on the roof of Kingshan hunting house. What happened during the day? It was as if nothing happened. There were already a pile of cans here, and Tang Mao felt like he was holding his urine, but she didn't let him move. It was too much. You scum, how do you want me to face Ling Ling in the future? Lenking, who was a little drunk, stared at Tang Mao and asked. Just face it as you should. Tang Mao said subconsciously. I'm her biological sister. Lenking pinched the flesh on Tang Mao's waist and said with gritted teeth. Speaking of which, his body can be regarded as a body of steel. But for some reason, the moment he was pinched by Lenking, he still felt a pain. What the hell is this psychological effect? Obviously there is no feeling, but there is a feeling. As long as Ling Ling can continue to hunt monsters and become the hunting king by reward, it is enough. She doesn't care about other things at all. Tang Mao said. To be honest, Ling Ling would kick him out unless she couldn't figure out something. She didn't care what his mood was, whether he needed it or not. Plus, he was willing to pamper her, so the two of them were the most normal partners. I'm her biological sister. Lenking repeated again. I know, I mean it's okay. If you don't believe me, call her now and see if she'll be angry. Tang Mao continued. Get lost. Tang Mao's mouth twitched. He was obviously telling the truth. Why didn't this woman believe him? When did he, Tang, lie? Little Ling Ling asked herself. So did her sister just ignore it? So, Tang Mao was not panicked at all. You don't understand her. You don't understand. Lenking looked at Tang Mao and was very dissatisfied. That's her biological sister. How could she not understand? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Anyway, it's already happened. Lenking looked at Tang Mao and was about to speak, but heard Tang Mao say again, don't tell me it's just this time. Anyway, I won't listen. What Lenking was about to say was choked in an instant. She was going to say that, but she didn't expect that the damn Tang Mao would just block her back. In fact, she also knew that Tang Mao, with his wall-like face, would not count, even if he promised her. Why should I fall in love with a bastard like you? Lenking was full of grievances, and there was already mist in her beautiful eyes, as if she was really aggrieved. Maybe this is my charm. Tang Mao replied. That night, the two talked a lot and sat for a long time. The next morning, Tang Mao left. After talking to Lenking about the past few years, she felt that the two were like two different worlds. It's not that Lenking's vision is too narrow, but because she has never dealt with an emperor, she naturally doesn't understand. After leaving the Kingshan hunting house, Tang Mao was ready to return to Yuxi City. He didn't know when the sea monsters would come, but at least they shouldn't attack China at the moment. At least even if they wanted to, they would have to slow down. Even those emperors need courage, right? The void on the sea surface exploded, and a huge dimensional black hole appeared, absorbing many sea monsters. It was still a question whether these sea monsters could survive. Moreover, the space gates they made had been destroyed by Tang Mao. If they wanted to quickly get the monster soldiers here, it would take time. And with such a large number, it was no joke. After returning to the city, he did not go to chat with Yu Shishi and the others. Instead, he began to practice meditation. Although his magic power self-recovery was not slow, meditation could also greatly increase the speed, which was why he chose to practice. If he did not know that the sea monsters would not reach the Chinese coastline in a short time, he would not have stayed with Lenking for a day. But self-recovery, at the current level, to restore to full state, I'm afraid it will take a month. If it is practiced, 10 days is enough. So, Tang Mao temporarily closed himself off. 10 days passed quickly. The coastline was stable, and Huazhenhang and others had returned to the country one after another, and had begun to set up defenses. Tang Mao was originally going to meet them. However, because he hadn't greeted the girls for a long time, he went to the back mountain first. The first thing Tang Mao did when he saw Mochizuki Chixen was to tell her that the sea monsters in the island country had been cleared. However, because the catastrophe of the sea monsters had not yet ended completely, he still needed to stay here first. Mochizuki Chixen did not refuse. She also knew that, even if her homeland was restored, it would not be an easy thing to take root again. Especially since Tang Mao had already said that the sea monsters were coming back regularly. In this case, it would be even more impossible to go back now. Everything still needed to wait for the war to end. Only after the sea monsters in the Pacific Ocean rolled back could they rebuild their homes. However, this time when they were rebuilt, Mochizuki Chikzen would definitely be the master of the country. After all, she was his woman. Even if she had offspring in the future, they would still be surnamed Tang. This was also the main reason why Tang Mao was willing to restore the island country together. As for when he could go back, that was an unknown thing. No one knew how long the war between the sea monsters and them would last. In short, it was not an easy thing to solve all the sea monsters, demon kings, and demon emperors and let the sea monsters go away. After all, he had experienced it personally, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even if it is a round-robin battle, it can cause great harm to China. Ding Yumian became the contact person for Alpine Academy and Pearl Academy. The two sides constantly communicate and innovate and improve. Of course, every time they go, men still need to wear bracelets. There is no way. After all, it is a girls' school in the deep mountains. In order to prevent some things that should not happen, this is inevitable. The two sisters Liu Zan and Liu Ru have now reached the strength of invincible monarchs. The two weak girls have become extremely powerful in this world because of Tang Mao's blood. This is because they didn't suck blood much later. Otherwise the two of them would only be stronger. And Song Fiao wanders around with Heidong King every day. So, in the end, it is still Yushishi, who raises moths in the back mountain every day, and doesn't go anywhere, and looks like she doesn't participate in anything. The hidden goddess in the deep mountains and old forests. After chatting with Mochizuki Kyanksen and others, and sitting for an afternoon, he rushed to the base camp of the Magic City Forbidden Spell Association. At this time, all the forbidden spells, including Shaka, are here. When they saw Tang Mao, they were all a little confused. Speaking of which, they couldn't contact him these days. Hua Zhenhong, who had arranged the coastline defense, was even more puzzled. Tang Mao, what have you been doing recently? Chapter 905, The Siren's Conspiracy. After hearing Hua Zhenhong's question, Tang Mao did not hide anything, and told him everything he had done recently. Of course, it was just what happened between him and the sea monsters. Upon learning that Tang Mao had gone to the deep sea of the eastern Pacific Ocean and fought with them, Hua Zhenhong didn't know what to say. This is simply too reckless. If we are besieged, wouldn't it be the end? Tang Mao did not tell Hua Zhenhong about the siege, but he did tell Hua Zhenhong about the final destruction. In fact, in Tang Mao's opinion, perhaps these sea monsters have become cowardly and dare not set foot on human territory again. I don't think so. Hua Zhenhong shook his head and continued, the sea monsters know very well that, if you are in the sea, that is, their territory, you will release your destruction recklessly, but if you are in our Chinese territory, can you still release your destruction recklessly? For the sea monsters, attacking us will be a kind of security guarantee. Their ambition will never give up. Especially since you still have the Eye of the Sea, it will definitely attract the other party. After listening to what Hua Zhenhong said, Tang Mao didn't know why he felt that it was reasonable. You don't want me to give it the Eye of the Sea, do you? I can tell you, once something is in my hands, there is almost no way to return it. With such a powerful helper like the Eye of the Sea, Tang Mao would never return it to the sea monster. Of course not, I'm not stupid. The greed of the sea monsters will not be stopped just because you gave it a treasure. I said this just to tell you, don't let your guard down. Hua Zhenhong explained. Then I'll throw a wave of bombs at them when they are about to come. Since there are so many of them, I can just kill as many as I can. I don't believe I can't kill them all. After listening to what Tang Mao said, let alone Hua Zhenhong, Shijie felt that this guy had no brains except for women. If all the little demons could be killed, would humans in this world have to choose to hide in the safe world? It is because they reproduce very quickly, so the best way for humans to fight against demons is to kill their masters. Many demons are hostile, and they will fight each other when they are out of control. Just like the kindling mountains today, the hunters dare not step into them at will. At this moment, the kindling mountains are fighting almost every day. But once humans step in, they will stop fighting and choose to drive humans away. As long as humans do not participate, the war of attrition will last for a long time, until one group needs to recuperate. Your target can only be the Emperor level sea monsters, and you don't need to participate in other things. Shagia said. The Archangel is right. Hua Zhenhang nodded. Although Tang Mao can minimize casualties with one move, once he kills a Demon King, it will be a great victory. After learning the number of sea monster kings, they suddenly found that the Demon Kings were not worth Tang Mao's efforts. Those Demon Kings are more cunning than each other, and they don't show up at all. Tang Mao said helplessly. We have to wait. No matter how long this battle lasts, as long as the Emperor level gods and demons don't take action, your task is to sit back. Shagia said again. It's outrageous. However, complaining is complaining. Since Shagia and Hua Zhenhang said so, he had to do it. The question now is, do we still want to build the other countries? Because of the relationship of returning to the country, Xiaozeng, who had dealt with the other three sides, also came here. Don't do it for the time being. With their survivors, they may not be able to defend the city. Shagia shook his head and said, okay. Hearing Shagia say this, Xiaozeng nodded, and then said, Han Wu has sent news that the magic associations of the 5 continents have also sent strong men to come to China for reinforcement. If they don't come again, the sea monsters will be destroyed, and I will have to clean up their cards. Shagia said this as feebly. I, the Archangel, am here, and a group of little brothers are still enjoying life at home. Is this justified? Since that day, Tang Mao was left in the magic city, and as Hua Zhenhang thought, the sea monster army did come. In a month, they finally established a channel from the Pacific Ocean. A large number of sea monsters rushed to China. But compared with Leng Yumao's attack, the other party did not hide their heads and show their tails. Countless sea monsters directly launched an attack when they arrived outside the coastline. Tang Mao's destruction was too terrible. Only in the battle with humans can they get some sense of security. The previous scene was still deeply remembered by those sea monster emperors and sea monster monarchs. According to the investigation, it was discovered that the sea monsters were attacking in full force this time, and no matter where they were, there seemed to be someone issuing orders. But it was not certain whether it was the Emperor. Tang Mao felt that the opponent's real target was the Eye of the Sea in his hand, so it was absolutely impossible for the Emperor creatures to disperse. But regardless of whether it was what he thought, Hua Zhenhang still arranged the forbidden spells to go there in batches. With the addition of the totem beast, I believe it can still be resisted. The totem beast has a great restraint on the sea monster. Moreover, now that the totem beast is in charge, at least the military mages have a chance to breathe more. Unknowingly, the battle has lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the Oriental Pearl Tower of the Magic City, it's been 3 days and 3 nights, and no demon emperor has appeared? No. Hearing Tang Mao's question, Hua Zhenhang shook his head. His eyes were a little bloodshot, and he was sleep deprived at a glance. You should also take a rest. If the sea monsters are going to keep fighting like this, we won't be able to cope with them just by relying on numbers. Looking at Hua Zhenhang, who was a little sleepless, Tang Mao advised. Hua Zhenhang shook his head. Now the war is chaotic, I really can't rest at ease. But the total number of monsters I have seen is probably 100 times that of our human military magicians. Even if they attack non-stop, they can still last for 100 days without rest. Can you hold on? In any case, Tang Mao really doesn't understand military affairs, and no one in the whole of China can compare with Hua Zhenhang. Even in the world, his military talent is leading. Shaka said that China is very lucky to have such a commander-in-chief. If there is no reasonable distribution, I really don't know what this war will become. I'm fine. If I can't hold on, I will go to rest. Hua Zhenhang still shook his head and said. Tang Mao had no choice but to prepare to release today's destruction. That's right, he will go to a sister wave every day. A small amount of magic energy consumption can be restored within a day. He would not hold back. After arriving at the coastline defense area, looking at the endless sea, which was full of charging sirens piled up together, Tang Mao froze them directly in one go, followed by a destructive thunder. Boom. Every time Tang Mao appeared, the Demon King who was commanding the battle in the distance would disappear immediately. Obviously, the memory he brought to the sirens was too deep. So deep that they began to hide when they saw him appear, and these war general level sirens were just cannon fodder. After Tang Mao solved a large area, he did not choose to return, but his figure disappeared in midair and rushed to the place where the Demon King was. This passive defense is obviously not the best way, and with the Chinese army behind him, and his own dark army and dimensional summons, Tang Mao did not believe that he could be besieged again. The main thing is that he is not going to go down to the deep sea, but just wants to come here to see if there is any way to resist. If you release thunder and destruction here, it will obviously not work. If the magic wave stirs up the sea and overturns the river, it is very likely to break the outer coastline. If it reaches the city defense, they will be even more passive. Otherwise, how can these demons withstand their own purple thunder? Following the other party to the rear sea area, Tang Mao immediately noticed the change in the atmosphere here. Almost all the big demons, demon kings and demon emperors are here. Just as he imagined, this group of boots has been hiding here. They have not gone to other places at all. I think they are waiting for me to take action and consume a lot of magic energy, and then they will take action together. However, although he had guessed it long ago, there is really no way to crack it for a while. Not to mention the Demon Emperor. There are thousands of Demon Kings here. With so many meat shields, it is unlikely to kill the Emperor such as the evil pupil Demon Emperor. They will definitely make the Demon King scapegoats. And if the first attack fails, want to come again? That is obviously impossible. The chance is not great. But how can Tang Mao be willing to leave like this? Buzz buzz buzz. The movements of the hands are always faster than the thoughts. Element gather. 7 element. A huge sword is raised high in the sky. In an instant, the Demon Emperor and Demon Kings below noticed that a powerful force locked them. The evil Demon Emperor was also stunned, and then he roared. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the sea surface continued to explode, and huge monsters emerged from the sea. Sure. At the same time, the giant sword composed of 7 elements slashed directly into the deep sea. Boom. Hua hua hua. As this sword was slashed down, almost all the Demon Kings below were spared. In an instant, hundreds of Demon Kings turned into corpses, and their huge bodies began to float on the sea surface. Ice for thousands of miles. This huge fluctuation of magic energy caused the sea surface to boil, and Tang Mao chose to freeze it at the first time. If it was not frozen, it would probably cause huge waves, hitting the coastline and even the magic city. Fortunately, he was in time, and the ice attribute plus the ice snow girl froze very quickly. Hey. When the evil-eye Demon Emperor saw Tang Mao frozen, he immediately roared. Then, a group of Demon Emperors followed him and left without any backbone. The opponent obviously did not want to confront Tang Mao head on, but wanted to win by numbers. So, even if the opponent's conspiracy was discovered, what was the difference between this and an open conspiracy? Although there were many mages on the coastline, it took a long time to recover magic power. After all, the opponent did not have the same physique as him, which could quickly recover a large amount of magic power. After destroying hundreds of Demon Kings in one fell swoop, Tang Mao returned to the coastline. At this time, a dense crowd of small demons gathered here. Thunderous. Boom boom thunder invaded the seabed and began to cause large-scale destruction. All the sea monsters within sight were buried here without exception. But even with his destruction, it took less than half an hour for a new batch of sea monsters to gather. Tang Mao suddenly thought that he seemed to have overlooked one thing. That is, as long as he could destroy the other party's delivery port, then they would not have so many sea monsters constantly transported here. However, after thinking about it, he still thought it was okay. Because once he did this, it might take some time for the other party to arrive, but once they all arrived, even if Tang Mao made a full effort, he might not be able to destroy all the sea monsters. In this case, it would be outrageous. In the end, he could only leave here with the parts of the Demon King that he had just collected and return to the Magic City. After returning to the Pearl Tower, Shaka was in charge here. Huas and Han had gone to rest. Obviously, what he said before still had a certain effect. Tang Mao, what did you just do to deal with Although Shaka was in the magic city, she could still hear the movement made by Tang Mao clearly. I just found the whereabouts of the demon emperors. Just as I thought, they did not separate. The demon kings should be the ones who commanded other sea monsters to attack the coastline. The evil-eyed demon emperor is indeed afraid of me. He ran away as soon as I attacked him just now. Tang Mao felt a little helpless. The opponent had no intention of fighting normally, so he had been preparing to use the little demons to fill this output defense point. In fact, the coastline outside the magic city is still okay, but when it comes to other coastlines, I'm afraid it will be a different situation. I can only rely on totem beasts and military mages to slowly resist. Fortunately, totem creatures are also strange. Although they will consume, it is not a big problem, and they recover quickly. However, they are not human after all, so it is not difficult to maintain their physical strength for a long time. Tang Mao was thinking that the totem beasts can achieve long-term output with their strength. No wonder the totems and sea monsters fought for 1,000 years ago and were able to protect China. So it is because the totem beasts also have the energy to recover themselves. If so, as long as the other side's emperor level sea monster does not take action, defense will not be a problem. You can't be so reckless. If something happens to you, it will definitely be a huge blow to the Chinese soldiers, Shaijia said with a slightly earnest tone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 906, Killing. In response to Shaka's nagging, Tang Mao still used the simplest method to make her shut up. Not to mention that he was reborn from the ashes with his current strength. As long as there are enough fire soul seeds, nothing can kill him. So, what's there to panic? Because of the siege at sea last time, there are now 10 fire soul seeds in the Kilin Jade. Although the Kilin did not react later, it was like a storage space, and it would not be destroyed. After realizing the effect of this, Tang Mao prepared enough soul seeds. It was for emergencies. What a pity. No one knows how many demons die in the ocean every day, but the number is still huge, and no one knows how many there are. Therefore, once surrounded, it is still an unimaginable result. Shaka, do you think that, if my magic power is exhausted, will the sea monsters take the opportunity to attack? Tang Mao looked at Shaka and asked. It's mainly the evil-eye demon emperor and the group of sea monster emperors. As long as they attack you don't want to be a bait, do you? Shaijia immediately guessed Tang Mao's idea. That's right, as long as I have the soul seed in my body, even if the magic energy is exhausted, it can be restored immediately. If the magic city suddenly can't hold on, I go to bomb until it is exhausted. Do you think they will let go of this opportunity? After listening, Shaijia shook his head and said, I think it's impossible. You have fought with the Cold Moon Night demon god, and since the new demon emperor has swallowed the Cold Moon eyes, he should know your situation. This is not okay. That is not okay. It's not a good thing to passively take a beating like this. Tang Mao was a little impatient. Obviously, he had the power to kill the opponent, but because the opponent was shrinking, he was in a stalemate. What is this? There is no way. Unless there are other sea monsters invading their place, there is really no chance. Shaijia said. Huh. Tang Mao's eyes lit up when he heard it. Other sea monsters. Yes, the evil-eye demon emperor and the Cold Moon Night demon god are not the only ones in the Pacific Ocean. There are other sea monster kings. There are indeed other monster kings in the Pacific Ocean, but we don't know how to attract them. The most important thing is that once another sea monster king becomes powerful, it will still be a trouble. Shaka looked at Tang Mao's excitement and poured a basin of cold water on him realistically. Damn, can't we kill all these damn monsters? Tang Mao complained. Dang at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Archangel, there is news from the front. Shaka's follower's voice came from outside the door. What's the matter? Shaka opened the door and walked out in confusion, and Tang Mao followed him out. When she saw Tang Mao, she was stunned. However, she also knew about the relationship between Shaka and Tang Mao, and Shaka never taboo these. After all, no one stipulated that the Archangel could not fall in love. It's like this, Archangel, the sea monsters are not attacking. Not only outside the magic city, but also in the other places. The follower said. Hearing that the other party was no longer attacking, Tang Mao subconsciously wondered, could it be that the other party is trying to play some conspiracy again? Ever since he saw the intelligence of the Lengyu Mao demon god, he never looked down on these sea monsters. Especially those at the level of emperors and demon kings. They have lived for thousands of years, or even longer. Even a pig, after living for so long, must have a very sharp mind. I don't know, let's go to the conference room first. Shaijia suggested. Tang Mao shook his head and refused. You go, I'm not good at this. I'll go and check the situation. Okay, then you be careful. Yeah. After saying goodbye to Shaijia, Tang Mao ran to the coastline. After arriving at a deeper sea area, Tang Mao dived in. This place is already 100 miles away from the demon city. Entering it, the sea monsters are still so dense, but there are not as many as those seen in the deep sea of the eastern Pacific Ocean. And there are many injured among these sea monsters, and they are all recuperating at this time. Tang Mao continued to go deeper. There were not many sea monsters here, probably only about 1 million. He was very fast, and came to the big circle. Here, there were only about 100 or 200 demon kings left, but there were quite a few commanders. The demon emperors, that he had seen in the Pacific Ocean, before were all here. With such a good opportunity, he didn't want to miss it. Zilla. Zilla. Lightning filaments began to emerge in the sea. Hey. The demon emperor with evil eyes immediately sensed the breath of magic and roared. You called Nirmana. Tang Mao rushed out with the 7-color elemental sword in hand. The target was naturally the demon emperor with evil eyes. This kind of sea monster king with a brain must not be left behind. Because of the shock brought by Tang Mao before, those demon kings and demon emperors started to run away instantly. It seemed that they were already afraid of Tang Mao. Sure. Without them as meat shields, Tang Mao slashed at the demon emperor with a sword. The nearby commander level demons, just a wave of aftermath, had already caused them great destruction. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the entire sea area exploded instantly. However, because it was the evil eye demon emperor that was locked, even Tang Mao's destruction did not kill him with one blow. However, the second sword chopped down again. Without the Shark Man King, it really became not very resistant to beating. Hey. Seeing Tang Mao slashing at it with another sword, the evil eye demon emperor hurriedly shouted. Its subordinates actually only wanted to run away. Question mark? Although this was the order it gave them, these stupid things, can't they see that they are being attacked continuously? This human is constantly attacking itself. With its roar, the sea monsters that had hesitated just now rushed over in one go. It seems to be here to help. Space compression. Buzz 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 thunderbolt. Boom boom. Tang Mao had 3 things in one mind, attacking the evil eye demon emperor, while preventing the surrounding sea monsters from approaching. Thunder descended, and except for the supreme monarch, the pseudo-emperor, and the emperor who were only injured, the rest who were baptized by thunder were almost all destroyed. Ice Snow Girl. Wind Princess Shadow Evil Lord. Come out and help me. It's a rare opportunity to seize, and hurt the evil eye demon emperor. How could Tang Mao be willing to miss this chance to kill? You know, this kind of opportunity doesn't come every day. As soon as Eri appeared, she released cold air at the same time with the Snow Girl, and Wind Princess brought a wave of ocean storms. The Shadow Evil Lord was responsible for cutting afterwards. It's a pity that the stupid Snake Apis is not here, otherwise, with her Medusa's eye, there would be no need for such trouble. Speaking of which, after the stupid snake secretly ran back to Egypt, it didn't think about coming back. And Yanji is the darling of the fire element, so she naturally has no power underwater. In this case, it's useless even if she lets it out. With a few of them taking action, Tang Mao only needs to release a wave of thunder occasionally to cheer. The sea monsters here are constantly approaching at this moment, but this is not a very deep sea. Tang Mao flashed in front of the evil eye demon emperor, and the power of space rioted. He pinched its neck, and went straight to the sea. Bang! There was an explosion, and the sea surface was rolling. Tang Mao brought the evil eye demon emperor to the air. The evil-eyed demon emperor seemed to want to use the Eye of Tide, but Tang Mao was quick and cut it off with a sword. That's right, the strongest tentacle that originally belonged to the Cold Moon Knight demon god was directly cut off by Tang Mao. Ugh. The evil-eyed demon emperor merged with the other party, so it was naturally the one who felt the pain. Yanji. Coming to the air and leaving the sea, Tang Mao's body was burning with flames. Purgatory fire map. Fire feather sky blade. The hot waves of fire directly wrapped up the evil-eyed demon emperor and began to burn. Hey, hey, hey. The evil-eyed demon emperor knew that something was wrong, and he yelled even more frantically. At this time, the sea area here was covered by darkness. The Dark Army had appeared under the call of the Shadow Demon Lord. Dimensional Beast Tide. Ziohei, come out. Although Ziohei's combat power would be greatly reduced in the sea, the same was true for some monarchs. However, his dimensional beast tide was not all land monarchs, but more glacier monarchs. In the Eastern Pacific, there was no chance, because the number of sea monsters there was simply 100 or even 1,000 times that of here. And he didn't make a move before, just because he was not sure about the number of little monsters. Now that it is certain, if he doesn't make a move, how could he be the one? Elemental slash. The elemental giant sword with flames. Slash the purgatory array with one sword, and even cut off the cold moon-eyed body fuse behind the evil-eyed demon emperor. In an instant, it kept crying in pain. I told you to be crazy. Looking at the evil-eyed demon emperor who was so sad, Tang Mao did not have any mercy. Thunder halberd. Thunder punishment. Boom. 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 The power of thunder continued to bombard its body, and the surrounding void was shattered. Some emperors under the sea were still fighting with Eri and the others, but the movement in the sky was too huge. After seeing this scene, the lion evil dragon turned around and swam away. That's right, this guy was very decisive. Just ran away like this? Question mark? The rest of the sea monster emperors, especially those who were once under the command of the Cold Moon Knight demon god, saw this and left without any hesitation. As emperors, they didn't have the idea of dying just by hearing an order. They followed along, only because the evil-eyed demon emperor had mastered the Eye of Tide and became powerful. But when they arrived here, they started a full-scale attack without waiting for the arrival of the sea monster army. This was simply without any rules. Following such a leader is simply seeking death. So they naturally chose to escape. The little demons were still charging, but without the restraint of the demon emperors, they were just ice sculptures under the extreme cold of Eri and the ice snow girl. With the help of Fengji and Shadow Evil Lord, they were just moths flying into the fire. The demon emperors under the demon emperor with evil eyes thought they could try to rescue them, but Eri, who was also the ruler of the emperors, would not give them a chance. It was in tune with Tang Mao, and it knew how much Tang Mao wanted to kill him. If it was just slacking off, how could it have a good life in the future? Knowing this, Eri would naturally not give the other party any chance. As for the demon emperor with evil eyes, after the body of the demon god with cold moon eyes was chopped off, it was burned by Tang Mao with a raging fire, and it had almost no resistance in Tang Mao's hands. Spare my life. Then, the demon emperor with evil eyes spoke human words, and began to beg for mercy. There was no other way. After seeing the terrible destructive thunder, and seeing that the little demon under his command could not get close, how could it not beg for mercy? Super concentrated thunderstorm. However, Tang Mao ignored it. Bang. Boom. After the constellations merged into the Star Palace, Tang Mao directly detonated the thunder power on it. Of course, it was not as fierce as the last time, but it still broke the space. However, at this level, the space can still repair itself. Thunder Domain. In order to give the evil-eyed demon emperor a chance to die, Tang Mao directly opened the Thunder Domain. This time, even if the evil-eyed demon emperor was not suppressed by the space, he would have no chance to escape. Hey, human, you really want to kill me? Go to hell. Tang Mao mouthed 4 words to it, and then the thunder continued to bombard its body. The realm was not as high as his, and he was constantly controlling it, so the evil-eyed demon emperor had no chance to come out. It can be said that it was doomed to die. My people, avenge this emperor. The demon emperor with evil eyes seemed to have recognized the reality and stopped struggling. Instead, he began to use a strange sound wave to convey something. As it spread, the Demon King's hair turned red in the eyes and began to attack desperately. Can it be brainwashed? Tang Mao was stunned when he saw this, because the combat effectiveness of these sea monsters seemed to have increased a lot, and they could even exchange 1-for-1 with the Black Army. Even the more than 10 emperors attacked regardless of anything. However, even if they could brainwash, it should be the same as one of Apus's skills. It's just a feeling like taking stimulants. They gave up defense and attacked crazily. Ice Phoenix. Whoosh. The Ice Phoenix, which was even bigger than before, rushed directly to the Emperor who jumped out of the sea. Boom. With a destructive explosion, the sea began to evaporate and freeze instantly. In the Thunder Realm, the Demon Emperor with the evil eyes, who had endured an extreme, also disappeared into another dimension along with the Thunder Realm with the last thunderstorm. At this time, Eri, the Ice Snow Girl, the Shadow Evil Lord, and the Wind Princess had all taken off, and Tang Mao had also taken back all the Beast Tides and the Dark Legion to their respective worlds. Chapter 907 My daughter? The Demon Emperor with evil eyes was dead. All his subordinates who once belonged to the demon god with cold moon eyes had already fled. Even if his subordinate emperors wanted to escape, Tang Mao would not give them a chance. The demons at the level of general commanders could escape, and he could ignore them. He could not kill all the small demons anyway. But it was different for the emperors and monarchs. Kill one, and it would be one less. See prison imprisonment. One by one, the water star palaces floated in the sky, and then, one by one, they were imprisoned in this sea area. Although there were many of them, the sea sirens at the emperor level were like ants in front of him, and there was nothing to worry about. Chaos Arrow Rain. Swish, 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 swish. Puff, 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 puff. The sea sirens below the monarch level had almost no way to survive under these dimensional arrows that could penetrate entities, and even those crowded under the sea were the same. Dimensional compression. After penetrating their bodies, many commander level demons did not die immediately, they were still struggling. However, when a small black hole appeared in the body, the air disappeared in an instant. In this situation, let alone the commander, even some monarchs could not resist. Explosion. Boom. The explosive power of the dimension is not much weaker than the explosive power of the element, and tens of thousands of sea monsters were killed instantly. But those are still approaching, as if their lives are worthless. One by one, they rush to use their bodies to hit the unbreakable water prison. The demon emperors and demon kings locked inside are also struggling to escape. Unfortunately, there is no master level demon emperor who can delay Tang Mao, and it is nothing more than a thought to want to break the cage here. While controlling the water prison, while charging element fusion magic for the underwater demon emperors, Tang Mao continued to kill the small demons in the sea. Although he was not born with the power to do three things at the same time, Tang Mao was definitely better than Shaka and Hidi in this aspect. Boom boom, waves of magic air continued to explode outside the sea prison, shaking the sky, and the sirens died in large numbers under his bombardment, but there were still hundreds of thousands of sirens moving forward. Fortunately, at this time, the power of his elemental fusion magic was enough to turn all the creatures here into ashes in an instant, so Tang Mao moved away from here in an instant. Bang! A loud noise that shattered the world in the sea burst out from the sky. The space of this piece of heaven and earth began to break. Hundreds of thousands of sirens and some emperors lost their lives in an instant. The former emperor was so powerful that it made humans despair, but now, it seems that he can kill with one blow. However, the space here was broken, and the waves caused by it kept roaring and rolling. Tang Mao returned to the coastline of the Magic City as soon as possible. This impact force is really too huge. If the prediction is correct, it should trigger a huge tsunami, right? Question mark? He must hurry back. Moreover, if he stays here and is sucked away by the space wormhole, he will be in deep trouble. When Tang Mao quickly rushed back to the coastline of Magic City, he saw huge waves coming from a distance. Here, Huas and Hong and others have gathered here. They don't know what happened at the moment. However, seeing Tang Mao suddenly appear, and the consumption of magic energy, they understood that the origin of this tsunami was probably related to him. Tang Mao did not give them time to ask him, but directly absorbed a fire soul seed. After charging his body for a while, he rushed to the place where the sky-high waves were set off. If it was before, he would have found it difficult to stop such a wave, but now, with the eye of the sea and the eye of the tide, he already had a stronger power to control the sea, and he absorbed all the waves that were coming in his two eyes. Seeing that the tsunami was getting smaller and smaller, many people on the coastline breathed a sigh of relief. At least, at this moment, they knew that they would not be washed away. Ice for thousands of miles. Crack, crack, crack. The absorption of the eyes of God was effective, and after failing to absorb it, he chose the simplest operation, which was to freeze it with ice attributes. After freezing, he used his fire waves to turn them all into mist. After completely resolving the crisis at sea, Tang Mao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened just now? Tang Mao, where have you been? After the waves subsided, Shaka rushed over. Also, how come the eye of the tide is in your hands? She was full of doubts now. Not only her, but also Hua Zhenhang and a group of senior executives were in the same situation. Nothing, just dealt with the demon emperor with the evil eyes and several sea monster kings under his command. Tang Mao said lightly. Several people were silent for a while. For a moment, it seemed that this news was a bit difficult to digest. The amount of information was really too much. Killed by several kings? When I came out before, I happened to meet a demon king. This time it left, and I followed it. I found that the sea monsters here were not even 1,000th of the last time I went to the Pacific Ocean, so I took action. Then, I killed the demon emperor with the evil eyes. You didn't feel the elemental wave just now, did you? After listening to Tang Mao, Hua Zhenhang was a little excited. How could he not be excited? They have been entangled with the sea monsters for 7 or 8 years. After the death of a dominant demon emperor of the ocean god clan, another one came, especially this one was even more fierce, and was about to force them to give up the coastline. But unexpectedly, Tang Mao suddenly said that it was killed by the leader? Are you kidding? Hua Zhenhang asked with excitement. The eye of tide is in my hands. What do you think? Tang Mao asked back. Ha ha ha, that's great, that's great. Don't be too happy too soon. Now only the sea monsters outside the coastline of the magic city have been destroyed. And I think the space channel here has collapsed, but the entire city outside the coastline is still suffering from the constant invasion of sea monsters. Although Tang Mao solved the evil eye demon emperor and killed several emperors. However, all this was too sudden. He didn't think it would be so simple. Maybe no one thought that millions of sea monsters and several emperors would be cleared out by one person in the end. Without the sea monster emperor, these little monsters are nothing. One of the forbidden spell masters said. Every place guarded outside the coastline has nearly 1 million sea monsters, and they don't know the situation here, so they don't think about evacuating at all. Tang Mao shook his head and said, I think this is nothing. There is no situation worse than before. Hua Zhenhang said indifferently. Chairman Tang, you are really a lucky star for our China. Look at what you said. Your role as the Southern Guardian is also very important. The two of them praised each other for a while, and then they all laughed. If Tang Mao knew at the beginning that there were only these sea monsters here, why would he stay here with them for so long? In fact, it was not like this at the beginning, but the evil eye demon emperor was a little stupid and determined that Tang Mao would not come out to fight back. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and there is no chance to regret. This war with the sea monsters has finally come to an end. Without the suppression of the dominant emperor, the Eastern Pacific will not be peaceful in the future. And what they have to do is just to repel all the sea monsters here. In fact, Hua Zhenhang has already started to act and even ordered the forbidden spell mages guarding the coastlines to annihilate the sea monster leaders above the monarch level and the commander level sea monsters with all their strength. As long as there is no such level of existence, even if there are many of them, they are nothing, just a pile of loose sand. Unfortunately, the magic of the element was too destructive, otherwise the heads of the demon emperors would have been exposed to the sun, and the sea monsters would have retreated on their own. Tang Mao did not get involved in the task of repelling these sea monsters. Instead, he went to the Pacific Ocean a month after all the sea monsters began to evacuate. After confirming that the sea monster war had begun, he returned to China. This time, the war is really over. This time, although humans suffered great losses, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of casualties, Among them, 90% were from other countries near the Pacific Ocean. Although China also lost a lot of mages and ordinary people, it was the country with the least casualties from the sea monster attack. In Africa, Europe and other continents, the casualties of each country in recent years are not small. The most important thing is that their war has not been completely over. Just like in Africa, the snakes and scorpions have started to attack humans again for some reason. After learning about this, Tang Mao felt that it was necessary to go and see what the snakeskin of Apis was doing. Did she not know her last name? Although Africa had nothing to do with him, Shaka had already asked for help, so he naturally couldn't ignore it. Especially the Queen Medusa. There was his own contract. Tang Mao was a man of action, and he tracked down the place where Apis was. In just one day, he found the place where Apis was. The snake Medusas guarding here did not show any hostility when they saw him coming, but all knelt down. This made Tang Mao a little confused. It has been almost a year. What on earth is this snakeskin doing? Question mark. After arriving at her hall, I saw a little girl who looked like Apis, running on the ground. Dad, my master, are you thinking about me? Apis was not surprised to see Tang Mao coming, but teased him. This can't be your daughter with Mochizuki-Chiksen. To be honest, he couldn't accept it. Moreover, he didn't quite understand how they did it. You are so stupid. This is clearly the seed that this stupid snake stole from you. At this time, Eri suddenly walked out of the contract space and said. Tang Mao looked at Ailey with some doubts, and then looked at Apis. The pregnancy of us demons is different from that of human women, especially for those of us with top bloodlines. It is not possible to give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. Instead, it takes at least 36 months, which is 3 years. Ali said, and then said, you don't think that this stupid snake would give up your good genes and choose a mediocre woman? Wait, didn't she say that the Medusa clan can only be with females? Tang Mao looked at Apis, who looked unfriendly and wanted to bite people, and said to Ali. Ali covered her mouth and laughed softly, and then said, it would be better if your IQ was half of your strength. But this emperor likes you so much now, stinky fox. Get out of here. Listening to Apis's roar and looking at Ailey's ridicule, Tang Mao glanced at the little guy running on the ground. So, this is really my daughter? Why did you think of coming to me? Apis did not answer, but asked instead. Don't change the subject for me. I'm asking you if this is my daughter. Tang Mao actually felt a little certain in his heart. And Ali was not afraid of Apis's anger at all, and then continued, of course this is your daughter. This stupid snake must be afraid that you will know and not let her bring this little thing back here to inherit the throne, so she deceived you. Seeing that Ali had exposed her, Apis did not hide it anymore, and had to say, I conceived her 3 years ago. What do you say? Rough unconsciously, there was a feeling that something was stolen, which made Tang Mao very puzzled. The most hateful thing is that he naively believed Apis! Exclamation mark. I didn't mean to deceive you. Seeing Tang Mao looking at him unkindly, Apis lowered her head and muttered quietly. This look of pretending to be wronged and asking for forgiveness made Tang Mao almost immune to it. But why did you have to bring her here? Isn't it good to stay in Yuxi City? Tang Mao asked puzzledly. Half of her body is Medusa's blood, and the other half has inherited your powerful demon and thunder power. How can she grow up and become stronger in a greenhouse? Apis explained. Demon? Fuck, you didn't raise a killing machine for me, right? The power of the demon is not something that anyone can control. Tang Mao said with a headache. You have already mastered its power, so of course your descendants can also master it. Tang Yan is the best example. Apis explained again. What the hell? Why didn't I know that my son has this ability? Tang Mao suddenly felt that there were many things that he didn't know. Tang Yan also inherited your thunder and demon power. Even if he may not be able to awaken many systems, the inherited power will make him stand at the top when he awakens. Moreover, the essence that your demon system once needed, for him, when you fully control it, they all use the power in it perfectly. As for how strong it is, I don't know. After listening to Apis, Tang Mao looked at Eri. What else do I not know? Tell me together. Chapter 908 Farewell to the Sahara Demon Emperor. Ali said that she just woke up and came out to make trouble. After Apis expressed her dissatisfaction with the fox, she told Tangmao about the inheritance and how powerful the descendants would become. He only had a half understanding. Forget it, I won't bother you about stealing my daughter. But you don't plan to let her stay here forever, do you? Tangmao thought, what if he hangs out with this group of monsters every day? What if they eat people in the future? This is something he can't accept. I will educate her here, and this place needs an emperor to guard it, otherwise, the demons in Africa will only keep fighting with humans. Apis explained. So, you stay here to make her stronger, but you don't want her to become cruel. If I don't keep an eye on her, I'm afraid you will kill your relatives one day for the sake of justice. Apis responded. Okay, I got it. Tangmao nodded, and then asked, what's the matter with the snake and scorpion tribe that keeps attacking Egypt? I haven't had time to control this place yet, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be the instruction of the Sahara Emperor. Apis said. Why does it, an emperor in the desert, keep letting the demons here attack the Egyptians? Because it needs a springboard, but it doesn't want to damage its own strength, and the most important point is of course you. Apis responded. So, the other party is still paying attention to the snow girl. Tangmao thought of the fact that the Sahara Demon Emperor had a special liking for elemental creatures before. That's right, but I think, if it knows your current strength, it will no longer be interested. Whether it is Apis or the later Ali, they are all extremely high-blooded beings among the demons. But no matter which of them, they never thought that Tangmao's strength would be so improved. It's like God's help. In just a few years, even some of the rooftop emperors in this world are afraid that they are not good enough, right? Shouldn't you be the authority here? How can you let the other party control your subordinates? Tangmao was a little curious and puzzled. How can I have time? Apis looked at Tangmao with grievance. Tangmao glanced at the little guy who was making a fuss and said, what's her name? Tang Yan. You are sensible. Apis came over, knocked Ali away with her butt, then sat in Tangmao's arms, put her arms around his neck and asked, so, you don't object to me letting her grow up here? Although it's quite awkward, since you let her grow up here, I can't refuse you, right? Tangmao shrugged and said, hey, stupid snake, you want to fight, don't you? Ali was very dissatisfied. It was rare for her to come out to find food, and she endured it for the sake of this little guy, but this stupid snake came to take up space? Isn't this looking for trouble? Question mark? You affect my daughter. Apis turned around and said. Ali almost gave her a tail to wake her up, but she didn't do anything well. Stop it. There's nothing to do. It's time to go see the elemental holy spirit of Sahara again. Tangmao stood up and said. Why are you looking for it? Although you are very powerful, the other party is not weak either. Apis reminded. Now it's not just it that is interested in me, I'm also interested in it. Since it wants to absorb the snow girl and the others, doesn't that mean that the snow girl and the others can also absorb the other party's power? With his current elemental control, the elemental holy spirit of Sahara really doesn't have much of a presence. I didn't care about it before, let alone now. Even if it can't be killed, it must make it understand one thing, that he is not someone who can come to trouble anyone now. The most important thing is that, if he doesn't beat the Sahara Demon Emperor or injures him, it will affect the unification of Apis, and make Shaka have a problem with him. When he stood up, Tangmao looked at Apis and thought in his heart, unconsciously, Apis seems to be more mature. Is this the growth, after giving birth to a child? Question mark? Eri was a little dissatisfied. She hadn't been nourished for a long time. She grabbed Tangmao and said, you haven't fulfilled my wish yet. I'll do something first, and I'll satisfy you when I come back. You've changed. Are you tired of me? What's the matter with this strange tone? Hey, slutty fox, why are you so disgusting? What do you care, stupid snake? When the two of them quarreled, Tangmao had already turned and left. Watching them quarrel, that's so boring. This is not the first time these two have quarreled. As for getting angry and fighting, they will not use magic. Unless the two of them want to provoke him. Therefore, there will be no casualties, so he naturally has nothing to worry about. After Tangmao was gone, Eri and Apis snorted each other. But they didn't mean to continue quarreling, as if nothing had happened just now. Sahara Desert. Once again, he didn't need any guide. He could completely cross the maze by himself. After passing the maze, he rushed to the place where the elemental Holy Spirit and the Sahara Demon Emperor were at full speed. At the same time, the Sahara Demon Emperor, who was about to fall into a long sleep, suddenly felt a familiar breath. That's right, it was the breath that Tang Mao left behind. Of course, it remembered Tang Mao very clearly, but the last time they fought, the opponent seemed to be absorbed into the impulse of a space rupture. The Sahara Demon Emperor always felt that Tang Mao was not dead, and now it seems to have been confirmed. He is really not dead, and he is still intact and alive. Ha 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 ha. When he felt the breath of Tang Mao, the elemental Holy Spirit Sahara Demon Emperor instantly became excited. It seems that he felt that Tang Mao came to the door and was simply delivering a career. Whether it is the Ice and Snow Girl, the Flame Princess or the Wind Princess, they all have great energy. If you can refine and absorb them, the dream of surpassing the roof is not impossible. And once you cross the roof line, who else in this world can compete with it? It is said to be the top of the pyramid, and only a powerful demon like the Sahara Demon Emperor can be regarded as it. Like some monarchs or some ordinary emperors, they are just middle-level people. When the Sahara Demon Emperor laughed arrogantly, Tang Mao had already appeared here quietly. What are you happy about here? Do you know that you are going to die, so you are happy in advance? Hearing this familiar voice, the Sahara Demon Emperor was stunned, and then he saw that Tang Mao had appeared in the sky without knowing when? At this moment, the Sahara Demon Emperor was really a little confused. When did this human become so powerful? Especially the elemental magic energy emanating from Tang Mao, which made him feel a little afraid. You know, it is an elemental Holy Spirit. Human, your growth has indeed made this emperor look at you with new eyes. Tang Mao smiled and then said, it's the same for each other. You are still so weak, and you don't have the ability to make me look at you seriously. Arrogant. When the Sahara Demon Emperor heard it, he stepped on the ground with one foot. The rich earth power condensed into giant dragons and rushed towards Tang Mao. When the dragons were about to come towards Tang Mao, a strong storm arose around them, and those dragons were instantly scattered. After blowing away its dragons, the strong wind still had no intention of stopping, but began to condense into new dragons. But this time it was not a dragon from the west, but a dragon from the east. The tornado rushed over with its fangs and claws, and the Sahara Demon Emperor was about to use the power of the earth element to defend. Bang! The storm dragon hit the powerful shield, and a nearby yellow sand flew up. After a test, the Sahara Demon Emperor understood that Tang Mao had indeed become powerful again, and his realm was no lower than his own. It really couldn't figure out how he did it. How could a mere human have such a powerful force? Most importantly, Tang Mao didn't use the magic that increased his power in a short period of time this time. Come and open the sky battlefield, and see if I don't kill you this time. Tang Mao still didn't accept the fact that the Sahara Demon Emperor had sent him to another plane last time. That is to say, he has become stronger again, otherwise, he would not come here again. Although he knew that Tang Mao's realm had been improved again, as the demon master of the Sahara Desert, how could he be timid? Moreover, the Sahara Demon Emperor did not refuse the two of them to jointly open the space battlefield. After all, the damage caused to the Sahara Desert last time the space was broken was also quite terrifying. He, who had lived longer than Tang Mao, knew how great the damage caused by the space was after it was broken. You know, forbidden spell magic is a kind of magic that destroys the vitality of nature, and magic that damages space is naturally several times more destructive. But the two of them opened the elemental field at the same time, and opened a battlefield on the rooftop in the super high sky. Tang Mao jumped, and went directly into it. The Sahara Demon Emperor did not stay for long, and rushed into the sky. As for the little demons under his command, they could only look up, and watch the battle. It's not that the Sahara Demon Emperor doesn't want them to take action to consume Tang Mao, but because he disdains. It is the Desert Demon Emperor, the elemental Holy Spirit in the Sahara Desert. The most important thing is that it does not want the place where it lives to really become a piece of ruins. It is just like Tang Mao never easily casts this kind of destructive magic in China. If too much destruction is caused to the place where it lives, any resources will no longer appear, and any vitality will be completely defeated. In short, the destruction above the forbidden spell is not only the destruction of the enemy, but also the destruction of the entire earth. Tang Mao, who first arrived at the high altitude, looked at the Sahara Demon Emperor who rushed up from below. Thunder Domain. Boom. Boom. When the Sahara Demon Emperor arrived here, this place was completely occupied by Tang Mao's thunder power. 5 thunderbolts hit the top of the head. Then, thick lightning pillars from all directions rushed towards the huge body of the Sahara Demon Emperor. To be honest, all this happened too fast, so fast that it almost had no time to defend itself. Boom. The thunder that tore everything apart, still from all directions, began to explode on the body of the Sahara Demon Emperor. The explosive power of bang 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 almost constantly flashed the violent power of thunder. Shameless human. The Sahara Demon Emperor, who was baptized by thunder, was immediately furious. Didn't this human cross the roof line? Didn't he have any awareness above the Emperor? He even played a sneak attack. Silly. Tang Mao muttered, and then, a series of purple star palaces in his hand, floated above the sky. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt punishment. 9 rings prohibition. One after another, super class thunderbolts bombarded the body of the Sahara Demon Emperor. Although the power of thunderbolts was the same, the methods and skills had changed greatly. However, the destructive power was naturally unquestionable. At least under the invincible monarch, if one could withstand this attack, he would definitely die. Invincible monarchs or pseudo-emperors could withstand such thunderbolts, and they had to be demons with extremely strong defense. Huge thunder clouds rose one after another. Although the Sahara Demon Emperor was angry, he still completely relied on the power of the earth element to create a powerful defensive earth armor and injured the thunderbolts. Seeing that the other party had blocked all his thunderbolt power outside his body, Tang Mao felt a burst of emotion in his heart. MMP. Originally, he wanted to gather thunderbolts to give it a big one, but he didn't expect that this person had no intention of resisting it. Shameless human, you want to detonate your thunderbolts? Dream on. The Sahara Demon Emperor sneered. At this time, the earth armor on its body had begun to dissipate. It seems that you are very afraid of me. He didn't expect that the Sahara Demon Emperor actually knew this. Afraid? Hahaha, a mere ant is also worthy of this emperor's fear. This emperor is the elemental saint of this world. After the words fell, the 7 elemental forces began to gather around the Sahara Demon Emperor, among which the earth and thunder element were the main ones, and the light element seemed to be a kind of auxiliary. The elemental domain unfolded, and Tang Mao's thunder domain began to be suppressed. Well, not bad, not bad. I think if I can destroy it for you and give it to my daughters as a snack, it must be a great nutrition. After feeling the elemental control of the Sahara Demon Emperor, Tang Mao said lightly. At the same time, his elemental domain was also fully opened. Tang Mao's elemental domain was naturally dominated by thunder, ice, fire, and wind. Originally, the strongest mastery was actually just thunder and fire, but because of the Snow Girl and the Wind Princess, the 4 elemental forces could burst to the extreme at the same time. Even light and water can replace the auxiliary force at any time. Chapter 909. Keep it simple and defeat them. The domain power of both sides collided with each other in an instant. Zzzz, the waves of magic explosion continued to splash everywhere. Purple Sky God Thunder Halberd. The huge fluorescent starlight points like the universe began to flicker continuously, and finally condensed into huge thunder halberds. Swish, swish, swish. The thunder halberds were divided into 9 poles, which landed around the Sahara Demon Emperor. In an instant, the huge thunder net formed a cage around it. Earth element armor. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of earth element began to gather on the body, wrapping it tightly, leaving no chance for thunder to remain. Bang! The thunder halberd began to explode, and the armor on the Sahara Demon Emperor began to collapse. However, even with such destructive thunder, it still could not cause much damage to the Sahara Demon Emperor, and it only broke the earth element protection on his body. Elemental slash. Swish. But the thunderbolt was just a cover to break the defense. The real attack was the sword of the element. The sword gathered under the elemental domain was many times more powerful than usual. Bang, the metal sword slashed at its shoulder, and the power of the element of destruction began to explode. Puff. Under the destruction, the sword finally cut off one of the opponent's arms. With a roar, the Sahara Demon Emperor quickly dodged and escaped from Tang Mao's attack range, using the power of its domain to create some obstacles for Tang Mao. Walls appeared out of thin air, but for Tang Mao, what were these obstacles? He always adhered to a principle, that is, to kill him while he was sick. The wind and the thunder are so fast. Whoosh whoosh boom. The tornado was accompanied by thunder, and it rushed straight to smash the elemental walls that appeared out of thin air. The Sahara Demon Emperor held his broken arm and watched the tornado and thunder rolling towards him. Only then did he truly understand that Tang Mao was no longer the same person he had seen at the beginning. A large amount of elemental power gathered in the body of the Sahara Demon Emperor in an instant. All the elemental power nearby and even farther away was absorbed by it. Boom. While the wind and thunder were easily blocked, a 7-color giant sword followed. This sword seemed to be able to completely destroy this space. It was at the most critical moment that the Sahara Demon Emperor completed the absorption of the element and forcibly made a defense. Otherwise, this sword would have been a situation of death or disability. It would definitely be more disabled than it is now. After this sword, the sky battlefield was completely shattered, and the Sahara Demon Emperor flew straight down to the desert. Looking at the Sahara Demon Emperor who blocked his last sword, Tang Mao was a little unwilling. But now that the opponent's elemental power is so full in his body, even if he strikes again, there is no chance to kill him. There are countless demon subordinates below him. In this case, he really has no chance to kill him. Tang Mao dispersed the elemental field and slowly descended from the sky. Below, the demons have protected the Sahara Demon Emperor. There are so many demons, monarchs, and commanders. However, he was a little curious. There was no emperor level existence. Human, this emperor has been defeated and will not look for you again. The Sahara Demon Emperor looked at Tang Mao who descended from the sky, and his voice came from the demon group. Are you so sure that I will leave just by defeating you? Tang Mao asked back. Haha, the Sahara Demon Emperor laughed very unpleasantly, and then he said, if you have the ability to slaughter all the demons in this desert, you can kill me. But can you do it? I'm the Holy Spirit of Element. How can you kill me just because you want to? This is the disadvantage of humans compared to demons. If you lose to the other party will definitely kill you with one blow. But if a human wins, it is impossible to kill a demon emperor of the same realm. At least, few people can kill all the demons in the demon empire. Your attitude really makes me unhappy. As a loser, you shouldn't be so arrogant. You are provoking me. Although Tang Mao really couldn't do it, it was not difficult to leave him some unforgettable memories. The Sahara Demon Emperor didn't care at all. Human, then come on. In his opinion, if Tang Mao's magic energy was exhausted, it might be an opportunity for him. The elemental holy spirits on Tang Mao's body have now become elemental holy spirits. If they can devour their power, then the Sahara Demon Emperor will own the entire Sahara desert, and can even turn the entire world into yellow sand. Eventually become the true demon god of this planet. Fire and earth. The magical power of the fire and earth in Tang Mao's hands gathered into a sky full of stars over the entire Sahara desert. And every star, at the same time, began to erupt with lava boulders. One by one, huge flaming meteorites, as if they were descending from the sky. This area is very large, at least it can cover an area of hundreds of miles in radius. Swish, swish, swish boom. Every time the lava boulder fell on the yellow sand, it did not affect its explosion because of the softness here, but exploded immediately when it touched the sand. Exclamation mark. For a moment, the desert was constantly destroyed by the combined power of fire and earth. No matter whether it was the demons gathering from afar or the demons crowded here, they had no chance to escape. The sky was covered by stars, and when the sky was covered, how could they run? For a moment, the whole yellow sand was in a complete mess. Human, do you want to fight to the death with the demons of the Sahara Desert? How could the Sahara Demon Emperor have thought that Tang Mao's group destruction could reach this level? This level of attack would not cause much damage to the Emperor, but with such a huge area, the demons under his command would be miserable, and this desert would be destroyed to the point where they could not survive. Although it is a desert, the resources here are more abundant than many places. If the resources here were not sufficient, how could so many demons survive here? The most outrageous thing is that after Tang Mao finished casting this level of magic, his magic energy did not consume, but became more abundant? Question mark. This is definitely the strangest human that the Sahara Demon Emperor has ever seen. How could it know that Tang Mao had just used 2 soul seeds? That's right, they were 2 fire soul seeds. This kind of magic that spread across the sky required a ridiculous amount of magic energy to be consumed. This was also the first time Tang Mao had cast it. Moreover, although it seemed to be just 2 attributes, it was not the case. After Tang Mao cast all the magic systems together to spread the stars all over the sky, he used the dense earth and fire element here to release the lava. You keep going crazy. You keep being arrogant to me. Tang Mao ignored it. After the new soul seeds burned in his body, the stars in the sky did not decrease but increased, and even the range became much larger. Just when the destruction distance became huge, a wolf howl came out. Then, the familiar wolf suddenly appeared in front of him, tearing over with its claws. Bang! But before the claws got close to Tang Mao's body, they were immediately blocked by the power of the dimension. Dimension halberd. Puff ouch! The dimensional light flashed and rushed directly into the body of the werewolf demon emperor. The werewolf demon emperor, who had just seemed so majestic, suddenly felt as if his body was cut. After a tragic wolf howl, he flew directly from the sky. Originally, the Sahara demon emperor was ready to take the opportunity to sneak attack Tang Mao, but he didn't expect that this human was not only powerful in elemental magic, but also so powerful in the dimension? Question mark. Boom boom. Seeing a large number of demons constantly dying, the Sahara demon emperor hiding in the yellow sand was really a little panicked. There was always a feeling that this person was probably a fool. Was he going to play with himself? Question mark. Human, do you have to fight to the death like this? The tone of the Sahara demon emperor was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, it has shown a trace of fatigue. Why, elemental holy spirit, you are not arrogant anymore. Tang Mao said with full of sarcasm. You. Although the Sahara demon emperor was very angry, he finally suppressed his anger. From now on, this emperor will no longer embarrass you. You leave now. I have wasted so much magic energy, and you don't have any expression? Tang Mao was not in a hurry, but the endless stream of stars did not continue to condense. The main reason was that the thief consumed mana and was a little injured. Otherwise, he would definitely bombard them with a few waves. Sure enough, if it was not in the ocean, he would not have to fear any demon empire. Of course, the premise is that the demon emperor of the same level like the Sahara demon emperor was traumatized. Otherwise, it would be a different scene. After all, when the elemental magic was fully exerted, although the power of the dimension was strong enough, it was impossible to distract and block a rooftop emperor. Don't go too far. The Sahara demon emperor was at the top of the pyramid of the world, and he had never thought that one day he would be threatened like this. But seeing that the number of casualties had exceeded 1 million, he said again, "You have left so many killings in this desert. I can restrain the demons here from entering human territory. This is the biggest concession I can give you." He didn't care much about the demons' revenge. After all, this is not Asia. Even if they all go out, it's not him who has a headache. But Shajia is now the controller of the whole world. Tang Mao can't do such a thing as giving her a headache, right? Well, remember what you said today, otherwise the next time I come, it won't be so simple. After saying that, Tang Mao turned and left towards the outskirts of the Sahara. This time, he consumed 4 of his soul seeds, and the deterrent force was left. There was no need to fight on. Although he slaughtered millions of demons with one move, how could there be more than millions of demons in the entire Sahara desert? As I said, there is no end to killing. Humans still need to be strong. Unconsciously, I helped Shaka solve a headache for her. After leaving the Sahara desert, I returned to the palace where Apis was. This palace made of gravel looks quite majestic. When Tang Mao arrived, Apis came out. Seeing that he was intact, I was a little surprised. "You came back so soon," Apis said puzzledly. Tang Mao went there and returned in just 2 days. It has been solved. The demon emperor of the Sasha Desert will no longer interfere in the affairs of the African demon tribe from now on. You can take over. Tang Mao said directly. You won't be beaten down by it? Apis said blankly. Why don't you ask me if I killed it? Tang Mao also paused. If you can kill the roof emperor so easily, then you can still be like this now, and you don't know your last name long ago? Apis pouted. Tang Mao's mouth twitched. Am I the kind of person who likes to show off? This little venomous snake, his mouth is still so naughty. However, after the battle with the Sahara Demon Emperor, he understood his own strength. Even the roof rage would not pose any threat to him. Fighting alone, they are all younger brothers. Having grown to this level, Tang Mao felt that it was time to go to Kunlun after he returned. Although Kunlun Demon Country has always given face to China and never set foot in it, when he came back last time, didn't the ferocious beasts in Kunlun suddenly attack the ancient capital? Old Hanji is dead, and Zhang Xiaohao is still unknown, whether he is dead or alive. Tang Mao felt that Zhang Xiaohao should not be able to die. Yi Xingsha has completely controlled the power of the soul. In this case, it should not be difficult to resurrect him, right? After all, when he came back, he had just died. Therefore, he must go to the depths of Kunlun Mountain. If he does not learn about this huge monster around China and this sacred mountain in the magic world, he will be sorry for his strength. What are you thinking about? Apis looked at Tang Mao, who was silent instead of hitting her butt, and was a little confused. If she slapped herself in the face like this normally, wouldn't Tang Mao just slap her in the face? Well, although it is very unpleasant when being hit, but if not being hit, what's wrong? Question mark? Chapter 910, Can Only Defend the Land. I'm thinking, should I go to Kunlun Mountain and defeat those demon emperors? In this way, I think no more demons from Kunlun Mountain will attack our Chinese territory. Tang Mao came back to his senses and looked at Apis. You think too much. In the depths of Kunlun Mountain, even you may not be able to crush them one-on-one. Moreover, there are more than one who is not much different from you. If you really go to Kunlun Mountain and show off your power, like you are here, the demon emperors of Kunlun Empire will probably launch a fierce attack on your country as soon as possible. Eri suddenly ran out and said. Eri appeared, and Apis turned around with a dissatisfied look on his face. For some reason, I always feel uncomfortable when I see this fox. You mean, with my current strength, can't I suppress the demon emperors of Kunlun Mountain? Tang Mao was a little confused. I always feel that I'm the strongest existence in the entire plane, but when I suddenly heard Eri say that, my mood suddenly became very bad. After all, if I'm not the strongest, I always feel that I'm suppressed. How long have you been practicing? You are indeed very blessed, but there are monsters that are tens of thousands of years old. Let alone other things, I'm already several thousand years old. After listening to Ali, Tang Mao blinked and said, you are already several thousand years old? Yeah. Ali nodded. You are so old, and you still want to possess me? You are embarrassed, you old woman. Me. Ali was originally telling Tang Mao about the difficulties of Kunlun Mountain in a serious manner. Who would have thought that he would actually tell her this? Question mark? If she hadn't been worried that this stupid man would go and commit suicide and break the balance of Kunlun, she wouldn't have come out, okay? Don't say you. Just tell me what kind of big monsters there are in Kunlun Mountain, and what other places in this world are there that I can't resist? Tang Mao asked again. After all, the years I have lived are too short. But Ali is different. She has lived for thousands of years, so she must know more than me, right? Since she knows so much, of course I have to ask her. I have been sealed for 1,000 years, since I left Kunlun Mountain. How can I know what is happening in other places? Ali said dissatisfiedly. I forgot. Tang Mao paused. Come to think of it, it seems that this fox Ali didn't wander around for long after he came out, right? Then tell me about the inside of Kunlun Mountain. If you don't tell me, I feel like I can't help but explore it. Tang Mao said with a curled lip. Humph. Why should I tell you? Ali turned his head with a look of arrogance. If you don't tell me, I will take you to Kunlun Mountain now. Tang Mao stood up and pulled Ali away. I'm telling you, you bastard. Ali thought Tang Mao was just talking, but seeing that his face was torn, it was obvious that he was not joking. You bastard, if I follow you, I will be killed by you sooner or later. Ali felt a little wronged and dissatisfied. Why would I harm you? I just want to know more. I'm not doing anything. Seeing the emperor like this, Tang Mao smiled and asked again. He was quite sympathetic to women. If such a beautiful girl was bullied and cried because of such a small matter, it would be a bit unreasonable. If you want to know, I'll tell you. But if you still want to die, I will break the contract between you and me. I won't set foot in Kunlun with you. It was very dangerous last time. After listening to what Ali said, Tang Mao asked in Goose Walk, you were not expelled, and you will be killed if you go back. Ali snorted in dissatisfaction, and then said, you guessed right, I was expelled. My sister was already the dominant emperor 1,000 years ago. Moreover, my fox clan is also the overlord in Kunlun Mountain. In addition to my sister, there are many overlords, and the 4 evil beasts just occupied an area together. In addition to the 4 evil beasts in my fox clan, Kunlun Mountain also has a rooftop Kunpeng of the Feather Demon. After Allah's story, Tang Mao had a general understanding. It seemed that many of them were mythical beasts in their era. In this world, they can also be regarded as mythical beasts. But unlike many totems, they were born at the beginning of the world. So, it's just because Kunlun is fighting endlessly that we can live in peace with Kunlun? Yes. But what if a ruler appears one day? Tang Mao asked again. Impossible. Eri shook his head and continued. If you can unify a resource-rich place just by being strong, then can you humans survive until now? Tang Mao wanted to refute, but it seems to be true. There are countless demons in the Pacific Ocean near their country. Remember when I really went out to train for the first time, there was a girl named Jingjing in the Imperial Capital Academy who seemed to be a top student. She seemed to have said that if all the demons in the world attacked humans at the same time, then the world would be a scene of black alert everywhere. And at that time, it would mean extinction. In the past, when I was young and frivolous, I really never thought about these things, but now it's different. It's really not an easy thing to defeat the demons. In the Sahara Desert, what I was dealing with was only the demon empire of the elemental Holy Spirit, the Sahara Demon Emperor. If we challenge the entire Sahara Desert, even if we prepare enough soul seeds, it will not be enough, right? After all, the entire Sahara Desert is too big. It is not impossible to launch a general attack on the entire Sahara Desert, but in that case, we will need a lot of magic energy. Even if we land for one time, we will need 2 soul seeds. So, even if I become so strong, I can only defend the land at most. Tang Mao was a little disappointed. What else? Ali rolled his eyes at Tang Mao, and then said, or you can make all the magicians as powerful as you. How is that possible? So, if you still want to die, then cancel the contract with this emperor. Ali stared at Tang Mao and said, I have been playing with you for so long, you should be satisfied. Look at what you said, we are such good playmates, and I don't like to die. Tang Mao smiled. However, going to Kunlun Mountain is definitely not an idea. Speaking of which, although I can't expand, I can make the country stronger, at least in terms of defense. Moreover, as long as we improve slowly, it is not impossible to form an armored core in the future. Tang Mao stood up and looked at Apis and said, when you have had enough of the spree, come back to me. If there is anything, contact Yuxu City. Apis, who had never had a chance to talk, said happily, do you miss me? What do I miss you for? Do you think I'm short of women? Tang Mao asked back. Get out, go to hell. Apis wanted to bite Tang Mao to death when he heard it. Immediately, he ran to Tang Yan with 2 slender long legs and picked her up. Jaina, you have to remember this man. He is your dog man who abandoned us mother and daughter. Don't give him any smile when you see him in the future. Although Tang Yan was still a little kid, she should be only 1 or 2 years old, but she was still smiling just now, but suddenly pouted and glared at Tang Mao angrily. Tang Mao looked at Apis, and then said, Apis, I was just joking with you just now. You can't teach my daughter like this. It's not good for you to do this. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Even if his daughter is a Medusa, she also has his own blood in her. In this case, how can Tang Mao let her bear a grudge against him? In the future, if she really has something to do, she will come to fight with him all day long. How can that work? Especially this little venomous snake, who used to look like a dog, is now even more of a dog. However, thinking of the urgency of the current situation, Tang Mao asked Ailey to return to the contract space, and then he opened the space crack and returned to China. As for the things here, without the support of the Sahara Demon Emperor, the demons here will definitely surrender in front of an orthodox Emperor Medusa. Millions of demons turned into stone statues with a single look, which is not just talk. At least, Apis now has this ability. With her here, how dare the demons resist? Bloodline determines everything among demons, and those who have both bloodline and strength are naturally the terrifying existence that the demons cannot resist. Tang Mao returned to China, and everything was normal here. Although there were still many demons in the sea area, compared with before, they were obviously insignificant. As for other places in the country, they were relatively stable at the moment. Especially since there would be no invading enemies on the sea for the time being, many troops were redeployed to other places that needed to be guarded. Before the sea monsters attacked, wars had been going on in other places. However, the sea monsters were so aggressive that people ignored the hardships of other borders. Now that the sea monsters have retreated, naturally, the small troubles need to be solved immediately. If they are left alone, no one can tell whether they will become a big trouble in the future. Hua Zhenhang is not the kind of person who is faint and incompetent. Although he may not be the best, he will not be the worst. Tang Mao talked to Muningsu and others, and then went to the universe again. This time, he brought enough space storage devices. Of course, the defense of the coastline is still not relaxed. Although there are no millions of troops guarding it, there are still a million troops defending the coastline. The magic school is still teaching normally, and the current life can be regarded as temporarily returning to normal. Leaving the earth again, he did not have as many feelings as before. Although the starry sky is beautiful, it will feel boring to see the same scenery all the way down, and there is not even a single person to talk to along the way. The Ice Snow Girl, the Flame Princess, the Wind Princess, and the Ally are all in the Emperor realm, and they spend a long time sleeping. However, the technology in this world does not exist. Due to the limitations of the world, he can't even get a spaceship, so he can only rely on himself to move forward. It is conceivable how boring this journey is. A round trip, even if his speed is much faster now, it still takes nearly a year or even more than a year. And the reason why he can find the way accurately is that he left the familiar dimensional mark before. That is to say, there is no damage here, otherwise it would be a great trouble to find the way. He could get lost on a planet or a country, not to mention in this vast universe of stars. After successfully arriving at Pluto, the first thing he did was to go to the residence of the Pluto god. When he got there, he found that it was exactly the same as when he left. After confirming that the other party did not come back when he left, Tang Mao began to collect the iron here. Fortunately, there was the Dark Legion and the help of the dimensional summoned beasts. Otherwise, even if he was fast, it would take a long time to take away all the good iron here, right? It's a pity that he couldn't bring a few living people with him. It's another year of abstinence. He missed the time when his waist was sore. Although it felt terrible at that time, now think about it, he was born in a blessing and didn't know how to be grateful. I don't know when the goal of cultivation changed. The former self didn't imagine it like this. At that time, he only wanted to become a strong man with a lot of beautiful wives and concubines. Rough. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied Tang Mao became, and then he raised his head and shouted to the sky. Unfortunately, there is no living creature on this planet except iron. Eri, even Eri, no matter how he called out, would not give it to him. Was it like this planet was harmful to her? Although he did not believe it at all, the dead fox would not give it to him. What could he do? Finally, after half a year, he finally filled the space storage container with iron here. But even so, there is still a lot of iron here, but it is a pity that there is no material here that was on the Pluto god before. Otherwise, if he also got one, not to mention on Earth, even in the entire universe, even in other planes, he would definitely be the father level. After all, that was something he himself could not easily destroy, and the thunder force that was finally condensed, even a small planet, could be instantly shattered, right? That kind of terrifying destructive power was the first time Tang Mao used it. Of course, if he met the Pluto god again, the battle would definitely not be so easy, unless he was a fool. Chapter 911. That's it. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he did not encounter any trouble. But just after collecting enough here, when he was about to leave, he sensed two auras coming from the sky. Tang Mao was too lazy to move. If he guessed correctly, one of them should be Pluto god. As for the one who returned with him, based on this aura, it was obviously not much weaker than him. Tang Mao did not give Tang Mao too much time. In about 5 hours, two figures appeared above Tang Mao. Damn human, my medium iron. When seeing the bear land here, Pluto god was immediately not good. This is the iron he has collected for who knows how many years. Medium iron? Tang Mao glanced around and continued, so, there are still top quality ones here? What he collected was already iron that could resist the attacks of some orthodox monarchs. But he didn't expect that this was only medium. Pluto god was even more furious when he heard Tang Mao's question. He really didn't know what this human was thinking. The iron he had collected with great difficulty was robbed by the other party. Now when he heard that he was talking about medium quality iron, he immediately thought of his own high quality iron. Hey, is this the human from the blue planet you mentioned? Asked the guy with flames all over his body beside Pluto god. Yes, Yanli, he is the one who seriously injured me. But last time I was tricked by someone by accident. Pluto god looked at Tang Mao with full hatred, and then said, let's work together to kill him. Hahaha, he is just a human who has lived for a few decades. Why do we need you and me to work together? The guy with flames all over his body laughed and said, let me kill him. Boom. A raging fire ignited on his body, and the next moment, the person called Yanli rushed straight to Tang Mao to kill him. Swish, swish, swish. Huge destructive fireballs kept flying down from the sky. The violent waves of fire rushed straight to Tang Mao. But before the fireball touched Tang Mao, it was easily dissolved by an invisible elemental force. A mere wisp of fireball. Are you worthy of using it in front of me? Tang Mao laughed disdainfully. He originally thought that a tough guy had come, but now it seems that he is just that. Eye of the tide. Hoo-ah-ha-ha. The huge sea waves condensed into a sea tornado and rushed straight to the sky. Above the sky, Yanli was also dumbfounded. With the impact of such waves and the fireball that easily destroyed him just now, it was obvious that he underestimated the enemy. Boom. Yanli hurriedly released the fire wave, and the rising sea wave instantly hit and cancelled each other out. But the power of the sea wave was obviously a bit unexpected, and it directly hit his body. Thunder punishment. Boom boom. Thunder flashed and fell from the sky. It bombarded his body directly, and in an instant, his skin was completely charred. Elemental sword. Tang Mao's 7-color sword condensed and appeared, raised it high in the sky, and slashed it with one sword. Bang. Yanli had no time to defend at this time, but fortunately, Pluto god had never underestimated Tang Mao, and blocked it at the moment when the giant sword slashed over. Bang with a blow, Pluto god flew out directly. Yanli also took the opportunity to dodge it. Yanli, don't be careless, this human is not simple. Pluto god said, looking at Tang Mao with some surprise. Because, he suddenly found that Tang Mao had become much stronger again. Exclamation mark. A human, who has grown to this point in just a few decades? Where did you provoke such a perverted human? Yanli was stunned. He didn't feel anything before he took action, but he didn't expect that once he took action, the other party would burst out with such destructive magic power. This kind of destructive magic power is still easy to accomplish. I didn't expect this guy to become so strong. Pluto frowned and looked at Tang Mao. Boom. At this time, the thunder began to gather, and Pluto was equivalent to the previous thunder domain, and instantly pulled Yanli into the sky. Yanli didn't know what was going on. He was pulled away. Tang Mao really wanted to gather the thunder element to complete the thunder domain, but he didn't expect that the other party would run away directly. However, the other party actually ran away, which saved him a lot of trouble. Tang Mao also took off and left here. It's not that he didn't want to ask more questions, but although these two guys are not very strong, it's not easy for him to solve them. Since he can't do it, why should he waste that magic power? The way back was very smooth. This round trip took almost 2 years. After returning to China, Tang Mao handed over all the medium iron he obtained to the country. He didn't leave anything behind. Today, Yuxu City is definitely the most powerful clan in the world. Not to mention, whether the people are strong or not, even the protection of the totem beasts is also very powerful. Therefore, it is not important whether these defenses are there or not. It is said to be free, but it is not free. Even after returning, Tang Mao felt that he had fallen into the Pansy cave. It was a painful and happy day. Every day he was so tired that he couldn't stand up, but every day he was still not let go. He has some regrets now, and even, he would rather wrestle with the demon emperors. This group of female demons is simply deadly. Unknowingly, 3 years have passed. Now, Tang Mao's family is a real family. The descendants alone are already counted on both hands. In 3 years, China, which was originally plagued by demons, retreated 100 miles away from China. Those who did not retreat here were all buried here. In 3 years, China has become the world's #1 power. The main component is the rare treasures that Tang Mao obtained while exploring various planes. In just 1 month in Snow City, there are more than 10 forbidden spells. Forget it, that's it, I can't write it anymore. The opening battle power is too explosive, and the timeline is also messed up. In addition, it's the end of the year, and I'm busy every day. I'll probably give it a conclusion. 2 sentences of gratitude %. First of all, this book has been finished. Actually, it should have been finished long ago. The score is okay, 900 average. It can't compare with the above, but it's better than the below, and the reaction is definitely not starving. Finally, thank you brothers who have been with me all the time. Here is my thanks to you. 99 words omitted here. I haven't decided what to write for the new book. I've been busy for a year. I'll take a break for a while and update it for you when I have time. Another recommendation, Versatile Mage, Dark Lord. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. New book, Duppo, The Long and Long Road. If you like it, please add it to your collection. If you don't like it, just read it when you have nothing to do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you have subscribed but have not joined the group, please click here %. This book has been completed and the new book has also started. If you have subscribed to all the books, you can directly apply for the fan group on Gideon. If there is no general group, you can also join the new book group and bring the fan value to find me. New book, Fighting Against the Wind, The Long Road. Full-time new book. Is there no suitable mage fan fiction to read? Look here. Strongly recommended, Full-time Mage. I have a shop with many female protagonists. If you don't like it, please don't read it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.